Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 6, A One Alpha Male. Lex smiled politely at the mother, while doing his best to resist cursing her. It was extremely important to get along with her, because her family was the main target for the existing quest. He also had to keep in mind that while he had to make this wedding as exquisite as possible, he had to cater to the family's wishes and requirements as well. To do all that, he had to maintain a cordial relationship with them, so he had to put up with the unnecessarily eager mother. "My name is Lex." No, the pleasure is all mine." Before the conversation progressed any further, Vardy had finally recovered from the tackle he received from Jasmine and spoke up. Hey, this is moving way too fast. I didn't agree to any of this." Although Vardy usually played a very casual and carefree character, Lex had to admit that it took a certain level of conviction and determination to reject such a marriage, even at the risk of personal consequences. If his personality was really of the lovable town idiot, he would not have been able to bear such a burden. Lex had genuine respect for that aspect of him. Unfortunately, Lex was invested in this wedding now, so allow me to have a word with him, Lex said with a smile before anyone else could speak up. Using the spatial manipulation formation, he formed a separate room, containing only Vardy and him. This way no one would be able to hear them speak. Lex also surrounded themselves with dark Imperial shields, blocking their sight to prevent lip reading. "The situation does not seem to be in your favor," Lex said, a trace of sympathy in his voice. "I want to be free from that girl," Vardy said, his voice extremely forceful, yet somehow lacking conviction. "I mean, didn't you hear her? She played with my entire life on a whim, when I was being kind to her." Lex nodded, as he could clearly understand what Vardy was saying, but didn't immediately respond. The young noble was taken aback by the sudden question, but did not hesitate to answer. "I may not have the financial support of my family anymore, but they can't take my knowledge away from me. I have the understanding and the techniques required to raise my cultivation further. I'll grow strong and eventually start my own family." "An admirable goal," Lex commented, genuine praise in his voice. "But now, I want you to imagine the scenario for a moment. Let's imagine that you've managed to dissuade Jasmine's family and have once again rejected the wedding. You did this so that they don't interfere with your life, or in your own words, play with your life anymore. Do you really think they will just let you be after that, or let you grow strong?" Vardy frowned. This was not the first time he had thought of this concern. Truth be told, he had only formed a tentative plan of relying on the Midnight Inn for refuge if things got too troublesome. But the fact that the inn was too expensive to rely on indefinitely without any real income was a major issue. "I don't want to force you into something you don't want," Lex continued upon seeing that Vardy was not replying. "However, I will give you a suggestion. Just think about it and consider for yourself what is best. Regardless of whether you get married or not, the interference of Jasmine and her family in your life will not be over. If you do get married to her, and you happen to re-enter your Noel family, then she will be forced to join your family, instead of you hers. Then you will have a lot more control over the situation." Lex paused for a moment to let Vardy absorb all this information and contemplate for himself what was the right course of action. Just because Lex had presented the information did not mean he believed that Vardy would follow it blindly. He had to let him reach the conclusion on his own. In fact, Lex planned to divert Vardy's attention by adding another layer of complexity to the situation. "I think you should take a look at..." Vardy narrowed his eyes and looked at Lex. Although he had not mentioned it, he of course noticed that Lex had taken a side for the marriage instead of helping him. "The reason I'm telling you this," Lex lied in a very modest tone of voice, "is because without your help, even if I push this wedding forward, I won't really gain anything. That's why I'm being upfront with you as well. If we can come to an understanding, we can move forward with the situation, making sure to benefit the both of us." Vardy asked suspiciously. "I need information. Extremely sensitive information. I want to know why the human royal family, as well as the other races, aren't fully resisting the Craven invasions. There are secrets related to the Craven that only a very few know, and I want to find out what it is. Even Aegis, the crown prince of Hum, did not have this information, though that was mostly a result of his own lazy attitude. I believe that Jasmine's family will have some records or details about the truth. If you can join their family and become an important member, then you can help me get that information. In exchange, I can use some resources from the tavern and the inn to help you increase your importance to the families. While Lex was not lying about wanting information about the Craven, that was not his priority at the moment. He was just using one truth to hide another, that he really wanted Pfardy to agree to the wedding. Jasmine's family is a vassal force of the Cornelius family, so they definitely have an important position in the Empire, Pfardy confirmed. After spending a few moments to consider, he decided that what Lex said was the truth. If that was the case, then he could rely on Lex to help him. After all, nothing was more reliable than a relationship of mutual benefits. Fine, what you say makes sense. But you have to help me negotiate with them and make sure they agree to my conditions before the wedding takes place. Jasmine has to join my family instead of me joining hers. It's only fair. Lex agreed with him shamelessly and shook his hands. Once they had reached a resolution, Lex dismissed his shields and dispersed the separate room. Lex looked towards Jasmine and continued. Ensuring that Pfardy's demands would be met would require Jasmine's support. And since Jasmine was such a fan of how manly Pfardy was, that was the only card he had to play to convince her. He was cringing internally as he spoke, yet his words seemed to resonate with Jasmine. No one had dared make demands of her family in such an upfront manner before, and it excited her even more. Pfardy truly was the man of her dreams. Suddenly the look in her eyes became feral, and she once again pounced on Pfardy, but this time her brothers responded in time and caught her beforehand. Jolene asked, winking at him. Chapter 6:02 Developments. The situation on Earth had taken a turn for the worst. The casualties were catastrophic during the first few weeks of fighting, but had recently started to decrease. The prime cause of the decrease was not that the fighting had diminished. No, far from in fact. The level of fighting had increased drastically. The real reason for the drop in casualties was that of the remaining population. Over 90% over the ages of 15 have become cultivators in some capacity. Most have become followers of Amana and Adamus, with men usually leaning towards Amana and women leaning towards Adamus. Although that alone did not raise their cultivation level through the roof, it raised their survivability. The second thing that raised the survivability of the humans was the appearance of a few devils and a whole lot of demons. No one knew how they arrived on Earth, probably in a similar fashion to the deities, but they strongly supported the factions led by the old powers of Earth, namely Richard, Sam, and Fate, the Fatty. Brandon and Elizabeth were the only ones who had not participated in this coalition. Due to their long history and sudden increase in power, a large chunk of the surviving humans flocked to them as well. The deities also did not object to the devils, so that made it extremely convenient, although, when news spread, the Jotun Empire strongly condemned this action. A strange power shift was occurring on Earth these days, with the battle being slowly limited to a few regions on Earth, and sometimes in space. The greatest change was the fact that the new powers, the deities and the devils, both restricted the use of golden keys to escape Earth. The act of running away not only weakened Earth, it reduced morale, at least according to them. As such, fewer and fewer people were running away from Earth these days, instead choosing to stand and fight. The situation seemed to have reached an equilibrium of sorts, despite the fact that the fighting never stopped. Amidst all of this, there was one tiny power that had somehow survived, untouched both by devils and deities. The Kingdom of New York, under the rule and protection of King Marlowe, its armies led by genius General Raphael, heir to the kingdom, managed to protect its sovereignty using only its own forces. There were also rumors of a special elite unit consisting of a samurai, a man of metal impervious to all damage, and the final, mysterious member known only as the Dark Invader, who seemed to have control over the darkness. This elite unit had no name, since officially their existence had not been announced, but those who whispered of their strength had started calling them the Powered Rangers. On a battlefield near Niagara Falls, Larry was moving from one robot corpse to another. Although most of the initial invading force of these robot aliens had bodies made of organic matter and were varied, the ones who had been coming most recently had started to show signs of mass production and had more of a uniform structure. That also meant more common materials were used in their manufacturing, though common here was only a relative term. Only an approximate 15% of their bodies were made up of metals, but that was more than enough for Larry. He would not let a single scrap of this metal pass him by, as these metals could not be found on Earth. I think you should take a look at his eyes were completely focused as he performed his tasks, but hidden deep behind them was an unwavering conviction. Jeffrey had thought he was condemning Larry by having the planet invaded by aliens. Instead, he had provided him with excellent resources to power up, and once Larry was strong, he would get his revenge. Jolene asked, winking at him. Lex had already steeled himself by now, so he did not have a strong reaction to her antics. He was, however, somewhat surprised at her relentless pursuit, even though she was supposedly facing someone so dangerous. Even her sons, who were much stronger than her, acted with an air of caution while she completely maintained her role as a mama, looking for a husband for her daughter. Lex said, as he erected imperial shields around them and locked them in a separate space, much in the way he had done with Pfardy. Though he had no intentions of falling for her antics, he had to admire her commitment to the cause. She asked with a warm smile, as if she were addressing an old friend. It is easier to talk to someone with a level head, Lex answered, completely ignoring the fact that despite being called an adult among children, he was actually the youngest in the room. Before we get into the thick of things, shall we properly introduce ourselves? Everything has happened a little abruptly. Of course, it is naturally for the best. After all, if you intend to hold your daughter's wedding in my humble establishment, then you must understand the place well. My name is Lex, as you already know, and this is the Midnight Tavern. There's not much to tell, really. I enjoy the company of people and bringing happiness and joy to all, so I opened up this little place where guests can come and unwind. Drinks flow freely, and though my selection is a little more limited for more distinguished guests, I do have something in the cellar that can be brought out for such a wonderful occasion. Although the Noel family has been very gracious to me, and even the Crown Prince of Hum Nation is a good friend of mine, I prefer the simple life and tend to stay away from unnecessary politics and strife. Chapter 603 Relentless. Jolene maintained her smiling appearance while Lex spoke and did not show any changes, keeping her thoughts hidden. Naturally, such a thing was completely ineffective against Lex. Not only did he have his sixth sense giving him feedback, his intuition was also providing him with a sense of what she was feeling. Moreover, after confirming with his intuition that it was safe, he conducted a little experiment with his soul sense. He used it to observe any fluctuations in Jolene's soul. Lex could not observe in too much detail, as she would likely sense something amiss even without a soul sense of her own, but it was enough to simply observe from afar. Although her thoughts did not cause any prominent changes to her soul, Lex could clearly determine that she was in an excited yet tense state. Basically, she knew she had stumbled across an opportunity, but also knew that she had to be cautious to make use of it. After noticing that Lex did not respond to any of her previous hints and suggestions, she decided to make one final attempt. If that did not work, she would employ less direct and more long-term measures. If there was one thing she was adept at, it was finding spouses for her children. Considering that noble and powerful families existed for thousands upon thousands of years, they naturally had many children. As such, many noble families had their children marry one another. Obviously, not all noble families had an equal status or power, but it was impossible to expect that each child would marry into an equally powerful or even more powerful family. That was one of the reasons the Noel family had an opportunity to connect to theirs in the first place, besides the obvious developing business connections. Now that she had encountered a new independent and potentially untapped power, there was no way she wouldn't try to secure the connection for one of her children. The fact that he had a friendship with the genius crown prince only added more legitimacy to his establishment. I envy your freedom. Between managing my husband's estate and all the numerous political appearances I have to make, I barely get time to attend my own children's weddings. My husband is Lauron Phillips, Duke of the Phillips Province, home to one of the few Ethereum mines in all of the Crystal Realm. Lex was, naturally, familiar with Ethereum, though it had to be admitted that the only reason he remembered it was because of his improved memory and intelligence. He had taken a list of all the commonly sold valuable items at the Infinity Emporium, as well as their uses. Ethereum was listed there, with its description stating that it was an incredibly valuable or used in the manufacturing of machines, gear, and weapons suited for immortals. Ethereum mining was one of the profitable businesses in the entire Origin realm, so much so that intergalactic wars had been fought over especially large mines. If what Jolene said was true, then they truly were very closely associated with the royal family. That posed both an opportunity and a risk for Lex. He wanted to avoid the king and his attention, but the close relation meant that the Phillips family probably had all the valuable information he needed. I'm sure their trust is well placed. I think you should take a look at not humble at all, she rebuked, waving her hand. Don't think I will let appearances fool me. Although you've styled your place to seem nondescript, I can immediately identify Dribble Oakwood. The Dribble Oak which she was talking about came from a round of upgrades the tavern underwent when the Midnight Inn underwent the star rank increase. Since the star ranking of the tavern couldn't be increased, since it was not in a separate realm, the entire tavern building and its entire structure was upgraded. The Dribble Oak wood was a special kind of wood that was especially sturdy and generally was considered indestructible. That was because the more physical force that was applied to it, the stronger it became. Cutting the tree required immortals using their personal strength and vast amounts of spirit energy. Other than being sturdy, it also cleaned the air of impurities, gave off a fresh smell, and would generally attract spiritual energy around itself. Lex only smiled at her comment, but said nothing else. Now that we have been properly introduced, Jolene began, let's talk about the issue at hand. Although it was not my wish, it is clear that Jasmine has taken a great liking to young Farty. Indeed, that seems to be the case, Lex said while nodding. Though I don't see why you wish to discuss that with me. I'm only here to provide services should anyone need them. Lex did not even flinch as he lied shamelessly. Indeed, I do not wish for you to interfere in this matter, nor would I want someone else to handle my business. No, what I wish to talk about is the potential political repercussions that we'll have to face as a result of this. I was hoping to have your cooperation so that we can mitigate any potential fallout and keep the event going as smoothly as possible. After all, not everyone will want to see this union take place. Anything can happen at any time. As such, I'll be assigning one of my most competent daughters to work with you so that she can coordinate on my behalf as events unfold. Chapter 6, for Repulsive. Lex could already determine what Jolene was trying to do. This was probably a relatively common custom amongst nobles and powerful cultivators, where he would spend time with Jolene's daughter to determine if he liked her or not. Lex had no doubt that she would be a wonderful woman, but he had other concerns. Romance was the last on the list of things he was concerned about. I look forward to working with her, Lex commented. Just so that I know, when are you expecting this wedding to take place? Since you have already contacted your family and told them to arrive, shall I expect the wedding to take place as soon as they arrive? My daughter, no doubt, is in a great rush to get married. As much as I would like to indulge her, these things can never be quick or simple. Were these ordinary circumstances, an engagement period of even 10 years would not be unusual. As it happens, due to the various complications that have resulted due to the very public rejection and then reunion, the process will be sped up as much as possible. Various important guests will be invited and some backdoor negotiations will take place. Lex did not show any reaction, yet he was internally disappointed. Waiting a couple of months, at the very least, was already too long. He could not afford to sit here and wait while this happened, but at the same time, he more or less expected as such. The only real option he had was to begin his journey, heading towards either Valesco to meet the Crystal Race Elder, or anywhere else he could expect to find some answers. In the meantime, He could use his remote presence ability to coordinate with Parvati, Jolene, her daughter, or whoever else. Lex asked, although talking privately made things more convenient. Nothing they talked about really required a separated conversation. So that meant that whatever Jolene really wanted to talk about was still left. Actually, the matter I wanted to talk about is unrelated to the wedding. I'm glad you find my establishment to be of use. It is nothing too complicated. Over the next few days, someone will come by and drop a package with you. Afterwards, at some point, I will come over and pick it up. Holding onto the package is not the issue. The issue is that the package's container will not be able to restrict its aura for very long. If someone detects the aura of the items contained within the package, it would be quite problematic. As such, the package needs to be placed in a completely isolated and enclosed environment. That is not an issue at all, Lex confirmed. All the person needs to do is rent a room for the duration he wishes to keep the package hidden. I'll place the package in the room, and no one will come out or go in. Jolene nodded, but she wasn't completely satisfied. This exchange means a lot to me, so I can't just go ahead with it without testing it out first. I'll pass along a sample to you that will behave similarly to the package I'm expecting. It's not a problem, Lex commented simply. Jolene activated her spatial ring and summoned a small, palm-sized black box with no obvious. For now, the box appeared to be completely normal, but if what Jolene said was true, then soon it would begin to leak out a very noticeable aura. Lex reached forward and grabbed it, but while his spirit and soul sense could not detect anything from the box, the moment he touched it, a grotesque and repulsive feeling filled him. The feeling was so potent that, even with all the practice he had maintaining his expression, he could not help but reveal a frown. The feeling was coming from his intuition, and it was telling him clearly that whatever was in the box was absolutely putrid. Lex brought his gaze up to Jolene, who seemed startled at his frown, but said nothing. I think you should take a look at it in 3 days. I'll come to collect the box from you, she said sheepishly. Lex only nodded, and without confirming the conclusion of their conversation, removed the shield surrounding them. They were once again reunited with the group, but instead of continuing the conversation with the group, Lex stood up. There's much left to discuss, but matters have happened fairly abruptly. How about an intermission to collect ourselves and our thoughts on the matter? Parvati was not expecting such a sudden break from the meeting, but despite the private meeting Lex had with Jolene, he was sure that Lex was on his side. In that case, going along with the plan would only help him and not harm him. Jasmine was the most reluctant, but her mother's stern grip on her hand ensured that she did not misbehave. As it happened, Fenrir showed up once again and, forlornly, handed the necklace back to Jasmine. Although the pup had wanted to keep it for himself, Lex had used their connection to get the pup to return it. Jolene, Jasmine, and the rest departed, leaving Lex and Parvati behind. He did not plan on leaving, since the Phillips family was probably heading towards the Noel family mansion anyway. Instead, he used a communication talisman to send a message to his brother with a brief summary of what happened, and waited for them to contact him first. Parvati asked, sensing something off about Lex. Although he did not ask directly, even he could sense that Lex was unsettled after the private meeting with Jolene. A small matter, unrelated to you, so no need for you to worry. Parvati only nodded and went back to the main hall, where the flutist and dancer were finally taking a break. Jolene had already paid for a room for 3 days, but instead of going to one of the usual rooms, Lex went to the hidden rooms underneath the bar. There, he placed the repulsive black box in the middle of a room. Originally, Lex was planning on just blocking the room off using the spatial formation, but suddenly he decided that he needed to take more precautions. He summoned some of the Orion scale he had stocked up at the inn and encased a box in them, before locking the space around them. That should be enough to hold off whatever aura the box was supposed to release. A part of Lex was extremely curious about what the box held. He had never felt something so repulsive, and he wanted no part in whatever business it involved. But technically speaking, Jolene was not breaking any of the rules for his tavern. He was bound to run into more situations in the future where he encountered unsavory things. He needed to decide how he would deal with them. For now, he was maintaining his neutrality, but if it began to wear on his consciousness, he may try something else. With that done, Lex left the tavern. Although he planned on doing his best for this wedding, that did not involve wasting his time. Since he could manage the wedding using his remote presence, there was no point in sticking around. His first destination was the sea. His instincts had told him that there was something valuable under the water. Although going deep underwater was extremely dangerous, for it was always dark and served as the breeding ground or endless monster. If the sea's dangers made them completely untraversable, then there wouldn't be so much trade happening. Although he made no special preparations to keep his presence hidden, almost no one paid much attention to him as he made his way to the port. It was an extremely high-traffic area, so there was no reason to find his behavior suspicious. Moreover, he walked so calmly and confidently that no one felt he was out of place. Even as he walked up to the water and suddenly jumped off the pier, no one noticed. Chapter 605, Under the Sea. In a cold, gray stone room, a single lamp produced a dim blue light. The light was barely enough to see, but more than enough to produce long, dark shadows that spread to the distant walls. On a throne similarly made of stone sat a repulsive, slug-like creature known as a gelati. It looked weak and tired, yet the aura it radiated was overbearing. Only those gray stone slabs could support the pressure, and the lamp, of course, though barely. In front of the gelati, some distance away, stood a devil in its non-human form. It was 10 feet tall, with a body seemingly made of black rocks, with veins of magma pulsing between them. There were 2 curved horns on its head, and hovering in the air between those horns was a rock emitting a beautiful scarlet glow. "It has come to my lord's attention that you have had some problems with the Midnight Inn," the devil said, his voice grating to hear. The gelati released an angry, garbling noise, and its aura exploded, but then it calmed itself down, though barely. It hissed, my slave, they are keeping my slave from me." During its final reincarnation, my precious dreamy fox somehow escaped and was reincarnated somewhere else. But I have its soul signature recorded. How can I not recognize it? I need it back before it matures. A dreamy fox on the verge of its final evolution is the most important ingredient in the pill I'm refining. Without it, I will not be able to survive the tribulation that will occur when I enter the next realm. My lord too wishes to acquire something from within the Midnight Inn. He is inviting you to join him. The gelati hissed again, angrily. My lord, Rockefeller's father too, is a Dow Lord. As you know, we devils have no shortage of Dow Lords. This time, the gelati did not hiss. Instead, after spending some time contemplating, its body lifted into the air, and it approached the devil. The sea water was pleasantly cold, though the water near the pier was somewhat grimy. It was not too deep either, as Lex could clearly see the surface when he reached the bottom. Of course, it also helped that this near Babylon, the seabed was embedded with numerous rods, emitting a soft red light. In fact, these rods were spread on the seabed for a few miles around the town, to ensure no new monsters were spawned there. The town's navy would inspect them almost weekly, alongside having numerous hunting expeditions where they cleared the nearby waters of any monsters. Lex practiced moving his arms to see how the water pressure affected him. At his current depth, the resistance he faced did not hamper him by much. I think you should take a look at for a moment. He wondered how fish managed to survive in these monster-infested waters, but then shrugged, slipped his hands into his pockets, and began to walk forward. He was not concerned about holding his breath, as his body could go days without needing to breathe. Moreover, he could divert spiritual energy towards his lungs, and somewhat replace the function of air with it for a period of time. Not to mention, there were countless techniques out there that could allow Lex to breathe underwater. Not that he was planning on relying on any of these methods. Instead, Lex planned on using a very simple, single-circle array on the roof of his mouth that would produce air. He would breathe out any excess air and just take a fresh breath every few hours. Of course, he had to be careful with the amount of air he breathed. The deeper he went underwater, the greater the pressure and the more the air would shrink. He was not too worried about anything on his way down, but he had to be careful when returning to the surface. If he wasn't careful about how air expands, he could seriously injure himself. One would think that Lex could ignore such minor details due to his impressive cultivation, not to mention how sturdy his body was. To an extent, that was true. But Lex was not deluded enough to think he could take on all of nature and come out undefeated. The line between confidence and arrogance was thin, and he did not intend to cross it. Also, his intuition told him not to mess around underwater, so there wasn't much left to argue on. Not that any of this should matter. Lex's destination was not too far, or else his intuition would not have been able to detect whatever he was heading towards. After walking for about 20 minutes, Lex had descended deeper into the sea. He was pleasantly surprised to find that instead of unspeakable horrors, the seabed was actually quite amazing. Once he moved away from the grimy, polluted waters near the town, he encountered a lot more fish. The seabed was teeming with life, so much so that Lex even detected signs of life from numerous rocks, or at least things that looked like rocks. He found a lot of debris as well, of broken ships, and what looked like remains of old buildings, and all of them had been turned into habitats for the local marine life. It felt like he was walking through an aquarium. The density of fish continued to increase, right up until he came across an underwater forest. The fish swam happily through the seaweed-wrapped trees, but a sense of foreboding stopped Lex from taking a step forward. It was confusing, for his intuition was both telling him it was safe to proceed and that he would encounter danger if he took a single step forward. What did he have to swim instead of walk? Lex shook his head. The answer couldn't be so simple. After a few moments of thought, Lex reached out with his spirit sense and touched one of the trees. He asked, Chapter 606 Peculiar Trollops. Silence followed Lex's question. He was not in a rush and waited a moment, thinking of other ways to enter the forest. 5 meters thick. The bark, if there was even a bark, was completely wrapped in seaweed, making it impossible to see. But the seaweed also grew between the trees, like the grass on a forest floor. Lex had suspected. A voice suddenly echoed in Lex's mind. The forest groaned, as if each and every tree was frustrated, but then quickly returned to the normal state. The fish had all been startled and began swimming out in droves, which frustrated the forest even more. Lex smirked. He had suspected the danger he was feeling was because the forest was actually a trollop, and it seemed he was right. It was safe to traverse, so long as he had permission. If not, then he could face great danger. What do you goddamn mean, natural? Down here, ain't no goddamn thing has any etiquette, which is the whole reason I moved here. A massive goldfish made of seaweed emerged from the forest and swam around Lex, as if inspecting him. Since the trollop fish was inspecting him, Lex saw no reason not to reciprocate. He used his targeted scan ability. Name, Toro H. Sex, cultivation details. Species, trollop remarks. Since it's not yet a guest, it can be classified as a seaweed wrap. The targeted scan only revealed partial information and was not very consistent in what it revealed, but that was fine as Lex was no longer totally dependent on the system. Based on his own experience, as well as his intuition, alongside some basic inference, Lex could determine that Toro was an Earth immortal. He was all too familiar with the unique pressure that immortals radiated, and his intuition gave him an appropriately severe warning for Lex to be able to determine it was an immortal. Not to mention, it was unlikely a weak trollop could survive underwater where it was likely to encounter monsters. Sure, the humans cleared this area often, but who could really predict when an immortal-level monster might show up? Hadn't Zagan passed through here just a short time ago? I think you should take a look at, Lex asked. Toro asked, irritated. He had been looking forward to punishing this stupid human for its insolence. But the feeble being was so inconsiderate that he had even asked nicely, leaving Toro with no good excuse to punish him. Sure, Toro didn't really need a real reason if it wanted to harm Lex, but that would be breaking the rules of its own game. If he broke the rules, then the fun of the game would disappear, and he would turn into a mad tyrant instead of a disciplined instructor, as it thought of itself. Lex considered whether to answer truthfully or come up with an excuse, but eventually decided that there was no use in lying. He could not hide his activities with the Trollop's territory, so lying would instead get him in trouble. The goldfish bared its teeth as if it did not like Lex's answer. Of course you goddamn sent something. The goldfish started twisting and turning in agitation, squirming in frustration. The fish continued to throw a tantrum, and Lex just stood there, watching in amusement. Eventually, though, Toro calmed down and glared at Lex. "Follow me," he said bluntly, and swam into the forest. Lex followed, and was surprised to discover that all the water pressure disappeared, not that it bothered him to begin with. But he quickly realized why it was so necessary. There was a tribe of some race Lex had never seen before living in the forest, worshipping the seaweed fish. In merely a few minutes, Lex saw thousands of those creatures which looked like humanoid squids. Despite their massive numbers, Lex could sense that not a single one of them were stronger than the Foundation realm. They probably depended on the forest to project themselves not only from the water pressure, but from the monsters as well. "Quite the community you have here," Lex commented appreciatively. He had begun to gain an understanding of Trollops. All the Trollops he had seen before had a massive number of beasts and sentient and semi-sentient creatures living within their territories, not to mention the unique personalities they had. If what Toro said was right, he had released the aura of whatever it was holding in its territory itself to attract others. Despite his strange obsession with wanting to hurt trespassers, Lex suspected he wanted more inhabitants for its territory. There was an earthquake some time ago, and it revealed this pool of a strange liquid I've never seen before. Toro suddenly started to explain. Its aura is extremely attractive, but the moment I tried to touch it, it began corrupting my body. The same happened with any other creature that touched it. Originally, I thought I'd just seal off the area, but the pool is beginning to grow, and I cannot seal it. The reason I allowed its aura to spread was so that others could come, and I could see if anyone had a solution. Lex frowned. His intuition was telling him he was heading towards something extremely valuable. But could he be wrong? It wasn't so easy to trick his intuition. What did this be? Chapter 607 Moneymaker. While Lex was wondering what he was about to encounter, various things were happening out in the universe. Even on a smaller scale, the inn itself was constantly busy, so much so that it was impossible for Lex to track everything that was happening in it all the time. Naturally, when something important happened, he would be notified or updated, but for the mundane or common things, he would not pay too much attention. As of late, even his MP accumulation was something he paid little attention to. With the amount of MP he was making, he did not need to worry about running short anytime soon. But even as far as knowing he had a lot of MP went, if Lex were to check his balance right now, he would be greatly surprised for an additional 500 billion MP had suddenly appeared. This income was not random, but was deposited to his account due to some of the tasks that Ragnar put up being completed. At this rate, it would be long until Lex earned the 1 trillion MP from his 100 trillion MP transaction. But of course, Lex would only realize this much later. For now, he followed the massive fish as it led him deeper within its territory. Even if the fish did not lead him, Lex would be able to reach the destination, for he was heading in the same direction that his intuition was guiding him to. The closer he got, the stronger his intuition urged him to hurry up. If he had not been warned by Toro, he would have genuinely believed he was about to discover ambrosia instead of a possibly toxic pool. There was something deeply unsettling about this. Either the pool had to be used in a certain way to gain its benefits, which the Trollop was ignorant of, which is why it suffered. Or else, the pool was something extremely sinister, with the ability to bait the senses of intelligent beings. Considering the fact that a most likely Earth immortal level Trollop was hurt by the pool, Lex did not allow himself to feel arrogant for even a moment. He had to treat the matter very seriously. Soon, Lex identified the area where the pool most likely emerged. He did not need to rely on his intuition or even the fish to tell, for the forest around it had decayed. The trees were wilting, and the seaweed, growing from the ground, had completely disappeared. A cage surrounded the area, blocking off the multitudes of fish and other races that were trying to enter and reach the pool. An ominous feeling filled Lex's mind as he saw the influence the pool had wrought. This was especially So, because by now it wasn't only his intuition that was informing him of how valuable the upcoming pool was, it was his actual physical body. He could feel a physical attraction pulling him closer, as if his body had been parched for eons and a glass of water was almost within reach. Lex felt like asking Toro some more questions, and so quickly thought of the politest way to phrase it. Although the Trolop had a peculiar personality, as long as Lex remembered to stay polite, he should not encounter any danger. The reason you allowed the aura to escape was to see if anyone could get rid of the pool, right? If you've discovered something, could you please share with me? Toro's body trembled, as if he had been electrocuted. He glared at Lex, but they were in a relatively public place now, so it refrained from cursing the previous 17 generations of Lex's family. After all, as the lord of this region, it had an image to maintain. Although to an outside observer, it may look like my territory is only this forest, but they would be wrong. My territory extends as deep as the roots of the plants go. As such, I know for a fact that there was no such pool under the ground that the earthquake could have brought to the surface. In fact, even now, though it may appear as if the pool is emerging from underground, the truth is that there's no source down below. Though the pool appeared after the earthquake, it has no real source. It suddenly appeared, and I cannot tell how it is growing. Toro was, of course, speaking to Lex through its spirit sense, so no one could hear it. I do, however, have suspicions. The more materials it corrupts and dissolves, the greater the pool grows. Toro paused as they approached the cage and stared through to a glow visible in the distance. Even at the bottom of the sea, a small pool was distinctly visible inside a bowl-shaped rock. The pool could not have been bigger than a dozen liters at most, yet its presence was massive. I think you should take a look at the only word Lex could think to describe both its visage and aura was holy. The pool seemed the very definition of pure and felt as if it could cradle all of life. The impression it created was so strong that Lex almost ignored the dichotomy of the site, where every living thing near it had already died. Toro asked Lex, his voice strangely devoid of anger and frustration. The power of an immortal comes from his tenets, Toro explained, strangely calm. Do you know what laws are? Universal laws? Tenets allow immortals to very barely interact with the laws of the universe. The only way I've been able to slow down the spread of this pool is by suppressing it with my tenet. Lex appreciated the information, especially since it was giving him revelations into information he had no access to before. But the fact that Toro was not insulting him or resisting the urge to insult, and was revealing such sensitive information without prompting was highly suspicious. Lex asked, his gaze still stuck to the pool. How could it be so beautiful? He wanted nothing more than to take a sip of it. Because, other than me, you're the only one who has not become completely enthralled by it after looking at it. As soon as Toro spoke, Lex realized that all the creatures that were trying to approach it were simply being blocked by the cage. They were not fighting against it, trying to destroy it, or finding some other way through. They were simply pressed against the cage as they tried to approach the pool like mindless zombies. It was strange, now that Lex thought about it. Although he was feeling a very strong urge to drink from the pool, it was nowhere near irresistible, nor did he feel like his mind was being influenced in any way. Lex had no way of knowing what the liquid in the pool was, but he had a few ideas of how he could find out. He asked, remembering to retain his politeness. Sure, Toro said, and wrapped Lex with some seaweed. In fact, if you discover a way to get rid of it, or take it away, you can have all of it. Lex wanted to nod, but wrapped in seaweed, he could not really move. Toro was not imprisoning him, merely encasing him in his tenet so that Lex could enter the cage. After a couple of minutes, when Toro released the seaweed, Lex discovered that he was already inside, right beside the pool. This close, Lex could practically smell the liquid in the pool. But of course, he could not really smell it. It was the smell of the spiritual energy that the pool was giving off, and it was as sweet as the kindest melody, as gentle as a lover's kiss. Lex could feel as if the world itself was softly hugging him, providing him with warmth, comfort, and security. It was the most pleasant sensation Lex could imagine feeling. A part of Lex wanted to bottle up this liquid and just hide a bit of it in his most expensive rooms at the inn. His capitalist senses were tingling. Yes, drinking it might be wonderful if it wasn't an all-corroding, poisonous. But making endless amounts of MP from it and raising the prestige of the inn beyond what it already would be even more wonderful. With a grin that went from being wholesome to sly, Lex took out a glass bottle from his spatial bangle. It was time to see if he could collect this new money maker. Chapter 608 Unexpected Reactions. The glass bottle that Lex took out was only a very mundane glass bottle. It was not made from any spiritual material, nor did it have any mystical abilities. The reason Lex took this out first was because he wanted to get an idea for how quickly the liquid worked, and if it worked on ordinary materials as well, or was it restricted to living beings. In scientific terms, if Lex were conducting an experiment, then the glass bottle would be the control. Once he had an understanding of how the liquid, which Lex had started to call holy water temporarily, behaved, then he could find a suitable container for it. Using his spirit sense, he grabbed the bottle and lifted it into the air. Slowly, so as to not cause a splash, he dipped the bottle into the holy water and filled it to the brim. Then he lifted the bottle up in the air, holding it directly above the pool in case the bottle also dissolved. But Lex did not even have time to properly get in position. Even just as he was about to begin waiting, the glass cracked and then shattered. The pieces fell into the pool alongside the extracted liquid and quickly settled to the bottom. Suffice to say, the holy water was not harmless. Next, he took out a jade bottle. It had some medicine Lex had stored for emergency situations, in case encountered someone who was hurt, and removed it. Even as far as special containers went, this jade bottle was still not the best, but contained a trace of a spiritual attribute, used to retain the medicinal potency of whatever it held. It was also sturdier than glass, and not as easily broken. He repeated the process, but did not get much better results. Although the jade did not immediately shatter the way the glass bottle did, it was immediately covered in small cracks, which eventually grew until the jade broke apart. Next, Lex took out something he hadn't used in a long time. A bottle of Botlam Dew. It was not the dew Lex was after, but rather the bottle it came in. Regardless of all its shortcomings, the one thing Lex could never accuse the system of was giving him low-quality items. If this bottle didn't work, then Lex would officially run out of containers. It wasn't as if he went around with his spatial bangle full of bottles to use for various situations. Once again, he repeated the process, but although the bottle resisted for a little longer, it too eventually broke. By now, all the shards of glass and jade that had fallen into the holy water previously had disappeared, and Lex detected the slightest increase in the size of the pool. The increase was so small he would not have noticed it if he weren't looking for it. Lex paused for a moment and considered the situation. Although he planned on conducting a few more tests, it seemed fairly certain that anything he would use to try to contain the liquid would dissolve. That was an issue, for if he wanted to submit the liquid into the gift shop so that he could discover what it was, he would need to at least contain it for a few minutes. After all, returning to the inn from the Crystal Realm took quite a bit longer than normal. If he had to go on by what Toro said, the only thing that could contain the liquid were his tenants, but that was only because they interacted with laws. Based on that, he could think of two ways to contain the liquid. Either he could use a raise, or he could try his own spirit energy, since he had suspicions that it had something to do with laws. But it was best to be sure first, so he continued his tests of trying to contain the liquid. Since he had run out of containers, he tried other things. He tried soaking the liquid up in some cloth. He tried storing it in the curves of some metallic armor. He tried freezing it so that it would become solid. Nothing seemed to work, as any material it interacted with would dissolve, and temperature seemed to have no effect on it. In the end, Lex became too impatient and began to devise a way to trap the liquid using an array. His plan was simple. He would store a single drop of liquid trapped inside an array, which kept it floating in the middle, so the liquid would never actually come in contact with the array. The array itself would then be fit inside a container so that Lex could move it around. He would make the array so that it would last for at least 30 minutes, which would give him plenty of time to send it to the gift shop and read its description. Coming up with the relevant array was pretty easy. Lex had long devised his own way to create arrays by implementing structures similar to functions in programming languages. Of course, this was only true for simpler arrays. If the array had to perform complex actions or bring about extremely powerful reactions, he would still need to spend more time working on them. A minute later, he finalized the array and activated it. At first, it seemed to work. The drop of liquid was suspended in the air, kept there by a gentle yet constant push generated by the array. I think you should take a look at, but then something happened that Lex had not foreseen. The array ran out of power all too quickly. According to Lex's design, the array should have lasted for 30 minutes, yet it had not even lasted for 3 seconds. What's more, as the drop fell back to the pool, it turned into 2 drops right before Lex's eyes. He couldn't believe it. This time, he tried again, but with an array designed to last much longer. This time, Lex spent well over 20 minutes to design the array, making sure there were no flaws and that it would last at least a couple of days. He did not mind brute forcing a solution, but the premise was that the consumption of the array's energy stayed constant to what Lex had already witnessed. He tried again, and once again a single drop was suspended into the air. 1, 2, 3. Lex counted in his mind. When he reached 10 seconds and saw that the array was not destabilizing, he felt himself relax. If the array lasted at least a few minutes. Before the thought was even complete, the array collapsed, and this time, the single drop turned into dozens of drops, causing a ripple in the puddle when they fell back. "Don't do that again," warned Toro. "It's increasing the size of the pool too fast." Lex frowned. The more troublesome this liquid was, the more he wanted to get his hands on it. But he was running out of ideas. The only thing left to do was try out his own spirit energy, or perhaps his own body. There was a reason Lex hadn't tried directly using his spirit sense on the liquid. Since it could corrode even an immortal, chances were it would do the same to him, and he really didn't want to face the hassle of recovering from another injury. He wasn't really concerned about any significant damage to himself, though. Although healing was very annoying for him, he had all the benefits of a body cultivator and more. That meant that, at this point, even if he lost a limb, with enough time and energy, he could grow it back. With a sigh, Lex steadied his mental state. He assumed that, even if the liquid did not corrode him, once he touched it his desire to drink, it would multiply. But until he verified what this liquid really was and what it did, he could not take that risk. He used the technique impervious hands and slowly dipped the tip of his finger in the liquid. As soon as he felt any harm, he would immediately pull out, but he was not at all ready for what happened when he touched it. The lotus tattoo on his back stirred. The lotus had fallen asleep after the immense effort it put into refining Lex's body when he was previously injured. But the moment Lex touched the liquid, it began to wake up. It wasn't that the lotus was attracted to the liquid. No, instead, it felt great danger. But even before the lotus could fully wake up and respond to the danger somehow, a stream of information rushed into Lex's head from a very familiar source. Regal Embrace had identified the liquid and immediately told Lex to drink it up. This was the kind of resources that he desperately needed to evolve his cultivation technique, but could never hope to actually encounter. Chapter 609 Cosmic Erosion Elixir. Lex had previously already given out a strict set of instructions to Mary and the various workers of the Indigo by, not to mention the fact that every so often he would use his remote presence to drop in and monitor things. Many important things were happening at the same time during this period. First, the festival at the inn had entered the winter phase. The weather of the entire inn had changed for the first time, blanketing it all in snow. The architecture of various buildings had changed to suit the new weather, and the kinds of services being offered had changed as well. The golf carts had turned into snowmobiles, and hot springs had cropped up all around the inn. Some specific regions even had extreme weather, dropping well below -100 Celsius, though of course they were far away from the densely populated areas. One minor realm had been selected to be sold to the refugees, and the council had, under the supervision of Luther, come up with a payment plan for it. Since a one-time payment was incredibly difficult, the refugees would continue to pay installments for 50 years. Moreover, since this wasn't a transaction through official system channels, Lex had set up a few conditions. The overall price of the minor realm was set at 30 trillion MP. This was not a lot, considering the fact that the minor realm not only had better spiritual energy than Earth itself, but was full of various natural resources that would belong to the refugees to harvest. A portion of that price would be paid in MP, but the larger portion would be directly transferred over to the inn in physical form. That meant Lex would collect the payment in the form of valuable resources such as gold, spirit stones, metal, ores, valuable medical herbs, secret treasures, unique spirit tech, and more. The first deposit of 300 million MP had come from the accumulated personal wealth of all the millions of refugees, as well as some of the Council's reserves. Although the situation on Earth had developed so that fewer and fewer refugees were coming through, the Council still treated the minor realm as their failsafe in case the war went poorly. In fact, some Council members had already completely given up on Earth and decided to focus on developing the minor realm into their own personal kingdoms. Other than these, the inn's workers had also selected a minor realm which would solely belong to them. The Jotun Empire had also by now begun to promote their private minor realm to humans, attracting many to go and train at the pagoda. In fact, many were already in there, including a few prominent people such as Z, Gerard, Will Bentham, and no man but the human lie detector. Oddly enough, though, despite the many people entering, very few were able to make it as far as Lex and Alexander. It was only now that so many that were entering that the soldiers in charge of recording the pagoda information realized how remarkable their achievement was. All in all, the scene at the inn seemed peaceful and prosperous. In contrast, the seeds of war were beginning to bloom across the entire Origin realm. The change brought about by the energy released into the Origin realm by the innkeeper was finally becoming noticeable. I think you should take a look at previously. Such growth would be slow and natural, meaning that the status quo would be undisturbed as everyone would naturally find their place within it. But with such a sudden surge in powerful beings, everyone believed themselves special and wanted to resist the greater powers to have their own organizations and influence. Normally, such actions would have brought them a swift death, but the sheer scale of the event was actually bringing about great pressure on the pre-established powers. Even the Jotun Empire was showing signs of trouble, but it was fortunate that the three great noble families had suddenly become very active and began suppressing dissidents. All of this was not even considering the sudden upsurge in Fugan attacks. This could no longer even be called the calm before the storm. The storm was already arriving, and chaos was brewing. Conspiracies thousands of years in the making were coming to fruition. Empires seemingly indestructible were crumbling from within, and races that had long been suppressed and were waiting for an opportunity to revolt were beginning to make their move. Amidst all of this, numerous students of the acclaimed Ventura Academy were once again returning to their respective powers, at least in the Origin realm. If they were coming to help their powers tide over difficult times, or if they had some secret agenda, was still to be seen. None of this should have had anything to do with Lex, but the innkeeper and the Midnight Inn could not escape its influence. The Henali had given their response to the innkeeper. The inn's battlefield was decided, and it was in a galaxy that had almost no human presence at all. Instead, it was a galaxy controlled by elves called Swera. Coincidentally, or perhaps not so, that was the same galaxy the mysterious man had told Lex to visit to find an unknown valuable item. But while the Henali had decided on the inn's battlefield, the order had not yet reached the inn and thus Lex, which was fortunate because Lex was thoroughly preoccupied at the moment. He stared at the shining liquid, which was anything but the holy water Lex had originally decided to call it, an ominous look in his eyes. His cultivation technique had given him a detailed description of the liquid, which was known as cosmic erosion elixir. This extremely rare liquid was produced in only two known circumstances. It could either be produced by a Tao Lord by using their power to slowly and carefully grind space out of existence, or during a relatively very brief period of time, when a seemingly stable realm begins to destabilize on the course for self-destruction. Chapter 610 Reverence. The circumstances required for the production of cosmic erosion elixir were extremely stringent, even on a universal scale. In fact, even if many minor realms or realms were destroyed, they might not produce this elixir. The first most important requirement was that the realm needed to be extremely stable and should otherwise appear completely in line with its normal life cycle. The stability of the realm meant that the space it constituted would be extremely stable and capable of healing normally and naturally should anything happen. The second requirement was a significant and constant destabilizing factor. This factor should be strong enough to strain the laws of the realm constantly, but not strong enough to actually unravel the functionality of the realm or its laws. The third requirement was that the realm should not be fully mature and should still be in the growing phase of its life cycle. The fourth requirement was a sufficiently long enough duration of time to pass without any of the prior requirements changing. The natural inclination of the realm to grow would increase the stress on the laws of the realm caused by the destabilizing factor, without unraveling them. The otherwise stability of the realm alongside the increased stress would, in random locations, cause space itself to begin to disintegrate. The byproduct of this disintegration was the cosmic erosion elixir, which was a physical manifestation of the various laws that used to occupy the space that had been destroyed. The reason why this liquid was so attractive to all living beings was because of those said laws, which could directly elevate them to a higher life form. Lex himself had undergone such evolutions through the natural sequence, which occurred every time he rose from one cultivation realm to another. But if he followed this path, then his maximum ceiling for evolving higher was fixed to the number of cultivation realms he could cross. Items and treasures which could elevate the life form without going through the process of raising a cultivation realm were so rare that they were essentially never sold. There was no price for them in the market because it had never happened before. Yet the reason no one could make use of this cosmic erosion elixir was because it had to do with laws, and their bodies could not handle the strain on directly touching laws. The only reason Lex was not suffering a similar fate was because his body had literally used fragments of laws to upgrade itself. If he used the elixir to reach a higher life form level than he was supposed to be at, he would begin to understand how important and valuable such a thing was. But it was not meant to be, for now at least. His cultivation technique had called first dibs and informed him of how he could use this liquid to slowly augment the existing laws that made up his body as well as influence his affinity, so that slowly it would change in a direction which would allow him to enter the next realm. Of course, the elixir alone was not enough to achieve such a thing, but it was a start. That gave Lex an amazing idea. Not only could he use this elixir, he could transport it to the inn. He would use however much of it was needed for his own upgrade and trade the rest to get other materials with similar effects, so he could continue to upgrade himself. After all, although he knew he could fix his cultivation if he got an SSS plus rank on a quest, such a thing was easier said than done. I think you should take a look at a part of him wanted to keep the elixir forever, continuously feeding it items to allow it to grow, but such a thing was not possible. Apparently, the elixir would only exist for a very short time before the laws within it would naturally reorient themselves, causing the liquid to disappear. If there was one fortunate thing, it was that he now knew how he could transport the liquid. Since his body and spiritual energy would not be corroded by the elixir, he only needed to use them. He used a curved imperial shield and scooped up all the elixir into it like a massive bowl. He would first take it back to the Midnight Inn before consuming it. He did not know what kind of reaction would occur once he did, and did not want to leave himself vulnerable to external influence. "I'll be back," Lex told Toro, before eventually disappearing to the inn. He teleported to his personal meditation room before using his influence over the system to create an especially expensive and powerful basin for the liquid before pouring it in. He did not know how long the liquid would continue to exist. He had to be quick. The lotus, which had finally woken up, was frightened silly when it sensed Lex drinking the elixir. That was not soup, but laws. Even it did not dare absorb, such a thing, for if he was not able to perfectly influence how those laws were absorbed, its body itself would instead be absorbed by the laws. That was a fact that Lex's cultivation technique had already mentioned, but had already given a solution to. So, while Lex went ahead and augmented his cultivation, the incredibly powerful lotus on his back was filled with reverence for the incredible innkeeper. He was truly beyond common sense. With that thought, the lotus went back to sleep. Since Lex's body was a carrier for the lotus, the stronger his body, the faster the lotus would mature. With Lex doing something as daring as drinking the elixir, there was no doubt the lotus maturing speed would continue to increase. It was fortunate that the lotus had gone back to sleep, for the reverence it had built up might have been severely affected when it noticed that, instead of entering a state of cultivation upon drinking the elixir, Lex immediately teleported to the restroom. The elixir had given him a bad case of diarrhea. Chapter 6:11 Potent Fertilizer. Regal Embrace had given Lex detailed instructions on what to do to absorb the elixir. He would first start using his cultivation technique, and only after he had used it for one complete cycle would he take a single sip from it, while continuing to run his technique. As soon as he took the sip, his cultivation technique would stop absorbing spiritual energy from the air, and instead use the elixir to increase his cultivation. The actual process of what happened next was quite complicated, but all Lex needed to do was ensure he didn't stop cultivating. As soon as he took the sip, and his cultivation technique began using the elixir to affect his body and infinity, Lex was hit with a sensation he hadn't experienced in quite a while. He needed to use the restroom, and he needed to use it now. The urgency of the situation nearly interrupted his cultivation, so he immediately entered the flow state to ensure he did not mess things up. This way, he teleported to the restroom while still running his cultivation technique. What happened next was disastrous. There was no Mexican food on Earth Mexican enough, nor spice strong enough to devastate Lex's stomach the way it was now. If Lex was not in his flow state, he definitely would not have been able to continue cultivating. The gurgles in his stomach were like rolls of thunder. If Lex were not at the inn and had been elsewhere, earthquakes would have rocked the area around him. Although the method was unconventional, Regal Embrace was using the laws in the elixir to perfectly stabilize his body, so that the laws he contained would be in perfect equilibrium instead of being a random hodgepodge. Moreover, although laws were incredibly powerful and definitely beyond Lex's level, thus increasing his strength drastically, not all laws were suitable for him. Due to his breakthrough, while the inn was undergoing a star-level increase, a random assortment of laws had been absorbed into his body. While he had survived the experience, it did not mean that those laws were actually helping him. In fact, many of the laws that made up his body were going against the natural foundation he had built up since he started cultivating. It was the difference between randomly getting a power-up through the use of treasures beyond one's level, and a conscientious effort using the most optimal resources to systematically increase your power. While both would give you a power-up, one would leave you unable to grow further, while the other would not only give you a higher power ceiling you could achieve within the same realm, but also make your final destination much higher than before. In a way, Lex was already on the path to transcending the original description of the Regal Embrace. That did not mean his defense would be even higher than it should have been. No, the cultivation technique had already aimed for the highest possible achievable defense right from the get-go. Instead, besides the ridiculous defense, Lex would also gain other incredible attributes. For example, besides Lex's abnormal affinity for defensive techniques, he may gain an affinity for other types of techniques as well. Since he could learn defensive techniques at a glance, and even upgrade them, imagine if he could do the same for movement techniques. Offensive techniques based on the applications of space. Lex could only use such thoughts to distract himself, as his cultivation technique slowly and effectively removed the unnecessary or even obstructive laws that his body had. I think you should take a look at although he was once again undergoing a fundamental change in his body's makeup, he was more embarrassed than in pain. No, he couldn't continue to dwell on the matter, or even his state of flow would be broken. He turned his thoughts to something else that had occurred to him when he found out about the elixir, but didn't have time to contemplate on. The elixir was formed when there was an instability affecting the realm. It was not a big jump to assume that whatever anomaly he was supposed to be investigating was the very same instability that had put the crystal realm on the path for destruction. He did not know how much the local powerhouses of the crystal knew about the anomaly, but he was fairly certain they didn't know that the realm was on the path to destruction. According to his original guess, they were using the anomaly and the craven to fulfill some grand plan, or perhaps they were farming some extremely rare resources. All in all, there was some secret plan they were exploiting the craven for. But if they knew that their continued exploitation had likely put their realm on the path to destruction, he doubted they would behave so audaciously. This piece of information was more than sufficient for him to venture towards Valesco and meet that crystal race elder. In the meantime, there was also the chance that he could learn more from the Noel and Phillips family. Lex could feel that he was incredibly close to solving this mystery. While Lex was busy thinking every possible random thought he could to distract himself, there was a certain area of the inn he had purposefully blocked off all news from himself. No matter what happened there, for now, Lex would not know. There was a simple reason for that. The Midnight Inn was a closed system, meaning that everything that happened there stayed within. The remnants of the laws that were being released from Lex's body were not mysteriously vanishing. No, they were being recycled and then transported to the special area that Lex had blocked all news from. The greenhouse. Oh dear, such potent fertilizer, commented the turtle as bags of fresh fertilizer were being teleported to the greenhouse. These would be extremely useful in helping the vine growing beside the fire temple. Chapter 6:12 A Deal. His digestion of a single sip of elixir was complete. Although he could immediately go and start digesting the second sip, he was mentally drained from his experience. This was not a comment on his emotional trauma from the experience. The difficulty of keeping his cultivation technique running under such strenuous circumstances had actually drained him. It would take him some time to recover before he was in any condition to undergo another round of cultivation. But that did not mean he had any time to waste. There was no telling how long the elixir would last. According to the information given to him by Regal Embrace, the elixir would last, at most, for a week. He had no time to waste. Instead of returning to the crystal realm, Lex instead went to X-142. This set of planets had been very fruitful for Lex, not only because it was a great source of various guests, but because of the Infinity Emporium. Although Lex had not purposefully sold a golden key to the Emporium, considering the fact that a lot of people on the planet were becoming regulars of the inn, he was surprised that the Emporium had not discovered it yet. Or maybe it had, but was purposefully avoiding it. Whatever the reason, so long as they continued to be useful to Lex, he would not pry too deeply into their matter either. As usual, he saw many guests walking in and out of the Emporium, but knew that when he entered, he would be alone in the shop. He saw a vaguely familiar person exit the store, and then quickly scurry away. Lex paused for a moment as he tried to recall if he had actually ever met that person, or if he was an important guest. It took only a moment for Lex to recall a tavern he had stayed in on X-142 when he first arrived called Bent Benches. The tavern keeper had been some poor fellow with extremely severe anxiety issues. Lex turned and saw that the man was still quite jittery and was doing his best to stay away from people as he continued on his path. Lex shook his head. Anxiety was truly an unfortunate ailment to have. Putting the matter behind him, he entered the shop to once again be greeted by the familiar Powell. "My friend, it is always a good day when I see you," Powell exclaimed with genuine joy in his voice. "Haha, well then today is about to be a very good day for you," Lex said, walked up to the counter. "Why the rush to talk of business?" Not waiting for Lex to respond, Powell brought out a bottle from underneath the counter as well as a couple of glasses and poured Lex a drink. Considering the fact that Lex was a high-level member of the Emporium, not only did he have access to some of their best items in inventory, he could get amazing perks as well. This drink, it seemed, was one of them. Lex did not reject and took a sip from the hazel-colored drink, only to feel reinvigorated immediately. All his exhaustion disappeared with a single sip. Unfortunately, Lex wasn't too happy about that. This only meant he would have to go back and cultivate. I think you should take a look at Tell Me About It, Powell said, not prodding Lex to relax any further. Considering Lex's status, it was only normal for him to try and maintain a good relationship with him. But if the man was focused on work, who was he to keep diverging from the topic? Lex smiled for a moment, as he anticipated Powell's reaction to the matter. He asked, leaning forward. For a moment, Powell did not respond, as he tried to recall the name. The moment he did, his expression changed minutely, but he tried not to show it. Yes, I've heard of it. Although Powell was rejecting him, he was unable to hide the hint of expectation the man had on his face. Obviously, he had a suspicion, but he did not allow himself to hope it was true. That's even better, because I want to sell some, Powell asked, barely keeping himself from jumping up. Completely sure, though before I'm able to sell it to you, I'll need something from you. I'll need a few containers in which I can store the elixir. Powell said, completely understanding. In fact, as long as you really have the elixir and sell it to the Emporium, I'll give you a few containers for free. That's great. But now, let's talk about something much more relevant, the price. Powell suddenly put on a serious expression and lifted a latch on his counter, inviting Lex in. Follow me. Let's discuss this in a better setting. Lex followed Powell into a very luxurious room and took a seat on a sofa while Powell pulled out a tablet and began working furiously. He did not know how far the so-called headquarters were, but the communication was quite quick if it only took a few minutes. Chapter 613, Powell and Powell. Lex watched in silence as Powell excitedly interacted with his tablet. Sometimes the man was so professional, yet at other times, especially when it was a matter of his own commission, he could show a childlike giddiness. Soon he put down the tablet and looked at Lex. Good news. Because of your level at the Infinity Emporium, as well as our history together, I've been promoted significantly. Headquarters will give me special training so that in the future, I will permanently deal with all your transactions. There will no longer ever be a situation where I need to contact headquarters to give you an answer to one of your questions. Moreover, you yourself have become a VIP member of the Emporium. Your level is no longer denoted by number, as you are completely eligible for the highest authority the Emporium has to offer. Moreover, the owner of the Emporium has taken notice of your latest request and is personally making his way over. Lex asked, surprised. He did not expect to attract the attention of the owner of the Emporium, although it made sense. The description of the elixir stated that it was extremely rare, and there were only two known ways of making it, the first involving Dowlords. Moreover, while Lex knew how he could personally use it, he didn't really know what other actual uses it had. Surely they were extremely useful. The only concern was, how long would it take for the owner to reach them? Lex was in a time crunch. Before he could ask, however, the door to the room they were in opened, and an extremely familiar man walked in. You've done a great job, Powell, the man said, his voice confident yet smooth as butter. For now, you can go on and report for your special training. Powell exclaimed, full of energy, and saluted the owner of the Emporium, before he bowed excitedly towards Lex as well. Then he ran off outside, practically giggling, and shut the door behind him. Meanwhile, Lex said nothing as he was thoroughly confused. The man he was looking at was Powell himself. There were two of them? This should not have been such a big surprise, for even on Earth there were identical twins. But the thing was, Lex was not only looking with his eyes. His intuition, spirit sense, and soul sense all told him that he was looking at the same man. Both Powells were exactly one and the same. Lex could have explained such a situation by saying that one Powell was the clone of the other. But then why did they have different memories, feelings, and identities, yet seem to be the same person? I think you should take a look at. Before we begin, Mr. Lex, allow me to say, I am incredibly honored to finally meet you. Though there was not an opportunity to meet before this, I have long paid attention to your transactions. Your service has always been excellent. I have no reason not to come back. Lex replied with complete composure, despite his confused state. I know you are in a bit of a rush, but would you like a bit of a proper introduction to the Emporium? Perhaps that will answer some of your questions. Or if you have other commitments, We can get right to work, and then you can ask Powell any questions you have in the future. He will have the knowledge and authorization to answer you when you meet next," the owner ensured. "Please, have a seat," Lex said, pointing towards a nearby sofa. Velma had become extremely busy as of late due to her new profession as well as the immense responsibility the innkeeper placed on her. If she had to do all that, while maintaining her passion of gossiping, she would need 100 clones of herself. So, lately, that is what she had turned her attention towards. She visited the Midnight Library and found some of the best cloning techniques available. None of them were exactly what she was looking for, but they could meet her basic requirements if only barely. But her cultivation was too low for the best techniques, so she had begun to remedy that. She was cultivating non-stop, and had even visited the soul pond built by Harry. The pond helped her increase her soul strength just enough, where she could use one of the most basic but effective cloning techniques. It involved splitting a small piece of one soul and storing it inside a sufficiently strong treasure. This would not be any random treasure, but a specially designed treasure for this specific purpose. Once a soul was stored inside, spirit stones could be added into the treasure to form a spirit energy clone, which was completely controlled by the clone. The clone had half the strength of a mortal, but otherwise was perfectly able to replicate a normal human. For Velma's purposes, it was enough, for all the clone needed to do was pay attention to gossip and compile the newsletter while Velma herself focused on raising her cultivation level. It did not really need any significant strength for that. Moreover, all the information the clone received was immediately shared with the main soul, so long as they were within a certain range, so it was not really an issue. But within her meditation room, Velma suddenly opened her eyes in shock and quickly ended her round of cultivation. She just received important news about a person the innkeeper had told her to keep an eye on. Garland, the snake which had won the fishing competition, had been assassinated on its home planet. Chapter 614, Not as Good as the Innkeeper. Lex and the owner of the Emporium sat face to face, leaning comfortably in their chairs as if they were old friends catching up instead of two people about to conduct a business transaction. Lex's intuition, as well as his great experience, gave him a very clear warning. The person in front of him was ridiculously powerful, to the point where Lex did not even risk using his targeted scan ability. Besides the single moment where Lex first saw him and ended up using his spirit and soul sense, he did not dare to even bring them out of his body now. Despite all that, Lex remained perfectly calm. He could no longer be intimidated by powerful cultivators the way he used to be before. Moreover, a business deal was a type of war on its own. He could not give up his psychological advantage due to the difference in cultivation levels. Lex had always pretended to have a powerful backer in his transactions with the Emporium, so he would continue to behave that way. But he was curious about one thing in particular. According to his information, Emperor Jotun was supposed to be the most powerful human in the entire Origin realm. But even if that were the case, the owner of the Emporium should not have been an unknown person. Lex had perused the top 1,000 strongest humans list compiled on the Henali portal. Although it was an unofficial list, it contained a lot of information. Yet this person was completely unknown. Or perhaps there were secrets Lex had just missed out on. "Allow me to first introduce myself, and then my Emporium to you," the man said, not allowing an awkward silence to develop between them. Yet by speaking first, he had voluntarily given up the psychological advantage. He had placed Lex in a superior position, where he was the one giving Lex the explanation. Either he was not interested in such mind games, or he was so powerful and confident that he felt like he could ignore their consequences. "My name, as you may be able to guess, is Powell," he said with a bright smile. Lex asked, not hiding the surprise in his voice. In this situation, maintaining perfect composure would build a distance between them. It would seem as if Lex was from too large a background and did not care about Powell. But by reacting where Powell might expect him to react would give the man a sense of satisfaction and give him a positive impression of Lex. Of course, he could not take it too far. Lex was only trying to build a good relationship, not trying to become a yes man. They're not exactly clones in the traditional sense, but you may consider it as such. is an aspect of my cultivation technique. Lex disagreed. I think you should take a look at. I started the Emporium with a dream. I was young and broke when I dreamt of endless riches, so much so that even the stars could not shine as brightly as my hoard. But other than just wealth, I wanted my wealth to come from a place that made a difference. I wanted to start a business that could benefit everyone. So in pursuit of my humble dream, I'm trying to bring the Emporium to every corner of the Origin realm. The spiritual energy buzzed with the excitement and passion in Powell's voice. Even if he wasn't trying, the world around him was reacting to his emotions. It reminded Lex of the way the inn's weather was affected by his mood when he became upset. I've come a great way, though I'm still a little far from reaching my goal. Sitting in his chair, Lex felt like he could give Powell some pointers on marketing and customer psychology. He too had dealt with guests at the inn, but Powell was going about it all wrong. He could be appreciative of guests and their patronage, but he also needed to display a certain level of detachment. Powell had gained great success, no doubt, but in the end, he was no match for the innkeeper. Yes, I found that extremely fascinating when I first arrived, Lex admitted. The truth of the matter is, the moment you enter the Emporium building, you're no longer on the planet you entered from. Each and every Emporium building in the realm is linked. Lex was surprised and perplexed. Sure, such a mass-scale teleportation, especially one so seamless, was extremely impressive. But what was the purpose? Moreover, but many times I've encountered situations where I had to wait for deliveries because I was told it was being transported from elsewhere in the galaxy or realm. No, nothing like that, Powell said, waving his hand. It's purely logistical and supply chain matters that delay deliveries. Although having every customer come to one destination makes it easy, as we don't need to maintain separate warehouses or actually transport goods across the wide expanse of space. But getting items to the original warehouse from wherever we are sourcing them also sometimes takes some time. I must admit, situations where our clients have to wait for deliveries are usually very rare. Chapter 6:15 Negotiation. Lex could not help but smile a bit. His requests were either incredibly specific, such as the very specific or he needed to alter his body, or the millions of cultivation techniques he'd requested. To this date, he still regularly received batches of new techniques which he kept adding to his library. The problem was, the number of techniques had to match the kind of payment he'd made. But Lex's payment had touched upon something that touched the Downlord realm, so there was literally no value that could meet it. In the end, they could just continue to provide techniques endlessly until it became a priceless collection. Eventually, Lex planned to have them start providing nascent soul-level techniques. Although that would speed up the Emporium's payback of its debt, Lex did not actually need endless golden core realm techniques. Powell continued, "The reason I told you this was because, in the future, no matter where you enter the Emporium from, you will be brought to our main shop, which is reserved for our highest level members. Moreover, you can establish an account with us, meaning that once you sell something, you will accumulate a special kind of credit called Emporium Credit, EC. You can either cash that out to a currency of your choice, or keep it to purchase items later on." "It's easy enough to understand," said Lex, as if it was the first time he was encountering such a thing. "The ease and convenience of our clients is our first priority. Yes, the cosmic erosion elixir." Lex leaned forward now and established eye contact with Powell. Everything before this was merely a prelude to the conversation that was about to take place now. As an item with no fixed price, how much Lex would be able to gain would all depend on his own negotiation skills. Although Lex may have gained a psychological advantage before this, it would matter little if he failed to gain any tangible benefits. Moreover, he was about to find out if Powell in fact was so self-confident that he did not care about mind games, or if Lex really was superior to him in this regard. "I have quite a considerable amount of elixir," Lex confided. "Yet I am also using a portion of it for my own purposes. What I want to do is sell the amount I don't need before it disappears. Since I harvested the elixir today, I'd say I have about a week to make the most of it. How much of it I sell to you depends entirely on the price you're able to pay." In fact, Lex had a lot more of the elixir than that. But he was not sure exactly how much he needed, not to mention he was planning on holding an auction in the Midnight Inn as well. I think you should take a look at there were very few guests at that prestige level, as they would need to spend at least 10 million MP at the inn to reach such a level. In fact, the only reason the number even entered double digits is because those who performed transactions at the guild room were also counted. Powell did not react too strongly, but at the same time he did not hide his surprise at the possible availability of an entire liter of the elixir. He did not, however, show any surprise to learn that Lex was using the elixir himself. The truth was his body projected a powerful aura of laws since his body contained laws to begin with, yet did not have the power to suppress the aura. But once his body stabilized, the aura disappeared. Yet now that he was once again adjusting his body's makeup by drinking the elixir, the aura had once again appeared. Although the aura was not completely oppressive, as it was when Lex was still undergoing his body's reconstruction, it was enough to give a casual cultivator some pressure. Even a nascent cultivator would feel pressured in Lex's presence during this period. Suffice to say, Powell could tell that Lex was somehow tempering his body using the elixir. As for how that was possible, he did not inquire. As a businessman, he respected others' personal secrets. There are many ways in which the Emporium can pay you, but I think what really matters is what you're looking for. The small exchange where neither of them openly quotes a price was a sort of power play by each, try to understand the other's psychological range for the price. If one of them set a price, such as Lex, but it turned out that it was much lower than what Powell was ready to pay, then Lex would be the one suffering the loss. This was the problem with priceless items. In the end, the final price was entirely dependent on what and how much use the buyer had for it. As it was, Lex was at a slight disadvantage since he did not know the actual value of the elixir and how it could be measured. So, instead, he opted for another option. The elixir, as you may know, contains the physical manifestation of laws. Chapter 6:16 Barter. The elixir, as you may know, contains the physical manifestation of laws. I can sell some, but I need other items which contain laws in a similar fashion, said Lex as he began to explain his demands. Since I know items on the level of the elixir cannot usually be sought out and depend on luck, I won't be so harsh as to ask for items on the same level only. Inferior items are also acceptable, but then the quantity needs to be increased. How much elixir I give you depends on the kinds of resources you provide. Powell did not show any surprise, relief, or competition on his face upon hearing Lex's demands. He remained extremely professional and immediately delved into relevant matters. One of the reasons the elixir is extremely valuable, excluding its rarity, is because it contains laws pertaining to space, he explained. He did not ask if Lex had an understanding of laws, and if so, how deep it was. Instead, he chose to explain or reiterate some of the basics. That way, Lex would either learn about some things without his ignorance being exposed, or he would be able to bring attention to his own upcoming proposal easily. There are a few accompanying laws, of course, such as the law of pressure, the law of power, the law of foundations, but the primary makeup is still space. That is also one of the reasons it is so difficult for it to naturally occur. Moreover, the potency of the law also depends on the maturity of the realm from which it is created. Assuming the potency of the elixir is average, there are already very few items directly as valuable as the elixir. Like you said, lower value items can be exchanged, but then the quantity will have to be adjusted, which is another hassle of its own. Based on your requirements, I can offer you a few options, and then you can choose which one suits you the most. But before I get into it, do you have any special requirements in terms of laws? This was a good question. Technically, according to Regal Embrace, Lex could absorb any items with laws, and the technique would use those laws to reorient or replace the existing laws that were interfering with his cultivation. To be clear, if Lex wanted to use this method to fix his cultivation technique so that he could cultivate to the nascent realm, it would take far more resources than even his elixir could afford him. But at least it would put him on the right path, while increasing his strength in the process. However, what laws he absorbed would have a long-standing effect on him and his cultivation. For that reason, he was more partial to certain laws that sounded powerful. That was the only criteria he could use to understand laws, for as of right now, he knew nothing about them. Powell only gave a nod and continued his explanation. Many of our VIP clients often have requirements for rare or valuable resources that are not easily accessible. I think you should take a look at if you wish to proceed. I can show you what they're offering, and the trade can take place using the Emporium as the medium. The third, however, has a few qualms. As it happens, the third client has, in fact, offered an item associated with the laws of healing, but the trade cannot be conducted by the Emporium. To complete the trade, you will have to visit the client yourself. Though, you do not need to be alarmed, as the Emporium will take responsibility for taking you to and from his planet. Other than those three, you can also sell the elixir to the Emporium. Unfortunately, we do not have items of the same caliber matching your requirements available at the moment, but we can pay using lower-level items. During this time, I will also personally try to get my hands on items you might find suitable to trade for. Can you share the details for the items your clients are willing to trade? I'll have to see whether I'm willing to move forward with those trades. At the same time, you can provide me with a list of what the Emporium can offer. Powell did not hesitate and handed Lex a tablet, which had an extremely detailed description of each of the items his clients were willing to pay with. The identity of the first two clients was hidden, and only their offers were listed. The first one, coincidentally, was a diamond personally formed by Adamus, the deity of diamonds, and contained the laws of impenetrability. There was a lot of unnecessary drivel about the origin and history of the diamond, and its ceremonial and religious importance. Lex didn't care about that, for to him it was naught but a snack. The law of impenetrability would pair well with the regal embrace, however, so it wasn't bad. Alongside the diamond was the required amount of liquid Lex would have to provide to get it. It was only 300 milliliters, so Lex found it acceptable. After all, he did not understand the value of the elixir, only that the diamond would not disappear in a week, so he could take his time to use it. The next item made Lex tremble, and not in a good way. Chapter 6:17 Chat Rooms. After the diamond, the next listed item was a single teacup with an accompanying saucer with an extensive floral design all over it. It was neither the cup nor the saucer that caused Lex distress. Instead, it was the law associated with the items. It was the law of femininity. Even with his vast imagination, Lex did not dare imagine what would happen to him if he allowed such a law to take root within his body. This was a trade he absolutely could not participate in. Immediately, Lex swiped the details away and looked at the final offer. This time, not only was the item listed, but there was a detailed introduction about the client as well. The name of the client was Zuriadissa, and she was originally a common four-leaf clover. Now, after the passage of countless years, she was recognized as one of the strongest beings in the Origin realm, at least according to the Emporium. She had clones across the realm in hundreds of thousands of galaxies, and her influence and power were beyond imagining. The trade, if Lex agreed, would be conducted by one of her clones on a planet she inhabited. Actually, technically speaking, the entire planet, which was about 70% the size of Earth, was actually her clone. The item in question this time was a single blade of grass, within which was contained the law of regrowth. As if that was not enough, a number of other laws were also mentioned that played only a minor supporting role. The laws included the law of vitality, the law of refinement, and the law of healing. Although it was slightly inconvenient to go over to another planet to make the trade, this was by far the most useful to Lex. If consuming that blade of grass somehow improved Lex's healing, even if by a small margin, it was worth it. Then came the list of items the Emporium offered. Although technically they were not as valuable as the previous items, they made Lex's eyes glow. These could go a long way towards not only helping Lex, but they could directly improve the inn. In fact, in the list of items Lex was presented with, there were a number of them that had no relation to laws, but were valuable nonetheless. They would especially come in handy, especially since he wanted to strengthen his workers as quickly as possible without harming them. Just as Lex was delving into the list, and beginning to pick out things that would be useful to him, Mary called out to him, "Lex, there's a situation." The hesitation and concern in Mary's voice drew Lex's attention. This was extremely out of the ordinary. He asked, mentally readying himself to hear bad news. It was always bad news. It was never anyone dropping off a picnic basket for the innkeeper. "Do you remember Garland? The snake that won the system from the well? You told us to keep an eye on him and get back to you about his activities. Well, something happened to him that we learned about very recently. Apparently, he was assassinated." Velma was looking into the details of how it happened, and originally I thought I'd just update you when you come back to the inn since there's nothing you can really do about it. But just a few minutes ago, when Velma discovered the identity of the assassins, we also discovered that they had already entered the inn after the assassination. But even that wasn't enough to get me to specially update you. Pretty much. I think you should take a look at. Lex was much too experienced to let his thoughts show on his face, but his mood underwent a drastic change nonetheless. An ominous feeling overtook him, and he decided to speed up this meeting as much as possible. At the Midnight Inn, 3 rhino centaurs stood face to face, their massive heights overshadowing the other guests. Their lower bodies were that of a rhino, with thick sturdy legs, hooved feet, and a midsection that was packed with imposing muscles. From where one would expect a neck, instead a human torso appeared, though its proportions were much larger than normal humans. With biceps larger than most people's calves, a chest built like a warhammer could not budget, and a long, curved horn emerging from the human forehead, they put on a fearsome appearance. 2 meters in height. Behind them was the even more imposing figure of the mountain man. To the frequent guests of the inn, the excitement of this particular guest had long passed. He did not but sleep, no matter how one tried to interact with him. Even the 3 rhino centaurs were unable to wake him, at least without crossing the inn's rules. "It is pointless to wait here. We can just hire someone to keep an eye on him and alert us once he's awake," said one of the rhinos using his spirit sense. "I say that is a waste of time," said another. "What about the other one?" "That is also a tough situation. Based on our preliminary research into the Midnight Inn, the owner, the innkeeper, is a devastatingly powerful cultivator. It is best not to cross him." The second one asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. It would love it if it could get and absorb a system that could grant something as impressive as the inn. "I've told you, according to the device, the inn has nothing to do with the system." "Easy for you to say," one of them complained. "You've already gotten your hands on the overnight celebrity system from that snake. That's also why I have to be even more cautious from now on. Although I myself am a member of the organization, there's always a chance one of the other members will target me. The same goes for you guys." The 3 rhino centaurs went silent as they contemplated what to do. They did not want to give up so easily, especially since they were so close. It had taken them years as members of the organization before they actually found actual system holders. Finally, in tacit understanding, the 3 of them pulled up an interface in front of them. Strangely enough, the interface was not that of the Midnight Inns, and it was not visible to anyone else other than themselves. On the top of the interface were the words System Hunters Chat Room. The chat room had hundreds of billions of members across not only the Origin realm, but thousands of other realms. Yet none of them were worried that the secrets of the chat room would be divulged, their identities leaked, or the existence of the chat room itself discovered. That was because the chat room itself was responsible for maintaining its secrecy. Even if one of the members of the chat room was interrogated under torture, or their memories read, the chat room's existence would not be discovered. That was because the chat room would automatically erase all knowledge and traces linking itself to the member from existence. No one knew how the chat room came into being, but among the basic members of the chat room, there was a theory that the creator of the chat room was the founder of their organization, which hunted system users across the universe, and that he himself had a system linked to chat rooms. No one could say for certain, as there was too much mystery associated with it. The 3 of them exchanged a look before a new post appeared in the chat room. It was auctioning the location of 2 system holders, though there was a disclosure given that the system holder's environment was extremely dangerous. Within 1 second, the post had over 1 million responses. The auction period would last for a few hours, and the chat room would administrate the auction itself and automatically facilitate the transactions. Chapter 6:18 Bad Seed. Even if Lex sped up the meeting, he had to go through the necessary steps. He had to pick who he was trading with. And in the case of the Emporium, he had to pick out exactly what he wanted to buy. This was a rare opportunity to rack up on various resources, cultivation techniques, and information that he wouldn't normally be able to get in touch with. This was one benefit of appearing as himself. He did not need to pretend to be all-knowing and powerful. Of course, the Emporium could no doubt guess that Lex's background was not simple. But what did it matter if they guessed or not? Lex was still in the Golden Core realm. It was understandable for him to have gaps in his knowledge. If he could supplement his knowledge with that of the Emporium's, not only would he be better off, it would be a lot easier for him to maneuver in the future. Lex could not help but sigh. Things were just too chaotic. He was already in a time crunch to discover the anomaly in the Crystal Realm before his deployment information from the Henali came. Now, he also had to prioritize his own cultivation using the elixir since it would soon disappear. At the same time, he had to maximize his profits from it as well. Not to mention that Lex had numerous employees who were stronger than him. They were currently suppressed because of the subtle influence the inn played in ensuring they work honestly, not to mention those that saw his outburst when he used the butter knife at its full strength. But there was Zagan, a monster currently still undergoing tribulations. Lex had to figure out how to keep him in line. On top of all that, there was now apparently a group of people who knew exactly how to locate system users. Would they be able to detect him as well? He had no idea, but he had to check up on it sooner rather than later. Lex didn't have an issue with the problem, but the fact that too many problems were coming all at once. How was one man supposed to do everything at the same time? Oh yes, there was also a wedding he had to plan. He should see if he could get anything from the Emporium to improve the wedding. Poor innkeeper, he was completely swamped. Mary, keep an eye on them and tell me if anything significant happens. Although it sounded a lot like Lex was lamenting, in truth he was pretty calm. He complained that he had to do everything himself, but he knew that he had been raising some pretty loyal followers. Previously, he was really worried since all his workers seemed to have an extremely mellow and amicable temperament. How would they deal with it if a situation escalated and he wasn't there? But now, there was finally one fellow who was a bad seed. How would he be able to take it if one of his co-workers was challenged to a death match? Not too well, if Lex had to guess. Suddenly, Lex's tense muscles relaxed. Yes, he had to remember that the innkeeper was never alone. He had the entire inn backing him up. Lex asked Powell as he perused the list. The 3 rhino centaurs that were currently trying to sell the location for the system users were not the only ones who had arrived at the inn from their organization. Their organization was exceedingly mysterious, and each member could only join the organization by being invited. Each member was extremely powerful, for snatching a system from a system wielder was not easy at all. Systems gave their users unfair advantages, which made them extremely difficult to kill, which is why most members operated in groups. Of course, their organization also had a loose organizational system, and there was nothing really stopping one member from attacking another to steal their system, so they had to be careful who they partnered with. At least, that's what it was like as basic members of the organization, which is what these 3 were. They had been recruited due to their strengths, and had formed a team because they felt that it was easier to trust one from their own race. As basic members of the organizations, they did not have many perks, but they were eligible to get a special device which could detect systems in a close proximity. I think you should take a look at, but Garland did not have a simple background even on Nibiru, so they hired a helper using the chat room. Of course, since the helper was stronger than them, they also signed a contract through the chat room that the helper could not divulge any information about them and could not try to harm them in any way. The contract was upheld by the chat room, and if anyone tried to break it, there was a severe punishment, so it was safe to use. Their helper protected them from external interference while the 3 of them ganged up on Garland. Once it became apparent that he was about to lose, Garland tried to use the golden key to escape, but was ultimately killed before he could use it. Later on, when they had retried the system and escape pursuit, They gave all of Garland's belongings, excluding the system, to their helper. It could not be helped. It was a part of his contract that all loot would be turned over to him. When he was inspecting the key, he accidentally broke it and brought them all to the Midnight Inn. Initially, they took things cautiously and made sure to understand their new environment. But when their helper discovered John was a system user, he did not hesitate to challenge him to a death match. There was no mention of systems, and John did not know his motives. But naturally, he was provoked into accepting, so currently a death match was underway. It was just these three who were more cautious and did not dare to randomly pick a fight with the innkeeper. It wasn't as if they had heard of his reputation before. It was just a part of their personalities to not provoke death. Unfortunately, at least among the workers at the inn, it was already common knowledge that these three had arrived with the same beast which had challenged John to a death match in the murder grounds. The three were busy focusing on their chat interface, completely oblivious to their surroundings, when one of them suddenly felt something on his shoulders. He looked up and was stunned to find a thin, delicate-looking man standing calmly on his shoulders. He was wearing a smart, three-piece suit which only amplified his aura, adding an air of power to the arrogance he radiated. The other two rhinocentaurs quickly noticed something was wrong and looked up to find a human looking down on them. "Welcome to the Midnight Inn," he said in an exceptionally cold voice. The man's polite words did nothing to diminish their sudden anger, and one of them yelled fiercely as he punched the man, trying to push him away. But the man very simply took a step forward and moved from one of the rhinocentaur's shoulder to another's head. He squatted down, but such an action only brought greater attention to the fact that he was looking down on them. "Here at the Midnight Inn, we take great pride in our hospitality. Since one of your friends is in a fight to the death, how can we bear to leave you feeling lonely? How about it?" Although the human did not seem powerful, his words brought the three rhinocentaurs great stress. Was the inn making a move against them? They immediately tried to exit the inn, but found that they could not. "What's the rush? Why leave so soon? I especially took my time to go to the security room and have them block you from teleporting away before I approached you." The three rhinocentaurs suddenly noticed that, at some point, they had been encircled by a large number of suited humans. Some of them were radiating an especially strong aura, though most of them were not so intimidating. But their numbers alone was something to worry the rhinocentaurs. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Luther, and I have recently added a new occupation to my resume. Alongside my main job, I have also become in charge of fertilizer procurement." Chapter 6, 19 Blood of Covenant. Under a familiar night sky was a battlefield filled with rubble which once used to belong to some ancient ruins, which were no doubt once a glorious civilization. The battlefield seemed to stretch into forever, and perhaps if the combatants made it far enough, they would once again see some standing ruins. But sightseeing was not really on the agenda for the two combatants, locked in a fight to the death. John's repertoire consisted of exceedingly lethal and deadly attacks, but the greatest flaw of those attacks was that they were more geared toward assassination than combat. They were designed to be swift, piercing, and devastating. But for all the might that they packed, to use each one, certain conditions needed to be met. Matching those conditions in the midst of active combat was difficult, to say the least. But any assassin worth his salt would also know that in case of a failed assassination, he might have to face active combat, and perhaps even a siege, so their skills were more than sufficient even in combat, if not quite as good as their assassination. The issue John was facing, however, was that the massive centipede-like creature he was facing was ridiculously strong. Even in optimal conditions, John might not be able to assassinate him, let alone now that the target was aware of his intentions. John, who was perfectly hidden within the fold of space within a shadow, discovered that much like the mystery trial, any assassination plan his system helped him conjure would always be perfectly countered by this enemy. It was only when he attempted his own methods that he got even a hint of a positive result, despite the system's approach being more rounded than his own. He did not know who this fellow was, nor why he had gone crazy in provoking him, but John was not about to take things lightly. Even if direct assassination methods spawned by the system were not working, he had other methods he could use. John's eye turned black, and he once again got ready for one of their brief but deadly clashes. Strange black lines began creeping up on his skin, lined tendrils of an unspeakable evil, encroaching upon his body from an unknown abyss. While John readied his next attack, the centipede-like creature stood silent and confident in the murder grounds. As a member of the System Hunter organization, his personal strength had been judged to be enough to hunt the average system wielder, even if he was alone. It would not be so easy to take him down. Moreover, while the creature knew its opponent had a system, John did not know that his greatest secret had already been revealed to the opponent to a small degree. The advantage that knowledge presented could either be small or great. But the only thing that was certain was that the outcome of this battle could not yet be determined based on the advantages any one party had over the other. I think you should take a look at the entire security team surrounded the three rhinoctors, watching as Luther aggravated them. Truthfully, their actions were breaking the rules. The three guests had not done anything illegal, and so it was not appropriate to punish them by blocking their exit from the inn. Technically speaking, even their challenge to the murder grounds had been legal. As if blocking their exit was not bad enough, Luther even came with the intention of attacking them. Considering all of this was against the rules, all the workers felt quite uncomfortable doing it. But Luther's plan had personally been approved by Gerard, the head of security. Moreover, the greatest reason Luther and everyone else were so agitated was that their memory of what had happened to their fellow workers was extremely fresh. In fact, besides the security team, Harry himself was also present in the encirclement. Although strictly speaking, he was not a combatant, and he was not one of the workers that the inn summoned itself, his attachment to the Midnight Inn was one of the greatest. As someone who had to rely only on his own skills and connections to live, being accepted by everyone and having a home like the Midnight Inn was beyond a dream. Even before everything was completely ruined on Earth, he was a lot more likely to end up homeless and broke than anything else. So, bound by the feelings of home, of friendship, of loyalty, he stood at the forefront. Even if he was not the one who had been challenged to the death match, he would not stand aside and watch as one of his own was threatened. Recently, a silent sentiment had been spreading amongst all the workers of the inn. Most of them had no memories before the inn and knew no life other than the inn. Even after interacting with countless guests and learning about the outside world, they did not feel as if they were missing out. In fact, they felt even closer to their co-workers in the inn. But if there was one thing that the guests had that they often did not, which made them somewhat envious, was a surname. At some point, as a joke, a certain guest had joked that they were all a part of the Midnight family. But like an ember falling on a pile of dry leaves, the joke did not disappear. Instead, it grew into a small fire which was slowly and steadily turning into a roaring flame. In fact, unbeknownst to Lex, after he recovered from his near-fatal injuries, Harry had given up his original surname of Styles and taken on the surname Midnight. So now, facing these three conspirators, it was not Harry Styles standing ready for war. It was Harry Midnight, the proud and powerful glamour sorcerer of the inn. Beside him stood not his co-workers and neighbors, but his chosen family. After all, the blood of the Covenant was thicker than the water of the womb. Chapter 620 Houses of Midnight. Harry may have been the first to take up the name, but he was certainly not the last. When it occurred to the staff that they could take on the name Midnight, fervor and zeal spread through the masses. No longer would they only have one name. No longer would they have no origin. They would be one family. But just as quickly as the excitement spread, so too did fear and hesitation. Unlike Harry, who was acknowledged by all and had a special relationship with the innkeeper, most others felt unworthy of the name. On one hand, they yearned for the name and all it entailed. But on the other hand, because of the immense worship they felt for the name and its prestige, they felt unworthy to adopt it. They dare not admit to anyone the struggle they felt. Yet they could not come up with an answer to their internal struggle. Sensing the deep demoralization spreading through his brothers and sisters, Zeeth took it upon himself to come up with a solution. After all, the more important members of the inn were all swamped with tasks delegated by the innkeeper. How would they have time to notice such details especially when everyone kept them hidden so deeply in their hearts. Only one as attentive as him would pick up on such details. Even though he looked younger than most of the inn's workers, since most of them called him Big Brother, he had to act as one. He did not make a big show of things, nor did he make an announcement. He directly called some of the others and shared the situation, as well as his plan. None of them hesitated to support him, and Luther especially praised for his initiative. It was thus that the houses under the banner of Midnight were formed. Only the most prominent and specially accomplished of the inn's workers would take on the name Midnight. For the rest, they would join one of the lesser houses. Z selected for himself a surname, and took it upon himself to be the founder of the Starcloak House. The Starcloak House would be for the masses, and would be vast like the infinite starlit night sky. It would be the place that perfectly captured the magic and wonder of midnight, and the place where most of the inn's workers would find themselves. Gerard, as the head of security, founded the House of Umberguard. As the guardians and protectors of the Midnight Inn, they perfectly encapsulated the meaning of the name Umberguard. The shadow, or darkness, of Umbra perfectly represented midnight, and as the first line of defense and guardians, they themselves were the guard in the name. The entire security team joined Umberguard, bringing them closer than ever to one another, and turning their secret insecurities into pride instead. Velma founded the House Nixhart. Her intention was to establish a house full of the romantics in the Midnight Inn, but more and more the house was taking shape to ensure the will of the inn, to ensure that the innkeeper's heart's desires were met. Spies, secret agents, and intelligence operatives filled this house. Finally, Luther himself created a house called Nightshade. Its purpose was simple: to poison and kill anyone who would threaten the inn. Unlike the Umberguard, who would protect, the Nightshade would proactively attack. "I think you should take a look at," one of them roared, still trying his best to avoid a deteriorating situation. In fact, it only appeared that was his intention. He was delaying so that his partners could quickly sell the information in exchange for a teleportation reward, as well as some points that could be used within the chat room. Unfortunately for them, the level of teleportation that the chat room awarded that could forcefully work in the Midnight Inn was far beyond anything they could afford. "Yes, unfortunately, you have not. But don't you worry, I won't kill you yet. After I capture you, you could be the perfect excuse to finally get permission from the innkeeper to build the prison I've always wanted." Without waiting for a response, Luther attacked. Red flames engulfed him, immediately searing the head of the Rhino Centaur he was standing on. The Rhino Centaur screamed in pain and convulsed, but by then Luther was already gone. Displaying an absolutely abnormal speed, he had dashed from the first centaur's head to the legs of another. He controlled his red flames and wrapped them around the legs of another, attempting to completely immobilize it. But how could 3 members of the System Hunter organization have such little combat experience? Before his flames could burn the centaur's legs, it employed a technique to increase its fire resistance as it charged towards Luther. From the side, the third centaur coordinated with it to simultaneously attack Luther. They had teamwork, skill, and plenty of experience working for them. They were prepared to fight against those even with the cheats of a system, let alone a single normal human. But Luther was not at all a normal human. And who was to say the cheats a system user had were more than that granted to him by his bloodline? The flames he used were called Hellflame, and were so strong they would harm both the user and the enemy. But the reason Luther appeared fine was because he could use his bloodline to move the lethal damage being accumulated from the raging Hellflame, constantly burning him alive. In a case where he was accumulating enough damage to kill himself every second, what was accumulating just a little more? Completely ignoring the attacks landing on his body, Luther reached forward and grabbed the centaur's face with his hand and brought it close to himself. Fire resistance did not mean fire immunity, so while the centaur tried to ignore the pain of its face being burnt and attempted to free itself from Luther's grasp, it missed the look of pure malice in his eyes. How dare they threaten an employee of the inn? Luther would ensure they lived to regret it. Chapter 621 Hassle. Emperor Jotun reappeared at the inn, to once again deliver a message to the innkeeper. For some reason, he had become the dedicated messenger between the Henali and the innkeeper, at least as far as current matters went. He was hoping that this matter would conclude soon. After all, not only did he have his own matters to tend to, but he also did not enjoy constantly antagonizing a Dowlord. He understood, well, that even if the innkeeper was disgruntled, he could absolutely decimate his empire, but would at most get a slap on the wrist, symbolic punishment at most. That is what it meant to be a Dowlord, let alone something as insignificant as the extinction of a minor empire. Even in all-out war between overlord civilization, the actual death of a Dowlord was rare. Just as he was about to head off towards the innkeeper's office, he noticed something strange. He did not need to use his spirit sense to be in tune with his environment. Due to his cultivation realm, the universe around him itself spoke to him. As such, he immediately noticed an extremely hostile emotion circulating between the inn's workers, concentrating somewhere in the distance. He only needed to look in the direction to see hundreds of workers surrounding 3 rhino centaurs, with Luther alone taking all 3 of them on. He did not know the context, and, quite frankly, he did not care. His attention, instead, was on Luther's bloodline. A single glimpse was enough for him to understand its complexities and the laws working behind the scenes. Although he had not seen it in action before, he had read about it in the Sephor family records. Anachronistic ignition. Suddenly, he felt a hint of anticipation. He longed to see the inn's performance on the battlefield. He had a feeling, a premonition, that it would be worth witnessing. A notification from the inn suddenly distracted him. In a few days, there will be an auction. Lex looked over the list of items he was accepting from the Emporium in return for a couple drops of elixir. As it happened, he unwittingly discovered some items that would help him immensely, such as a cultivation technique that was available only to the Emporium VIPs. It was called God's Eye, and it was to be used in conjunction with the fancy contact lenses. Once the two were paired together, the effects, well, it was sufficient to say Lex was impatient to witness it for himself. He also discovered some items which would help in the upgrade of the butter knife. Not to mention, he found some incredibly valuable ores which he planned on keeping for his own personal use to make weapons to use outside the inn. He found some treasures he thought would be useful for himself, and some for his workers and inn. Besides those, he collected 5 items which could minutely influence certain laws. However, besides all these, the thing that Lex took the most was information. He took the highest levels of knowledge on the civilizations inside the origin realm, the top races, the history of the realm itself, valuable treasures, items, and phenomenon. Out of all of that, the thing that Lex was looking most forward to was the complete cultivation realm guide for all races inside the origin realm. It wasn't quite complete, but it had all the pertinent information on all the important races inside the realm. He could help but peek at the breakup of the cultivation realms inside the origin realm, at least as per human standards. According to what Lex knew, humans who did not cultivate were considered to be in the mortal realm. That was apparently a misconception. They were merely referred to as baseline humans. It was instead the entire first few realms which fell under the category of mortals. The sequence was mortals or base humans body tempering, chi training foundation, realm golden core nascent. I think you should take a look at all of these were the mortal realms of cultivation for humans. These were followed by the immortal realms, which were earth immortal and heaven immortal. The realm after that, which was the peak natural realm and the origin realm, was actually based off of and inspired by a certain humanoid species that existed. As such, the realm's name coincided with the name of the race, the Celestial Realm. Just reading the name gave Lex goosebumps and filled his heart with a dreadful pressure. It felt like he had encountered something he was not qualified to know. It felt like an entire race of unimaginably powerful beings was suddenly aware of him. It felt like Lex snorted and channeled his spirit energy, causing the feeling to dissipate. Lex had even looked Dowlords in the eye. He was not afraid of simply gaining some knowledge. In fact, at this point, even Regal Embrace gave him a warning. Sometimes foreknowledge was not good for his cultivation. The snort was a reply to that prompt. Besides all of that, Lex also accumulated 1 million Emporium credits to use in the future. Truthfully, if he had time, Lex could get himself a better deal. But time was exactly what he was short of. It was better to take a small loss and hurry up than quibble over small gains. With the meeting done, Lex promptly collected several small bottles which would be able to contain the elixir and exited the Emporium. Even Powell noticed his rush towards the end, but didn't comment on it. Lex teleported to the inn and quickly scanned it. Jean was still in his deathmatch, and Lex could do nothing to interfere with that even if he wanted. But the other three were still at the inn, and were in fact being beaten up by Luther. The innkeeper's trusty assistant still looked like he was in perfect condition, mostly because he kept using his bloodline to send all his injuries and fatigue into the future. Lex nodded, but then donned his Leo persona and teleported over. He did not talk, discuss, or deliberate. He straight up kicked one of the rhino centaurs into the ground, forming a massive crater. His sudden appearance had taken everyone by surprise, but he didn't have the time to wave at the audience. Seeing that a single hit with his immense strength was not enough to incapacitate them, Lex immediately entered his berserk state. He ran forward, the push of his legs forming small craters in the ground where he stepped and smacked the other rhino centaurs down to the ground. In his heightened emotional state, Lex performed a move he had done once before and quite enjoyed. He grabbed one of the rhino centaurs and used its body to begin smashing the other two. At this point, even Luther was startled by the absolute barbarism, but then grinned and joined in. The rhino centaurs were tough foes and could take on dozens of enemies in the same realm at the same time. They could not, however, take on an impatient Lex and an incensed Luther. In less than a minute, the foes were defeated. Pulverized would be a more apt description, but the details weren't so important. I will be interrogating these three myself, Lex told Luther. The innkeeper already knows their motives, so you don't have to be concerned. Luther was a little upset that he wouldn't get to question the three himself, but it was all right. More importantly, he couldn't go against the innkeeper's wishes. As for Lex, of course he would not let anyone else question them. The secret about systems was too great. Maybe one day it would be common knowledge at the inn, but for now he wanted to keep things quiet. More importantly, one of them even had a system of his own, which Lex was looking forward to absorbing. It was so tough to decide. Should he upgrade his system first or absorb more elixir? Just kidding, the elixir was a time-sensitive matter. It took priority for now. Just as Lex sent the three rhino centaurs away, he received a notification. It was not the system penalizing him for assaulting his guests who had not broken the rules. He'd already gotten that one. Instead, he was informed that Alexander was looking for Lex urgently. The Emperor of Jotun had also arrived and was once again requesting a meeting. Also, one of the children in the kids' area of the inn had proposed to another child there, and they had taken an oath of a 10-year engagement, which had incensed the kids' parents who demanded to speak with upper management of the inn. Lex could not help but sigh. Whichever identity he took, he was always in such demand. Being important was such a hassle. Lex teleported away, leaving the encirclement to break up. Gerard approached Luther, and the two fell into a discussion, the contents of which were unknown. Inside the innkeeper's office, a projection of the innkeeper appeared. Elsewhere in the inn, Lex appeared just out of sight of Alexander and walked forward. Chapter 6:22, much too convenient. Lex cleared his mind as he walked up to Alexander. Various random thoughts were floating in his mind, from the system he had to take from the invader, to the wedding preparations, to the probable deployment of the inn's staff to battlefields. There was a lot of stuff he needed to get done, but stressing over them would be more wasteful than helpful. He had to take things in his stride. When Lex approached Alexander, he found the teenager grimacing as he looked into the distance. He also looked a little worn out. It was clear that Lex had not had any time to rest lately, and whatever tasks he was busy with were quite strenuous. "You don't look so good," Lex said frankly as he walked up to him. Alexander turned to look at Lex and inspected his appearance. Lex was dressed quite casually, but due to his extremely fit body, he still looked good. That wasn't what Alexander was looking at, however. Instead, he was paying attention to the fact that Lex looked quite relaxed. "You look pretty good for someone whose planet is at war," he said passive-aggressively. Lex did not take his tone to heart. The fact that Alexander looked weary at all meant that he had likely been through some harrowing experiences. If only Lex knew that Alexander had been taking orders from Bell, he would truly sympathize with how tough his life as of late had been. The whole universe is at war, Lex said casually as he took a seat opposite to Alexander. Besides, it's not like I alone can stop the war. Or change things for that matter. Not to mention, I've long left Earth behind. Though Lex said that the Inn had probably played the greatest role in altering the course of the war than anyone else. The deities would never have arrived on the planet, and the robots' invasion would not have subdued without the deterrence of the Innkeeper, and there would be no refugees. Objectively, Lex had helped a lot already, but personally, he had contributed only very little. Alexander sighed, but controlled himself. He realized that he was venting unnecessarily on Lex. He enveloped himself and Lex in an isolation bubble so that they could have a conversation in private. The situation on Earth is more complicated than it seems. Lex raised an eyebrow, but did not speak. He was truly curious about what secrets the situation on Earth could have that he didn't already know. He was also curious about why Alexander was even telling him. The war has already transcended what it started out as. Lex asked in surprise. Several forces have already approached my family with propositions to either sell the planet or enter into a partnership. All of them have some degree of interest in the war. Lex frowned for a moment, but recovered quickly. No matter what, the solar system was a part of the Empire, so they would not completely ignore it, right? Before Lex could think further on the topic, Alexander continued. No, it's not the war alone that is the cause of complications. Lex asked without trying to show off his knowledge. He was still interested in why Alexander was freely sharing information with him, so he wanted to see what he had to tell. A terrorist, Alexander said, allowing an exhausted sigh to escape. It's common knowledge that I've joined the army, but even among them, due to my excellent performance, I've been assigned to a special operations unit called Valkyrie Unit. We've been looking into why Earth was suddenly invaded, and we've discovered that this was a plot of an intergalactic terrorist called Jeffrey. You may think that inciting a full-on war on Earth was bad, but the scale of his activities has escalated greatly since leaving the planet. I think you should take a look at a nation against the planet is a major incident, but not easily replicable. Considering the size of the Empire, I would be surprised if they don't have a team qualified enough to hunt this Jeffrey down. Like I said, the matter is far from simple. As far as the whole organization is concerned, someone else will take care of it. Lex asked. In truth, he did not mind patiently waiting till Alexander revealed it on his own, but he could tell that the other was waiting for Lex to ask specifically this. Well, other than the fact that I thought you might be interested in hunting down the guy who single-handedly put Earth to destruction, due to the special nature of the team that I'm in, I have the right to recruit anyone I deem helpful temporarily or even permanently as a soldier of the Empire. You're showing an awful lot of trust telling me all this. We aren't even in the Chamber of Secrets. Not really, Alexander said, showing an incomparably confident expression. Take it as a gut feeling. You don't understand. I'm not asking you to take on a terrorist organization. This is not about acting out of the goodness of your heart. Lex raised an eyebrow. Since Luther was currently busy, Lex had to summon Jotun to his office himself, though that was no real issue. The Emperor entered the room, silently grateful that he didn't need to wait for weeks on end for the innkeeper to receive him. Although their last meeting had been incredibly tense, for Jotun at least, true to his word, the innkeeper maintained full civility, towards him at least. He was not exactly completely privy to what the innkeeper had written in his epistle previously, but it had caused an enormous reaction between their ranks. Even as merely one of their agents, Jotun was able to sense the reverberations amongst their ranks. Although Jotun tried not to speculate, he could not help but come to the conclusion that the innkeeper had an extremely massive and influential background to affect the Henali like that. How was he supposed to know that, in truth, Lex's attempts to avoid the payment he was due had caused massive misunderstandings amongst them? He had asked them to prove that he had entered the origin realm from the outside, which they were unable to do. His obvious power level, yet mysterious background and origin, alongside the inability to trace his entry into the origin realm, created an unsolvable mystery. Perhaps if he hadn't almost destroyed a deity with a single move earlier, some might have doubted that he was a Downlord. Now that he had proved his identity, his bold claims led to only one single possible conclusion. The origin realm hid a massive secret that surpassed even the Hinali's understanding. For the first time in a long, long time, the mysterious race was getting ready to deploy themselves across the realm to search out its secrets. It was with all this happening in the background that the innkeeper took from Jotun one more missive, secretly hoping for a favorable message. If the Hinali insisted he pay. Fortunately, no such thing happened. The message only contained two things. One was a self-deployable teleportation formation. The other item was a small letter listing out the details of the deployment of the inn's workers. Since most of the innkeeper's workers were low-leveled, they were assigned an appropriate battlefield in the galaxy Swera. There were a few conditions for their deployment listed out, but the innkeeper had paused reading. His eyes were fixed on the name of the galaxy. Wasn't that where a huge secret lay waiting for him to discover? This was much too convenient. Chapter 6, 23 Bitterness. Lex asked, leaning forward. To be honest, he did not mind improving his relationship with Alexander. It was one of the few things that his intuition hinted at, which he was already planning on doing. Although, as the innkeeper, he came across numerous powerhouses, he did not have a close connection to any of them. Sure, Ragnar had helped him out when he needed it, and the Emporium treated him well enough, but there was still a difference between personal and business relationships. These things were not really certain, but he felt like he should maintain a strong relationship with his few contacts from Earth. Whether it was the charismatic Larry, the overwhelming Marlowe, the bold Alexander, all had potential for growth in the long run. Moreover, he had to take the long view of things from now on. He was a cultivator now, and it was normal for cultivators to have a very long life. As a golden core cultivator, his natural lifespan was a minimum of 250 years. This was the minimum because there was nothing ordinary about his cultivation at all. He would not be surprised if his lifespan was even double of that. But his lifespan did not really matter to him, for now at least. He had barely begun to cultivate, and he expected that he would soon overcome the obstacles in his path and continue to raise his cultivation realm long before he neared the end of his lifespan. So, as someone who would likely live for thousands of years or more, he had to start thinking about his future. Sure, the innkeeper identity would stay as a powerful and enigmatic being, but such a lofty identity would also keep him from forming close connections. It was instead his normal identity as Lex that would serve as extremely useful in this regard. I'm not really worried about my safety. Being able to retreat to the inn at any time I want ensures that I can avoid fatal danger. Instead, I am concerned about being unable to catch up to my target in time, because I'm held back by his fellow operatives. Although I am part of a team, each member has been given a specific task that they have to complete on their own within a certain time frame. I can't explain it, Alexander said, shaking his head. Call it instinct, but I have a feeling I'll work better with you than anyone else. The kind of synergy we had back at the pagoda is not something that can be achieved so easily with just anyone. Besides, and I don't say this lightly, you can really take a hit. Lex found it interesting that Alexander, too, was beginning to rely on his instincts. Although Lex didn't believe his peers' instincts would be as powerful as his own, it was a good reminder that he wasn't the only one in the universe with such potent senses. One day, his enemies with a stronger instinct could use it against him. He would have to be mentally prepared to counter such abilities. All right, I'll help. But there's one thing that's important for me to know before I do anything. When do you need my help? And how long do you think it will take? Alexander looked hesitant. Will it be possible for you to use the inn's prestige level 3 ability? If you haven't reached that level, I can provide you with the funds for it. But the thing is that you'll be stuck unable to use it again for 10 years. Lex asked, instead of answering directly. Vigus Minima. I could take care of the details, so that as soon as you appear on the planet, a transportation formation will be ready for you to take you to another planet, so it won't take long. The operation is likely there, and I won't need your help anytime soon. Lex nodded and said, I'll head on over soon. That won't be an issue, but I can't stay on the planet infinitely. Once I reach whatever planet you need, I'll be teleporting back to the inn to focus on some other tasks I have going on. I think you should take a look at back in his office, with not much else to talk about. Lex concluded his meeting with Jotun, much to the Emperor's relief. It seemed that his role in delivering messages to the inn was concluded for now. The Emperor narrowed his eyes as he thought of the tasks that lay before him. Upon their return, his brothers informed him that, as Jotun had been suspecting, the seeds of rebellion had been planted across his empire and were beginning to bloom. It seemed he had appeared far too benevolent in protecting the humans against the foreign races. It was time to correct that and remind them all why it was that they needed him so. In his office, Lex was focused on other things entirely. He was glad that in this latest correspondence, there was no mention of his death. But while that in itself was a relief, the battle requirements for the inn were extremely harsh, at least in his eyes. In truth, the Henali were asking the bare minimum from him, so that he could symbolically perform his duties. But how would they know that Lex was not really a Dowlord, and the inn's forces were in fact quite pathetic? Depending on how it was looked at, 1,000 Foundation Realm cultivators were requested to be sent on the battlefield. Moreover, they only needed to participate for 5 years. That would complete the innkeeper's requirements for the next century. To the overlords of this realm, such requirements were basically letting the innkeeper off scot-free. Even this was only done after Jotun reported that he suspected that the innkeeper's origins had something to do with the devils, or at least that they had a deep history. To Lex, though, this was an extremely difficult requirement to fulfill. It would take away all of his oldest and most trusted employees and send them to a battlefield from which they might not return. Realistically speaking, since they were being sent to war, it was likely most of them would not return. As if that was not enough, he had only a week to send them. For the first time in a long time, helplessness and bitterness filled Lex's heart. He knew that he was already doing his best, but sometimes in the face of reality, one's best was not enough. But the feeling did not last. Not only had Lex toughened up, a part of evolving into a being of a higher level of existence meant that his mindset also evolved. For example, if a normal human had to live for 10,000 years, it was most likely he would kill himself out of depression long before the time even arrived. Such were the vicissitudes of a long life. But cultivators obviously had no problem, because their mindsets and emotions also evolved. Moreover, Lex had the system to depend on. As much as he did not like relying on it all the time, it was also true that it was his biggest ace card. The first thing that he did was look at his MP recently. He had gained 500 billion MP as a result of Ragnar's quests in the guild room. Besides that, he had been earning a whole lot due to the festivities, but he was still a distance away from reaching 1 trillion. He had an idea and began planning things out in his mind. Mary, spread the word. The auction for the Cosmic Erosion Elixir will take place in 3 days. Before then, other guests who wish to auction items can also submit them to the inn, but only accept them if their minimum value crosses 1 billion MP. Have the planning division plan out the auction, then let me know the details. I don't have the time to focus on it. Also, I've been planning a special and employee banquet for quite a while. Without waiting for a response from her, Lex teleported away back to his room. It was time for him to take another sip of the elixir. At the same time, he teleported the Rhino Centaur with a system over as well. It was best to use time as efficiently as possible. If he wanted to clear this hurdle, the system would need an upgrade as well. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 624, Evolving Mindset. The Midnight Inn was always busy, and a multitude of guests were all enjoying various experiences. Some were extremely significant, such as the agreement between Alexander and Lex. It was not easy for Alexander to trust someone, especially a person he knew for such a short time, but he had chosen to do so nonetheless. They shook hands. Other experiences were mundane and ordinary, such as what Jill, the fox who participated in Lady Cosmos, was having. Since she had decided to live at the inn in perpetuity, she had decided to take a nap under one of the purple crystal trees that filled the inn. Due to the winter theme that the inn was currently following, A thin blanket of snow covered the inn's many hills, allowing her to nap comfortably. It was a good nap. Some experiences were key moments in the guests' lives and would not only form their core memories, but also shape their futures. Jimmy stood silently, his tiny fists clenched, as he watched Layla being taken away by her grandmother. She was a princess, and he was a nobody. She had been trained and nurtured since birth to be a leader, while he could not even speak to others due to shyness, until quite recently. Her disposition was perfect to cultivate, while he could not have been more average. Even if their engagement had originally just been a joke during one of their games, the strong reaction it had elicited was enough to put him in his place. Unfortunately, Jimmy did not like the place he was being put. Besides Jimmy, his mother Hera also looked ahead as she firmly held her son's hand with her right hand. She had been rising quickly on Earth, and their futures looked bright, right up until Earth was invaded. She had played a significant role in allowing Will Bentham's Rose Society to expand, but now it was all worthless. Well, not quite. She had gained significant experience through it, and that experience had been noticed and appreciated. In her left hand, she held a platinum key. Apparently, she had been noticed by the inn's planning division, and they had recommended her for recruitment to the inn. The innkeeper had accepted, and she had just been delivered a key. She was a warrior in her own way, and she would fight to give her son a better life. Other experiences still were intense and stressful, but were destined to be blurred in with the rest of the tough moments one had in their lives, such as with Emperor Jotun, who was planning his future. It would be bloody. Life was strange in how one moment, experienced by different people in the same place, could hold so many different emotions and feelings. But every single one of those experiences was disturbed when a strange change occurred at the inn. Whether it was the two geniuses of Earth who were shaking hands, whether it was the child lost in emotions he could understand, whether it was the Emperor deciding the fate of entire galaxies, whether it was the fox that asleep, or any one of the countless other guests at the inn, they all looked up at the sky. The rather calm and serene sky of the inn changed, momentarily, to a starry night sky. But unlike the normal night sky, which was a beautiful tapestry of all that the universe had to offer, from moons to planets to stars and galaxies far off, this visage was that of its endless depth. I think you should take a look at they did not understand what was happening, but had the feeling that something significant was taking place. In truth, the inn was once again reacting to Lex's emotions. Usually, when the inn reacted to Lex's emotions, it was because he was angry. It was because it would take significant enough emotions for Lex to subconsciously influence the inn. But currently, Lex was experiencing a subtle evolution in his mindset. It was unknown if it was because Lex had pretended to be the innkeeper so long, or for other reasons. But more and more frequently, Lex found himself unwilling to bend or give up. He was unwilling to be deterred, even by an entity so much stronger than himself, and he was unwilling to cower before the design of fate. He was not stupid or arrogant, thinking he could resist the great powers of the universe simply because he decided not to. No, the difference between confidence and arrogance was ability. If he truly had the ability to resist, his desire to remain unyielding would become a result of his confidence, not mindless arrogance. He was fortunate enough to be given the tools to resist fate. He understood that. But using those tools effectively was also up to him. He had been resisting the system for very long because he did not understand its purpose and what he stood to lose if it turned against him. While he still did not know the answer to that, he at least knew the answer to what he would lose if he didn't use the system to the best of his abilities. If he had to send his workers outside the inn, for whatever reason, he would make sure they upheld the dignity of the inn, even on a battlefield. This was also a good reminder, not only for him, but all the employees of the inn. There wouldn't always be a convenient solution to problems, such as the butter knife. Sometimes they would have to get their own hands dirty. With these subtle changes going through his head, Lex reached forward and put his hand on the rhino centaur, reaching into its soul with his own soul sense. He found a familiar, shining golden speck and pulled it out. System notification, new system detected. Analyzing the secondary system. Overnight celebrity system grade D- detected. Begin assimilation. Ivara diagonal N. Chapter 6, 25, Arduous cultivation. System notification, new system detected. Analyzing the secondary system. Overnight celebrity system grade D- detected. Begin assimilation. Y/N. System notification. Overnight celebrity system detected. The Tao of fame touches upon all that exists. Whether alive or dead, everything that exists can have fame, and thus become a celebrity. Whether it's your clothes, your looks, your aura, or your talents, each can turn you into a celebrity. With millions, billions, or even trillions of eyes only on you, your each and every move will shake the hearts of entire empires. Become an overnight celebrity and rule all the hearts of the universe. Or enjoy the power to turn others into celebrities overnight and know that you control all their fame on your fingertips. Once he absorbed this new system, Lex would lose the ability to control the system for a while. But he had already made some preparations. With all his instructions already in place, he took out the small containers which would hold the elixir and filled 5 of them with varying numbers of drops. 3 of the containers held 1 drop, 1 held 2, and 1 held 3. This would be enough for him to auction off, and he had already relayed the details of how to accept payments for the auction to Mary. Hopefully he would regain control of the system by then, but in case he didn't, this was merely a precaution. Ideally, he would have wanted to conduct the trade with the Emporium now as well before absorbing the system, but it would take the Emporium a few days to arrange everything, so all he could do was hope the upgrade was completed in time. Just in case, however, he went and delivered the couple of drops to the Emporium for which he had already accepted the payments for. In the worst-case scenario, he would lose the opportunity to trade with the others who had items containing laws. But even so, Lex did not think about delaying the system upgrade. Time was too short. He could not end up delaying anything. Mary, is there any way I can spend some MP to speed up the system upgrade process? Not really. Systems are incredibly complex, and thus the process of upgrading, or in your case repairing, it will naturally take a lot of time. He only nodded. He suspected as much. Once all the necessary tasks were done, Lex immediately chose to absorb the overnight celebrity system. Once again, the system interface disappeared and a familiar updating appeared in its place. With that done, Lex turned his attention back to the puddle of elixir. Originally, Lex had created a nice bowl-shaped indent in the ground for it, but the elixir had absorbed the ground around it and was beginning to grow. But Lex realized that while the quantity of the elixir seemed to be increasing, the allure it held was decreasing. Perhaps the more it grew, the less concentrated its potency became. Unable to decide if he was happy about that or upset, Lex took another sip and bolted to the nearest bathroom. To date, this was his most arduous cultivating experience yet. But it would all be worth it, he kept telling himself. I think you should take a look at the greenhouse was doing exceptionally well under the care of the galactic sovereign turtle, especially after the turtle grew in its cultivation realm. It was also quite fortunate that the spirit energy inside the inn was quite abundant, for the turtle relied heavily on it to sustain itself. While its body grew in size and adapted to the extent of its new powers, only extremely pure spirit energy could prevent it from entering a hibernation state. Moreover, the turtle was slowly accumulating helpers. Although young MacDonald had been recruited by Lex to defend the inn, most of the time all it did was help the turtle in the garden. Now, it also had the help of Zen, the immortal-level sentient grass, which had finally stopped being malnourished. Its body was now no longer as weak as common grass, and was now slightly more resilient than common weeds on Earth. Every day, it was watered from the well of invigoration, and it received the best fertilizer. Then had to offer. Unfortunately, due to the fact that its spirit was already immortal, its body was under a lot of strain and would take a lot of time to grow. Still, at least it could now uproot itself when it took a humanoid form and move around. The latest addition to their group was a young soul bird who was still unnamed. The light given off by the bird was especially helpful to plants, making it perfect to help them grow. Currently, all 3 of them were working on taking care of a tree that a guest had deposited at the greenhouse. The tree had been brought to the inn from Earth. Specifically, it was Sophia, Marlowe's wife, who had the tree brought here. Her family had used the tree for generations, taking advantage of its especially potent medicinal properties. But since it had come to the inn, the tree had begun to grow more and more vibrant. For meters. Moreover, the tree was radiating an extremely noble aura, which caused all who saw it to want to kneel before it. Well, all but the turtle. While the three were doing their normal duty of taking care of it, the turtle suddenly appeared with a batch of the most powerful fertilizer the inn had ever seen. The previous batch had been fed to the vine near the fire temple, whereas this one would go to this tree. Even the turtle was curious what would happen if it continued to feed it. Chapter 626, reading a light novel once again bonus. Several hours later, Lex's cultivation finally ended. He had originally imagined that after one round of cultivation, the second would be easier, and so on successively. But that was far from the case. The second round was not only longer, but severely more draining as well. Lex practically fell to his knees once he was done, but he was able to steady himself at the last moment. If one saw Lex now, they would be able to tell at a glance that he looked somewhat weaker and skinnier. His muscles thinned out, if only a bit, and his bones began to stick out. In hindsight, it only made sense. He was literally replacing parts of his body, which contained laws that were hampering his growth. The first round would be the easiest, while each subsequent round would be harder as deeper and more important parts of his body were replaced. Wonder the man who literally had a cultivation technique which could adapt on its own according to his circumstances. It would take him a short while before he completely recovered, but he did not plan on wasting even this time. Anticipating his depleted energy, at least, Lex had already prepared a lavish meal for himself, as well as accumulated an entire list of documents that had been prepared for him to peruse. They mostly had to do with Pafardi's wedding. He had to ensure the wedding was grand, while also being limited to the resources and people of the Crystal Realm. Weary and beaten, Lex dragged himself to his office and began reading while he casually munched on some French fries. Progress was slow, because in his exhausted state, it was hard to focus on such boring documents. Unable to suppress a sigh, Lex leaned back and allowed himself to relax for a moment. Perhaps a small respite really was in order. Just as he was considering taking a break, his eye caught on the cover of a book. Lex recalled something and suddenly reached forward to grab it. He did not even remember how long it had been since he last touched this proverbial goldmine of ideas and inspiration. Though there was no dust on the book, he still wiped it, a symbolic gesture of picking back up from where he left so long ago. He could not help but open it, and read from where he left off. On the cover, the title read, Ultimate King Emperor, All the Gods Call Me Daddy. It was a completely realistic and not all blown out of proportion light novel Lex was reading oh so long ago. Where Lex had left off, the MC had just established himself as a hegemon of a small number of realms. His cultivation level was called God King, Father Supreme, Overlord, and was the cultivation realm through which his previous enemy had ruled these few realms for trillions of years without interruption. Of course, only 3 hours after the MC defeated the antagonist and established himself, a new series of enemies showed up who were so ridiculously powerful that they could defeat the MC at his new cultivation realm with a single flap of their eyelashes. I think you should take a look at Naturally, a fight ensued. But just as these new enemies were about to decimate the MC, alongside the few realms he controlled, effectively ending an incalculable number of lives, after which they would trap all their souls and burn them for eternity, their young mistress told them to spare the MC. After all, there was no real conflict. They had only looked at the MC's face, became jealous of his handsome looks, and decided to eradicate all life in this sector of the universe to vent their anger. It was not revealed why the mistress had spared the MC, but they obeyed nonetheless, and all left. Like lightning, they came, wrought destruction, and left. The MC was left with but a single breath left in his body, and a new vendetta that burned hotter than the flames of hell. Then a mysterious traveling hermit, who happened to have the exact same appearance as the MC's adopted sister from childhood, who he was secretly in love with, appeared and found the MC in his devastating condition. Unable to leave him be, she slowly nursed him back to health in her hut. The healing process took 13,000 years, during which the MC and hermit naturally fell in love. With his strength recovered, the MC declared that he would marry the hermit and took her back to his realms to have a grand wedding, only to discover that the realms were in chaos. Some corrupt ministers who had helped him rule took advantage of his long absence and started a civil war to wrest control of the realms. They wanted the power, the prestige, and everything else that came alongside the title of ruler. But, most importantly, they wanted the MC's harem, because apparently he had a monopoly on the most beautiful women in the entire universe, so much so that no other woman would ever be as beautiful as his wives. That was followed by a 678 chapters long war arcade, where he took back control of his territories, full of action, love, betrayal, and lengthy chapters extolling the MC's male prowess. At the end, with peace restored, he finally held a grand wedding for his hermit girlfriend. It was the best wedding ever, with phoenixes flying around the altar instead of doves. Spirit diamonds, the highest form of spirit stones, adorned the bride's wedding dress. The heavens themselves sung praises for the MC's dashing good looks. The entire realm was happy and joyous. Of course, how could life ever be so simple? Just as he was about to consummate the wedding, his new hermit wife was killed. Chapter 627 Auction. Despite the extreme difficulty in cultivating with the cosmic erosion elixir, Lex persisted, and soon 3 days passed. The system had not completed its evolution yet, likely because the celebrity overnight system was a higher grade than the farming one he had received. During this time, despite his desire to waste away time reading novels, he focused on work and got as much done as possible. Of course, his attention was forever on his cultivation. Alongside whatever changes the elixir was bringing inside his body, it had also managed to slightly elevate his cultivation realm. This was a genuine surprise, for at his normal rate, it would take him a few months more before he made a difference. Unfortunately, while his cultivation had been raised, his physique seemed to have suffered. He was not weaker, no. If anything, he was a little stronger. But he had inevitably become a little more frail than he was 3 days ago. If someone saw him now, it would appear as though he was on the path to become malnourished. After his latest round of cultivation, Lex decided to take a little nap. Sleeping would speed up his recovery, and he had become mentally tired as well after 3 days of continuous torture. The only shame was that he would miss out on the auction, but that was fine. He had passed down the instructions on how it was to be handled, as well as the minimum payments. He was depending on this auction to cross 1 trillion MP. Although his plan involved a few different steps, having at least 1 metric ton was paramount. But he was not worried. The staff at the inn was very reliable. Lex closed his eyes and immediately fell asleep. His body had to get used to its new situation. In the village, there were numerous venues, all very large and extravagant, designed to hold as many people as physically possible. Yet today, the one which held the most anticipated event of the day, the auction, was being conducted in the smallest such venue available. This was because most people weren't even eligible to know about this auction. There were nearly 100 guests, and the one with the lowest cultivation level was at the Earth Immortal Realm. Even the strongest guard from the security the inn hired was also present. Since it was his job to ensure safety, he had a representative for him available who would perform any bidding. General Ragnar, the Emperor Jotun, various prominent devils, and even some extremely powerful beasts were present. As it happened, even Aegis from the Crystal Realm was attending. I think you should take a look at, but none from the Phillips family had privilege level 4, so they could not attend the meeting. Instead, they were exploring the inn. Upon discovering it, they did not think of shifting the wedding to this venue. They were extremely satisfied with the tavern. Instead, they were thinking of how long they could hide the existence of such a place from the rest in their realm. If no one else knew, they stood the most to benefit. Each of the numerous guests at the auction was sitting in a private booth. It was not difficult to arrange, since the entire purpose of this specific auction house was exclusivity. They focused on providing services to a few distinguished guests rather than catering to the masses. On the small stage, a lady wearing a red dress walked to the podium. The lady walked with elegance and grace, and her curly blonde hair and sharp blue eyes only served to attract every guest's attention. She was beautiful, no doubt, but it was the charismatic twinkle in her eyes and confident smile that served to elevate her beauty to another level. Perhaps if she had a more sober personality, one would admire her as beautiful if she caught one's attention, but she would not stand out in a crowd. But the way she was, even if she were lost in a crowd of other blondes, wearing the same red dress, she would still be the one all eyes would lock onto. "Hello, everyone. My name is Marilyn, and I will be your auctioneer this evening," she said, her melodic voice almost captivating the audience. She let out a small laugh of excitement, and even winked at all the guests playfully. It was clear for all to see that she was quite excited. As strange as it was, suddenly all the guests became excited as well. She was one of the many workers at the inn who had recently been promoted from her previous position as a waitress. The crazy thing was, she was not cultivating anything that would enhance her appearance or captivate anyone. With just her inherent charm, she seemed to be doing so. Well, that, and a little help from her stylist, Harry Midnight. Amongst the various guests, Rockefeller narrowed his eyes as he saw Marilyn. More than anything else the inn had to offer, he was enamored by its staff. They would make the most splendid demons if he got his hands on them, he was sure. He just had to figure out a way. You all should have already heard the rules for this auction, but I'll reiterate them nonetheless. For the main items in today's auction, the bidding will be twofold. A minimum bid of 100 billion MP is required per drop of elixir, but other than that, guests must bid using the barter system. That means they have to bid using items with sufficient value. Since Lex had already perused the list provided by the Emporium of some of the most valuable items available in the Origin realm, he did not hesitate to list them in the auction. His plan was to accumulate both material and MP wealth. MP could give him many benefits that he could get from nowhere else, but at the same time, it was restricted in how it could help him. Thus, he would accumulate both. Of course, as you know, other than the main items prepared by the inn, there are some items that have been submitted by various guests to be auctioned. Chapter 628 Step Up. Perhaps if Lex hadn't begun the system's upgrade in a rush, he would have watched the auction go through. Since the auction itself was not a part of the core services provided, it was carried out like one of Lex's self-made services. Still, for the items auctioned before the elixir, Lex asked for a 1% as commission for having the item auctioned. He was only keeping in with the rates set by the guild room, but he did not anticipate the value of the items being auctioned. Although the people sitting there couldn't be considered the top 1% of their respective realms, they were exceptionally strong nonetheless, especially Jotun and Rocketfellow. Of course, these two showed no interest in any of the prior items and were solely focused on the elixir. A total of 13 items were auctioned before the main items, and through his 1%, Lex ended up earning a total of 314 billion MP. The items auctioned were mainly unusual treasure that had no mundane version with which they could be explained. There was, for example, a vial made not of glass but flowing lava. The lava flowed within a set pattern, forming a vial. God only knew what it could be used for, but it was hotly contested for. Another example was a ball of light, but it could be physically touched. But if a mundane person tried to touch it, they would die, and the ball would erupt into an explosion that could rival several nuclear bombs. That one, oddly enough, went without a single offer, mostly because the person auctioning it had very strict requirements for the payment they wanted. The item which had, up until that point, received the highest bid was a sword. After a very heated auction, the bid was finally won by a human named Lovis. Lovis was a leader of the Paladins, who had long since started using the Midnight Inn as one of their secret bases. Only a very few members of the Paladins even knew of the inn at all. Of the ones that knew about it, most assumed that the small village they had rented was the entirety of their presence at the inn. Perhaps only a handful knew that, in fact, the inn was being used to store and hide some incredibly important artifacts for a very special purpose. After all, since the Paladins came from a galaxy perpetually at war, the need to keep secrets was obvious. But once the preliminary auction was over, it was finally time for the elixir. For a majority of those who were present, their time to participate was over, and now it was time to watch. It wasn't that they didn't want the items, but that they couldn't afford them. The inn naturally assured every participant's identity was a secret, so no one would be hunting them down later if they managed to get their hands on the elixir. But getting their hands on it in the first place was the real issue. They were rich, but items containing laws. Just being rich was not enough to afford them. With childlike excitement and a grin as wide as her face, Marilyn clapped her hands as the first round came to a close. Gerard, looking ever handsome, walked in from behind a hidden curtain, a single vial of black glass placed on a velvet pillow. Dozens of spirit senses immediately scanned the glass vial, but they were not able to sense its contents regardless of who it was. Naturally, it was not so simple to peek, considering the vial was provided by the actual owner of the emporium. But Marilyn knew how to satisfy the guests. Though she was technically not supposed to, for a brief moment, she opened the cap, allowing the elixir's aura to leak. The auditorium remained silent, for everyone was in their private rooms, but almost every guest gasped as they sensed the aura. A connoisseur, such as Rocketfellow, was immediately able to tell the elixir wasn't fresh, but it was still vibrant enough. As before, the auction price for these will be a minimum of 100 billion MP per drop, accompanied by a barter item. A list of items which will have preferential treatment has been provided to each of you, but in general, any item containing laws can be used to auction. We will now begin the auction. What happened next surprised everyone. All the drops of elixir were won by the same person, and because identities were kept secret, no one knew who it was. But both Jotun and Rocketfellow were left bewildered, as each and every time they were left unable to contest. It wasn't about wealth. Rather, the person was bidding using exactly the items which were given preferential treatment. In the end, everyone was bewildered by the outcome, though most of the participants enjoyed the process. No one knew that the inn itself was the one auctioning the elixir, and everyone assumed that the elixir had been a special commission by someone else, so no one even tried to request more elixir, though even if they did, they wouldn't get any. In the private room, the ultimate winner of the auction sat without any expression on his face. His name was Gabarone, and he was a noble lord of the Fiery Mammoth clan. His subordinate, a sloth named Golden Hair, had long requested the presence of the clan so that they may investigate the place known as Midnight Inn. It was only recently that Gabarone got around to reaching Nibiru. Upon coming to the inn, Gabarone was extremely intrigued. But when he discovered the presence of the Jotun Empire, he was filled with a righteous fury. I think you should take a look at the scandal had brought great shame to him personally, but he had endured. The humans had reacted just as strongly as he had, yet Gabarone was not satisfied. He demanded retribution. Unlike the humans, who required the support of a single powerhouse to maintain their race's prestige, the Fiery Mammoth had many experts. As such, the young couple should have eloped to the strong and fierce Fiery Mammoths, not the weak and puny humans. What kind of weak, third galaxy state would his grandchildren grow up in? He could not accept it. With this elixir as a gift, he would finally have enough sway to unite all the mammoths against the humans. Conflict was on the horizon. While the Rhino Centaur with the system was taken away and never returned, the other two were locked up together. It did not matter even if they were together, for they were kept weak and restrained. A special kind of vine was used to tie their hands and legs, constantly absorbing spirit energy from within their bodies to ensure they would never recover. This was the same method that had been used inside the inn for a long time to hold their prisoners. But there was an oversight that the security team made, though it could not be blamed on them. After all, not only had they never been trained on how to counter someone with a chat room, the concept was completely alien to them. All it could be said was that the universe was extremely vast and contained a multitude of things one could never imagine. Both the Rhino Centaurs kept their eyes closed, but they were secretly communicating in a private channel in the chat room. One asked, "Not a chance," replied the other. "No, there's a chance. The money doesn't matter. We need to be alive to enjoy it in the first place," said the Rhino Centaur in exasperation. In the end, they had no choice but to sell the information online and hope they'd live long enough to get rescued. Far away in the Origin Realm, on a planet ruled by reptilian beasts, sat a king. While perusing the chat room today, he encountered an interesting request and could not help but accept it. Moments later, he heard a very familiar notification sound in his mind. The king checked, but was not too surprised by what he saw. After all, it was a quest, and he only ever got the same kind of quests. Step up, dance-off system quest. Have a dance-off with the innkeeper for the fate of your allies. Just as he thought, another dance battle. Chapter 629 Sweatshop. 384 trillion PM. That would be enough to buy a single MT, while still leaving him with some MP for his regular expenses. Moreover, he also received a bunch of items with laws inside of them. Hopefully, he would have accumulated enough items with laws to progress without needing to achieve a SSS plus reward, but his gut said otherwise. After all, if it was so simple, then the mysterious man would have directly told him to get items with laws instead of succeeding in a quest like that. Of course, all of those were considerations for later. When Lex woke up from his nap, he was disappointed to learn that the system still had not upgraded. That was fine. He mustered up some courage, ate a lot of food to replenish his body, for energy was no longer the problem at this point. After mentally preparing himself, this time he took a massive gulp of the elixir instead of a sip. It was not that he had become resistant to the elixir, but that its potency was quickly disappearing. He immediately ran to the restroom and readied himself for the usual barrage, but did not come. Instead, a soft yet cool sensation filled his body, reinvigorating him instead of exhausting him. To his great surprise, he developed a nosebleed. But he quickly discovered that the blood would quickly coagulate after leaving his body and turn dark. Strange and unusual occurrences kept happening for a short time, before the elixir lost its effect much quicker than ever before. Still not tired, Lex took another gulp and the process restarted. This time, instead of nosebleed, he began sweating all over his body. But the sweat would quickly evaporate, leaving small black granules on his skin. The third time, his hair started falling out and new hair began to quickly grow in its place. Since then, Lex discovered that the effect of the elixir was greatly reduced, but not completely eliminated. This was both a result of the diminished potency of the elixir, as well as his body having gained the most it could from the elixir. In the end, he could continue to drink it endlessly, but chose not to do that. Even if selling more of it would reduce the price overall, he would rather sell more of it to the Emporium and gather more supplies. So then came the waiting game. Fortunately, it did not last long, as on the fourth day, he heard a very familiar sound. New notification. System upgrade complete. System status updated. System, midnight in system grade. Divine, broken SSS, B+, system owner. Lex Williams system functionality. 18% system self-repair time. 31,760 billion years new feature unlocked. Midnight Taylor new notification. Quest partial completion. Accelerate the system's recovery by absorbing more systems. Quest reward. 1 maximum grade level reward. Not applicable. Partial completion reward. 1 free feature upgrade. Token A smile adorned Lex's face when he finally received the notification. It wasn't that he was so addicted to the system that even a few days without it were a trial. Instead, it was that he was on a time limit. He immediately scanned the inn, as well as the tavern, to ensure nothing required his attention. He was pleasantly surprised to discover his new MP balance, as well as the host of items he had received in the auction. He teleported them to his room, still packed in their containers, and then turned his attention elsewhere. The employee banquet would be in 2 days, and he needed to prepare for that. He also had to sell the remaining elixir as quickly as possible. I think you should take a look at it first glance. It did not appear that much had changed. Even the upgrade to the inn only included 1 new service. But it was only after he looked into the Midnight Tailor that he discovered why it was that all the upgrades from an entire system were compressed into 1 shop. Unlike other times, where Lex himself established a restriction on usage of some services by prestige, this shop on its own had a restriction. Only guests with level 2 prestige could access it. Moreover, each item sold by the shop was custom-made and would require some time to deliver. As such, each item also had a different price. Next, his attention went to his quest. Naturally, the quest itself would only be complete when the system was fully recovered, and that would be when Lex would be eligible for the reward, which would be of maximum grade. This meant that it would be similar to the fully powered butter knife that he used. Unfortunately, he was only eligible for the partial reward, which is what he would receive every time the system recovered by 5%. But the free feature upgrade was quite useful. In fact, it fit Lex's plan perfectly. Unlike the token from the token shop, which could only upgrade a service, this could directly upgrade any feature offered by the system. It was no secret that Lex had long wanted to start an armory at the inn. He had thought about it multiple times, but he was waiting because there was no real rush for him to build one, and he wanted to recruit someone for that job rather than just purchase another worker. In the end, he decided he would build one anyway, upgrade it to the maximum, and then use a token to upgrade it, then supply his workers with excellent armor. Now, Lex could buy a service upgrade token and already had a feature upgrade token. For his new plan, he first had to set up the Midnight Tailor Shop. The shop came with special requirements, and it had to be established alone. Not only could it not be placed near other shops, it could not be near any other buildings. Besides the requirement on seclusion, the building would be relatively massive, as if it were a mansion. Lastly, there would only be one tailor shop per 100 million square miles, 260 million square kilometers. Suffice to say, there would only be one shop at the inn for a long time. Since Lex could not continue his tradition of setting up the first store on Main Street, Lex pulled out a road from Main Street that led to the tailor shop, which Lex had more or less designed as a smaller version of Midnight Manor. Another unique thing about the shop was that it came with its own worker, and that Lex did not need to assign the duty to anyone. The worker was a relatively young, light-skinned man called Jeeves. With the tailor shop established, Lex immediately changed 1 trillion MP into 1 metric ton, leaving himself with a meager 384 billion MP. He opened up the token shop and looked at his options. The only tokens for sale were feature upgrade, token lockdown, token service upgrade, token star increase token of those. Only the service upgrade token cost 1 metric ton. 5-star rank increase cost a considerable 10 metric tons. Moreover, the star rank increase token had an asterisk on it, leading to a small note which mentioned that the price of each star rank increase token would increase depending on the star rank of the inn. Not bothering to look at the shop for much longer, Lex once again checked the details of the tailor to make sure he hadn't made a mistake in understanding it. Once he was sure, he immediately used the newly acquired token on it. Unlike the mystery trial, which took some time to upgrade, the tailor shop upgraded almost immediately. The requirements of the shop were also upgraded, where only prestige level 3 guests and above could use its services. Lex put on his host attire and assumed his innkeeper identity before teleporting over. Despite its appearance as a massive mansion, the shop was actually quite cramped. The entrance was a lobby which led to several private measuring rooms, as well as private fitting rooms. At the back of the mansion was the actual several-story large sweatshop, where the work was done. The rest of the shop was filled with rolls of fabric, leather, metals, and other materials which had been put on display for the client to peruse. "Jeeves," the innkeeper said, as soon as he teleported over. The young chap, who looked like he had just returned from gallivanting across the English countryside, suddenly stood at attention and listened in as the innkeeper spoke. "I have 1,000 orders, each with a budget of 100 million MP. Jeeves, who had come into existence mere moments ago, suddenly started to sweat. Wasn't this a little too much? Chapter 630, The Beauty. Jeeves was stuck looking at the innkeeper, too shocked to even drop his jaw. The budget for this project was phenomenal. Each order, with a budget of 100 million, meant that he could freely use whatever material or technique he felt suited the task. Moreover, the innkeeper gave the task by submitting the number of orders and the budget for each order, but gave no other specification. This meant that he could do as his heart desires, and it was as he saw best. Such a situation should have been a tailor's dream. It had to be known that even after the upgrade to the Midnight Tailor, its prestige requirement was level 3, and each order would at minimum cost 50,000 MP. That was not a small amount. So whoever placed the order would no doubt have endless requests that Jeeves could only obey. Yet a massive budget of 100 million, amounting to a total of 100 billion MP, was given for him to do with as he pleased. Naturally, he had to take his client's measurements and design according to that. But that was the most basic prerequisite. It did not block Jeeves' creativity in any way. But the way things were at the moment, the matter was no longer just about creativity. How was he supposed to produce 1,000 orders in just 4 days? Naturally, Lex understood Jeeves' dilemma. But there wasn't anything that could be done about it. I'll send Luther over with a list of all 1,000 workers who will be receiving this first order. You can start work immediately. The innkeeper raised his hand and patted Jeeves on the back. Their lives are in your hands. Jeeves got goosebumps all over his body as he heard the sincerity and sobriety in the innkeeper's words. A determined look filled his eyes as he suddenly began running through the halls, searching for the most optimal fabrics. A single moment wasted was 100 times more than he could afford to lose. The innkeeper, meanwhile, teleported to his office and summoned Luther. It was time to let everyone know about what was happening, but it had to be done appropriately. Lex found it hard to suppress his guilt, since he was literally asking others to go and risk their lives for him. But it was a necessity. It had to be done. Luther himself was quite busy, supervising a plan for holding the Rhino Centaurs and how they were to be treated. But a summons from the innkeeper took precedence over all, and he quickly made his way over to the office. Initially, he was full of energy, as he usually is whenever the innkeeper summoned him. Yet the moment he entered, he could sense that the mood was not right. The innkeeper was uncharacteristically serious. Normally, he is always nonchalant, so this behavior clearly meant something very serious happened. Luther asked as soon as he entered the office. It was his duty to ease the burdens of the innkeeper, so if the innkeeper was upset, he was not doing his duty properly. There's a very serious matter that I need to inform you about. The Midnight Inn, as of right now, is established inside the Origin Realm. As such, our hosts have made some perfunctory requests of us. Although I can dismiss those requests, it is ultimately true that we are guests in their realm and they are our hosts. To fulfill our host requests, I need to send 1,000 Foundation-level cultivators to a battlefield for some time. Luther was stunned at first, but then quickly gathered his wits. According to his impression, the innkeeper was unimaginably powerful and could control the universe itself with a single hand. Who exactly was qualified to host him, and even asked for demands in return? Since this is a request outside of the inn, I do not want to make any demands. Everyone who joined the inn did so to work normally and not to fight in wars. Therefore, I want you to ask for volunteers. Only those who choose to go themselves and meet the requirements can go. If the numbers aren't sufficient and not enough volunteer, let me know. Luther understood his assignment, but hesitation filled him. There was a question that haunted him, but he did not know if he could ask. Lex, who was a master at reading people, naturally saw through his assistant with a single glance. I think you should take a look at, he asked, hiding his bitterness deep inside himself. He knew clearly this matter wasn't simple. The Midnight Inn boasted neutrality, but the moment they made their presence known on a battlefield, it would forever become incredibly difficult for them to claim to be neutral ever again. Although he did not know a lot about the forces in the universe, he could at least understand something this basic. This is not me being forced, the innkeeper replied with a chuckle. Compared to what they can demand from me, this is but a symbolic gesture. The truth of the matter is, I am cooperating in this matter because, in this vast universe, even I, outstanding though I may be, am not without equal. Of course, that was not the truth of his current situation, but he had to assure Luther. After all, Luther would be his mouthpiece in this instance. Instead of being demoralized, Luther was filled with conviction. In this universe, even the innkeeper needed help sometimes. To Luther, that only meant that if he ever became strong enough, he could be of help to the innkeeper. Until that day came, he would be of service in other ways. If you're able to gather 1,000 volunteers, take them to the Midnight Tailor. They need to submit their measurements. Moreover, find out how many spare hands the tailor, Jeeves, needs and send him as much help as he requests. He said, his vigor returned, and quickly exited the office. He had no time to waste, and neither did the innkeeper. With this arduous task done, he had to immediately return to the Emporium. Once he completed the trade, he had to return to the Crystal Realm. There was absolutely no time to waste. Before he did any of that, though, he took his feature upgrade token and used it on the inn's teleporting ability. The inn's teleporting capability was amazing even as it was. It could access any place in the universe. Moreover, if someone brought him an item from a specific place in a realm he already had access to, he would be able to form a link to that location as well, though he would have to go through the whole process of traveling to that planet first and connecting to it. But Lex wanted his method to be even more versatile. Originally, he planned on using the transportation formation he had been given to the battlefield inside the minor realm he gave to the workers, and have them all teleport from there. But with the upgrade, he could directly establish the formation inside the inn. The inn could now selectively allow teleportation from within its grounds to anywhere. This way, once Lex had the opportunity, he himself could also go to the battlefield and link it to the inn. Since the teleportation capabilities had been upgraded, if Lex went to a new place, he would be able to link it to the inn without the need to use the golden ticket or any other ticket for that matter. With that small task done, Lex teleported to his apartment and began pouring some more elixir into the vials he had received. Once he had enough, he teleported to X-142 and approached the Emporium. It was best to conduct this trade as quickly as possible. Once he entered the building, he once again saw Powell, and he could tell that this Powell was not the owner of the Emporium, but the salesman he had been meeting originally. He said excitedly, "I've already been briefed on the trades you want to conduct. The item you requested, the diamond containing laws, is ready to be traded. For the other trade, however, you will have to go to another planet. But no worries, I've already prepared the appropriate teleportation apparatus for you to use whenever you want. But before you do anything, look at this." Before Lex could say anything, Powell opened up a magazine and placed it right in front of Lex. The double-spread image genuinely stunned Lex, and he could not remove his eyes from the beauty that he saw on the page. Chapter 631, A Man's Romance. Chapter 631, A Man's Romance, Since Time Immemorial. There has been a special romance between a man and his mode of transportation. In the old days of Earth, all sorts of animals were reared for the sole purpose of making an excellent vehicle. Horses or rare breeds were sought after with more fervor than gold. Elephants were adorned with more jewelry than actual kings and queens. Rhinos were treated as special mounts, worthy of only the most fantastic generals and soldiers. Then came a revolution of industry, and times changed. Modernization was suddenly the way of the world, and so the world adapted. From the first cycle, to the first car, to the first train, the romance grew more and more wild. Hot air balloons, blimps, and finally airplanes were welcomed into the world. People were known in their towns and societies, not by who they were or what they did, but the kind of car they drove. A pilot was not celebrated unless he flew a jet, not a commercial plane or crop duster. A person was only considered cool and amazing if they rode a sufficiently excellent motorcycle. For a long time already, a man would be recognized by his ride before anything else. It was only natural, as a lot could be told about a man based on the car he drove. To be clear, although Lex's inner monologue kept emphasizing on the romance of a man and his car, he was not being sexist. When he said man, he was more referring to the race rather than the gender. He was quite clear that a woman, too, could completely elevate or reduce her status based on her ride. So, when men and women alike were victims to the beauty of a vehicle, how could Lex be any different? On the magazine before him, on the double-page widespread, was the image of a black spaceship. It was perfectly curved, with no sharp corners or edges anywhere except the very tip. It seemed as if the tip was the very starting point of the entire ship, as if the entire ship emerged from that one single point. The interior of the ship was not visible, and there seemed to be no transparent glass panels to see through anywhere, yet that only added to the mystique of this sleek and slender ship. Towards the back, there appeared to be one main thruster engine, with a relatively smaller one protruding from the two wings on its side. Appreciating Lex's stunned appearance, Powell seemed only to nod, as if affirming that this was the correct reaction. This is the Silent Knight, the latest production in the personal Corvette class of ships by Havelier Industries. There's only one of them so far, and it's apparently capable of intergalactic travel in the span of mere months. Even Powell's voice was dripping with envy, yet Lex focused on something else entirely. No, how can we get our hands on this? Like I said, it was produced by Havelier Industries, and they're the only ones who can sell it. Lex, in fact, did not know what the Gradars were like, nor did he know who or what they were. But he did not bring attention to his ignorance for the moment, as in the recent documents he bought from the Emporium probably had the relevant information. It was only a matter of time before he discovered it. Instead, his focus remained on the ship. Yes, of course, a private vessel is absolutely imperative if one is to traverse from one region of space to another. I'll have you know, teleportation formations are neither cheap nor common. Most trade is conducted via spaceships, and unless the distance spans many star systems, most travel is also done via ships. The Silent Knight is a little different, sure. It can even traverse the space between galaxies, so traveling within a galaxy is much faster. But it's rare to find ships of such caliber in the open market. Powell smiled awkwardly, as if he'd been caught red-handed. Although Lex felt interested, he restrained himself. He already had a massive ship inside the inn, if he would ever even need it. Moreover, if he ever wanted a smaller one, he still had better hopes in getting it from his system than elsewhere. Let's just get on with the trade. Even as Lex said that, he gave one final glance to the Silent Knight. This was probably the last time he would ever see this ship, and the possibility of running into it and the owner in the future was as close to zero as possible. He was completely and totally not thinking all of this on purpose to set up a flag for himself to run into this ship in the future. It was just a ship. It wasn't like he had become emotionally attached to it after a single glance. "If you'll follow me," said Powell, putting away the magazine and getting back to business. "I'll take you to the teleportation room first. Once you've completed the trade, you can return the same way. Please, rest assured that the Emporium has made adequate preparations for your travel and safety at the destination." Zuri Adissa, being an old client of the Emporium, has conducted many such trades before with no history of foul play. Lex only nodded and followed Powell to the teleportation room. He wondered if he'd be able to link the new planet he was about to visit to the inn now that the teleportation function was upgraded. He would soon find out. Powell led him through unfamiliar corridors, all the while making sure he continued to keep Lex busy with small talk. Although he was not showing it up front, his recent promotion must have made him incredibly happy. Powell could not stop talking about all the new things he had learned about. Finally, they reached their destination, and though Powell looked a little reluctant for he was enjoying talking to Lex, he did not slow the process down. Inside the room was a small, circular platform that was hovering above the ground by only a few inches. "This is the dedicated platform for Zuri's planet," Powell explained. "Although we can activate it from here, the teleportation will not occur unless Zuri allows it." With a nod, Lex walked right up to the middle and waited for the process to begin. Powell did not press any buttons or activate any switch, yet the platform turned on nonetheless. A ring of bright light enveloped Lex before he once again began to experience the feeling of being transported through space. Nothing could ever come close to the seamless teleportation offered by the inn, but the process this time was much smoother than his previous times. He felt a dull pressure on his body, keeping it completely still as it was moved through the folds of space. While previously the process left him feeling uncomfortable and disoriented, at least a little, this time Lex actually felt a little comfortable. In fact, it almost seemed like he could understand where he was going. The cosmic erosion elixir. It suddenly occurred to Lex that he had been drinking it non-stop, and that it contained laws pertaining to space. Could it have somehow developed some sort of affinity with space within him? Before he could ponder the question further, he appeared in what surely must have been heaven. He was standing on a platform similar to the back at the Emporium, waving in the wind. All of them had a cultivation realm much higher than his own, which was surrounded by white pillars similar to the ones used in Roman architecture. Above his head was a small dome, as if to provide him with shade. But that was it. There were no walls or barriers, and the entire structure seemed to be placed inside a meadow from a children's fairy tale. The air was so pure and fresh it made even the midnight seem stale, and the soft, gentle breeze carried with it the scent of wild flowers. There was wild grass growing all around the structure, with a sea of daisies all around it. In the distance, there were massive trees that reached high up into the clouds, as if creating a border to the meadow. Tiny creatures could be seen running through the fields, and even tinier birds flying around, drinking the dew off flower petals. The awe Lex was feeling didn't last long, however, for he quickly realized that whether it was the birds the size of his pinky finger, the tiny creatures running through the fields, or even the flowers, waving in the wind, all of them had a cultivation realm much higher than his own. Chapter 632, Clean Yourself. 632, Clean Yourself. Although Lex was not intimidated, for he could escape to the inn whenever he liked, the first impression was indeed quite overwhelming. In a meadow, there were perhaps thousands, tens of thousands, or perhaps even hundreds of thousands of blades of grass, yet each and every one was radiating an aura that was at least at the nascent realm. Interestingly enough, although the flora had cultivation, he could not detect any signs of sentience from them. They were ruled completely by their genetic programming, which told them how to grow, how to photosynthesize, and how to blend in with their environment. He was thoroughly impressed, and wondered if this was similar to the wonder his guests experienced when they entered the inn. Although he did not have an endless horde of powerful beings filling every inch of the ground, the inn itself was also pretty cool, right? Regardless, now that he was here, on this unusual planet, the first thing Lex did was inquire if he could link it to the inn. The answer Mary gave him was yes, but to establish a connection, he would still need to spend an extended time here. Lex shook his head. As much as he wanted this place linked, he did not have the time to waste. He looked around to see if he could find a path, for he wasn't sure what he was supposed to do next. He would have considered exploring the place if the circumstances were normal, but even he did not dare to randomly step on the grass here. Although his defense was strong, he doubted it could handle an onslaught if the grass here decided to target him. Follow the path, a voice whispered in his ear, and suddenly the grass parted, revealing a thin dirt road. Lex, who remained unsurprised, simply nodded and began walking where the path led. From what he knew, Zuri Adissa was one of the strongest beings in the Origin Realm. Well aware of how powerful high-leveled cultivators became, nothing he saw would surprise him. As such, Lex strolled casually through what could easily be described as the Garden of Eden and took mental notes. In many ways, the place was very ordinary. It was just that the incredibly high cultivation realm of each and every plant elevated the beauty and presence that they generated. Lex even saw a small butterfly, and he had no doubt believing that a single flap of its wings really could cause a hurricane. The winding path eventually led him from the meadow into the forest, where each and every tree stood tall and strong, making them seem more durable than the walls of many fortresses. They probably even were. It was ironic, then, that the thing they were supposedly protecting was 1,000,000 times stronger than them. There was no special clearing, no sudden change or strange temples. One moment, he was walking through the forest, surrounded by normal trees, until he arrived at one peculiar-looking tree that was shaped like a throne. Upon that throne sat a tall, petite woman, her skin light green, as if it was made from a leaf. For meters, made her much taller than any normal human. She also had long, pointed ears, so maybe it was more appropriate to say she had an elvish appearance rather than humanoid. "Greetings, Senior," Lex said, giving a simple bow. He was not exactly sure what etiquette to show when meeting such an eminent being, but he definitely was not about to be subservient. Bowing was already enough of a show of respect, in his opinion. Of course, he could not be sure that he was addressing Zuriadissa, but the fact that she was the only being on this planet not blasting her aura told Lex that she was different from the rest. "Greetings, child," she said, her voice soft and creamy. Listening to her maid, Lex's heart melted, as if it was the most beautiful melody to have ever existed. But that was it. It did not influence his psyche, nor did it want to make him want to worship the woman. Anything he felt was out of pure and genuine appreciation for something beautiful, and not a result of some powerful laws affecting him. "I am Zuri, as you can probably guess," she continued. "Your aura is so familiar, child." Lex was stumped, for he was certain that he had never encountered Zuri before, but she did not seem to be asking him. She merely closed her eyes for a moment, as if recalling. "Ah yes, I see now. You have been near one of my clones." While Zuri spoke back at the Midnight Inn, the tree that was being constantly taken care of by the turtle and its adopted pets trembled, ever so slightly. But nothing more happened, almost making one feel as if they had imagined it. Lex asked, genuinely surprised. If he ran into one of her clones on Earth, it would be fine if he didn't recognize her. But how could he have missed her at the Midnight Inn? It made no sense. He made a mental note to go back and sweep the inn again, to make sure there were no entities hidden from him. "Yes, I have clones across the Origin Realm. Don't fret. Most of my clones don't really do anything." Zuri thoroughly observed Lex while she spoke, as if inspecting him for any secrets. Or perhaps she wasn't looking for secrets, and just wanted to study him. Either way, she seemed satisfied with whatever she saw. "If you don't mind me saying so, child, your body is a mess." For some unusual reason, Lex suddenly thought back to the system's remarks. More than once, it had asked him to shower, or rather, clean himself. As expected, Lex only took that as the system being mean to him, but now that Zuri said something similar, perhaps there was more to it than it seemed. What external influences? He was, of course, worried that she might mean the system, but his gut said otherwise. With a soft, gentle smile, Zuri leaned forward and touched his forehead with her index finger. "There are remains of one inscription here." Then she touched his heart. "There still exists a very active inscription here." Then she touched the base of his neck. "The last one exists here. It is a silent tracker." Lex was thoroughly startled. There were so many hidden inscriptions in his body. He had never realized they were even there, despite his extremely potent intuition and self-awareness. The only people he could imagine having placed that were his parents. This was extremely dangerous. He did not know how potent the tracker was, but what if it was activated while he was acting as the innkeeper? Although he suspected his host attire kept his body safe from external probing, otherwise many others would have long noticed the issues with his body. Or maybe many had noticed it, but never mentioned them. "The inscriptions are not a problem generally," Zuri said, "but due to the special nature of your body, the laws within them are polluting your aura." Lex said very sincerely he would think of a way to resolve this issue as soon as possible. There is no need for such formality. Lex nodded and did not continue to focus on the matter. Instead, he pulled out 2 vials of the cosmic erosion elixir. He meant to give the second one as a thanks and a show of good faith since she helped him out, but Zuri did not bother with it and only took a single vial. Perhaps, to her, Lex's gesture was akin to a small child giving an adult a piece of candy. It could be appreciated, but it was not really needed. "Take this blade," she said, sending towards him a small clay pot full of soil and a single blade of grass. "I do not recommend you plant it anywhere. There are very few places that can provide the required nourishment to keep it alive." "Hey guys, sorry for the missed chapter the past few days. My grandmother was admitted into the hospital last week and passed away Friday morning. Things have been a little hectic, so I've had no time to write." Life Sketcher. Chapter 633 a favor. Chapter 633, a favor. "I don't plan on planting it anywhere," Lex confirmed as he took the pot. "How long will the blade be fine in this pot?" "Not for long," Zuri confirmed. I have prepared the soil and the pot personally, so it should be able to support it in the short term. Without the host attire to help him, Lex could not control himself from twitching. For 5,000 years was not long. It was a matter of perspective, probably. Thank you, Lex commented, relieved that he wouldn't need to immediately consume this as well. The constant cultivation using the elixir had really worn out his body. He was glad to have a break. Lex was genuinely startled, for technically speaking, someone at Zuri's level did not need to ask him for a favor. Even if she had told him she wanted something done, with his identity as Lex, he would have tried his best to accomplish it, if for no other reason than to establish a good relationship with her. He asked, very seriously, "Yes, as I have mentioned, I have a clone in the Midnight Inn, but it is still far away from waking up, so I will require your assistance for a matter. You see, although my clone is asleep, I can still sense its surroundings. The clone is being taken care of by a galactic sovereign turtle. I would like to invite that fellow to come and live on my planet." Lex was now genuinely startled. She wanted to poach his worker, as annoying as he found the fact that the turtle could somehow manipulate his system. He was also extremely impressed by its work. There was no way in hell that he would give him up. You may not know this, but that turtle is a worker for the Midnight Inn. The innkeeper might not appreciate your attempts to take him. He was attempting to dissuade Zuri by telling her that she couldn't mess with the innkeeper, but she did not seem dissuaded at all. Why would she say such a thing? I can sense your hesitation. I understand you don't want to cross the Midnight Inn for something like this, but let me share a little something with you. Lex had, in fact, searched up the relevance of such a title even at the Emporium when he was buying information, but did not get any significant details. All he was able to get was that the Emporium gave ultimate favor to any race with the term sovereign in their name, and that preference was even above his own VIP level. Not really, no, Lex answered. There are a lot of misunderstandings about the term. Many even believe it is the name of a cultivation realm even beyond the Downlord realm. But that is not true. This is one of the secrets you can only come in touch with at a very high level, but it's not a big deal if I tell you. The universe is extremely vast and full of numerous incomprehensible things. Many people like to believe that the universe, on the whole, is a fair place, but that is not the truth. Some races are born as life forms of a higher level of existence. The higher the level, the more favor they receive from the universe. Well, that's not really true, but at your level you may as well understand it as such. Almost everything in the universe has more or less been categorized, from valuables, to races, to cultivation realms, to realms themselves, and more. Each one follows a systematic and logical progression system, except for the ones that don't. In the universe, there exist some things that are completely and inherently unfair. Nothing about them makes sense, and they can seemingly bend the rules of the universe to their whims. Races with the term sovereign in them are races who have such an advantage. So, regardless of cultivation level, everyone sane respects the will of the sovereigns and stays out of their way, Downlords included. I once heard a rumor about a galactic sovereign turtle. It was tending to many planets, as they usually do. They have a great fondness for gardening. But the star system that one of the planets it was tending was eventually destroyed due to the fact that it was pulled into a black hole. Out of sheer anger, the turtle ate the black hole. Perhaps the absurdity of such an event will go over your head. You only need to understand that a black hole is the personification of extremes in this realm, and even Downlords cannot easily interfere with it, let alone eat one. So you see, in this universe, cultivation is not everything. There are some things that cannot be achieved even with high cultivation realms. So, if the turtle really does decide to leave, the innkeeper will not interfere. He may even be happy about it. I will convey your message, Lex said weakly, as he thought of ways to avoid having the turtle leave. If it really was as Zuri had said, the turtle was extremely awesome and Lex did not want to lose him. If it were a normal employee, Lex would not worry, as once someone became an official employee of the inn, their loyalty would increase. But the turtle was clearly different. Zuri chuckled, as if she could see the difficulty Lex was facing, but said nothing. She was confident Lex would not get in any trouble, so there was nothing to worry about to begin with. "You may leave at your leisure." "Thank you for the offer, but I have to depart," Lex said. Zuri did not stop him, and only watched from her wooden throne as he departed. One leg softly nestled over another. Lex, however, did not worry too long about the matter with the turtle. Sure, Zuri was more powerful than him and had a planet akin to heaven, but the turtle had been at the inn long enough to know what benefits it could bring and what level it had the potential to rise to. Moreover, convincing people was his specialty. If he had known this before, he would have entered a career in marketing instead of computer science. But none of that mattered now. He teleported back to the Emporium and then began the second task on his agenda. He had several liters of elixir left, and its potency was quickly dropping. Originally, Lex planned on simply selling it off. Though the massive amount of liquid entering the market would reduce its price, it was better than getting nothing in exchange. Moreover, Lex had picked up the elixir for free to begin with. But he had changed his mind after teleporting to the planet Zuri was on. Instead, when he returned to the Emporium, he asked for something else instead. "You want to look up methods to build affinity for space? You know, that is one of the rarest affinities to exist. Methods to artificially create it are even rarer," said Powell with a troubled look. Lex asked with a smirk. In truth, he was not asking for this for himself. His affinity was already being taken care of by his cultivation technique. But if there were a way to do the same for his workers, that would only boost their chances of survival in the upcoming war. "Point taken," Powell replied. "In fact, as it happens, there really does exist a way to do so that actually uses the elixir." "Not a problem," Lex said, and conducted the exchange. In the end, he still decided to sell some of the elixir to the Emporium. Even with the reduced potency, he managed to procure the teacup containing the law of femininity, as well as get 100 million credits with the Emporium. Lex had no intention of using the teacup for himself, but who knew when an item containing laws could end up being useful? Maybe he could even sell it later. In Lex's eyes, it was like acquiring an asset he intended on liquidating later. He also managed to get his hand on the method to induce space affinity, and then quickly departed for the inn. He had work to do. Chapter 634 locked in his heart. 634 locked in his heart. The moment Lex returned to the inn, he teleported away to his room. He placed the teacup aside, somewhere where he wouldn't accidentally use it to drink something from, and began perusing the method to induce the affinity. It was complicated, to say the least. Firstly, the method would work best on someone who was building the foundation. That made sense, since if the foundation could be influenced, then when the golden core is formed, the affinity would become more evident. During the foundation realm, the affinity would merely begin to show its influence. Secondly, the process was nowhere near as seamless as it was for him. For Lex, his affinity seemed to be able to change easily, but that was a result of regal embrace. For anyone not cultivating a technique capable of surpassing the strength of their very universe, it was tad harder. Other than the elixir, which would play the role of the main ingredient, numerous supporting ingredients would be necessary. A lot of medicine and healing items would also be required, because during the process the body would literally start failing to function properly. In this instance, even a recovery pod would not be helpful. Since the premise of the pod was to rely on the body's base healing ability and enhance it exponentially, the pod would not work at all if the body became incapable of healing. That was also the reason why it could not heal golden cores, since the body could not heal it to begin with. Fortunately, alongside the method itself, Powell had provided him with one set of necessary ingredients for the process. That meant Lex could successfully carry it out on one person, at least. He would, in the meantime, gather the resources himself via the guild to use the process on as many workers as possible. "Send me a list of everyone who has volunteered so far," said Lex to Mary, who sent him a list immediately. He didn't know if he should be surprised or if he should have expected the outcome. As of late, the inn had a minimum of 5 to 8 million guests at any time, minimum. Based on the festival going on, there could be many more. This was excluding the refugees, who had already started moving into their new realm, which they took from him on lease. They would be paying for it for the next 50 years, at the very least. One would think that Lex would similarly need millions of workers to keep things running smoothly, but that was not the case. Lex had a little less than 400,000 employees. The number made him sigh, as it was massive. Yet it seemed inadequate to cater to millions of guests. But the truth was, with the system automating so many things, the employees' workload was drastically reduced. Still, most of those employees were very new, from being less than a week old to at most a few months. Sure, many of them were cultivating quickly and had gained the benefits of the inn's star upgrade, but that didn't miraculously turn them into high-level cultivators. They still had to cultivate one step at a time. So, as a result, most of the Foundation Realm cultivators he had were some of his oldest ones. Every single one of them had volunteered, so the list that Lex got was not 1,000 workers who volunteered, but only the first 1,000 to volunteer. The rest were kept on a reserve list. No one wanted to miss an opportunity to contribute to the inn. While Lex may have been thinking of them as workers and employees, to them, the Midnight Inn was their life. In the end, all he could do was sigh and give them unreasonably overwhelming advantages over their opponents. Besides, if there was one thing he had learned, it was that humans seemed to be disadvantaged against other races in the universe. Although all the inn workers had the potential to awaken an amazing bloodline and grow incredibly powerful, they suffered from the inherent disadvantage of being human. He had to make up for that. He closed his eyes and pointed at a name randomly, selecting the lucky volunteer who would be the first to go through the procedure to develop space affinity. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that it was a very familiar name. It was none other than the big brother of the inn, Z. Clearly, he was both extremely lucky and extremely unlucky. For this next part, he donned his Clark Kent glasses and teleported over to little Z, who was for once sitting in his little cubicle and watching an anime. When Lex teleported over, he saw Z taking notes. In the cubicle besides him, Lex could see a number of Bluetooth speakers, as well as some treasures which were also speakers. There was also a music player with various playlists with names like For Fighting Scrubs, Hero Saves the Damsel, The Power of Friendship, Screaming to Release More Power, and This Isn't Even My Final Form. "Hey kid," Leo said, patting Z on the shoulder. Z, who was completely focused on the anime, was startled and jumped out of his seat. When he turned and saw his boss, Leo, he cursed his luck. He would have rather faced an assassination. "What do you want?" Leo chuckled and said, "I know, kid. That's why I'm here. The innkeeper is quite pleased with your performance so far, so he selected you to be the first to receive a special kind of upgrade. But I'm here to ask you if you're up for it," he exclaimed, putting up a brave face. "That's what I thought," said Leo, and put his hand over Z's shoulder. The two of them teleported away, this time to a private recovery room. Leo summoned a nurse and began giving her instructions. Moreover, he had also summoned Luther, who would be learning the process so he could administer it to as many workers as possible in the near future. Prepare yourself. Once the process starts, it can't be stopped. Moreover, you have to keep on cultivating the entire time. In truth, the circumstances were not so dire, or else Lex would not have elected to use it. But if a person failed once, they could not undergo a second procedure. So he used the pressure of death to motivate them. Z simply nodded, his expression calm and collected, like a protagonist from a shounen manga. Pain could not scare him. Death could not deter him. After all, he had already experienced the tribulations of customer service. What could be worse? Leo summoned all the necessary items and began working. Z was made to ingest various tablets, potions, powders, herbs, and spices, which made his entire body turn red. The medicinal power was too strong for his body, and he was on the verge of bursting. That's when the difficult part of the process actually began. "Start cultivating," Leo said calmly, as he made an incision in Z's right arm and attached a drip directly to the bone. Similar drips were attached to various other bones all across Z's body, resulting in a bloody and miserable sight. Yet the young lad didn't make a single sound and only focused on his cultivation. He had been fighting for his co-workers' honor in the arena day and night. He was no stranger to bleeding or even grotesque injuries. Lex kept poking and prodding the young lad's body with various injections over the next few hours, until finally the time arrived to add the elixir. One thing had to be said about Z's luck. Since he was the first one to undergo this process, the elixir he would get would be the most potent. By the time the others were able to undergo the same process, the elixir's potency would have dropped by another few grades. As a result, this process would be much harder for him than anyone else. But when it finished, if he managed to survive, his affinity would also be much higher than the rest. Suppressing his emotions, Leo poured an entire cup's worth of elixir down the child's throat and then took a step back. If all the previous steps were skipped, exposure to a single drop of elixir would have killed Z, let alone a whole cup. Now he would live, but he would only suffer some extreme discomfort. No one spoke as they watched Z's body undergo horrifying changes. Z finally released a sound, not because he was unable to suppress himself from grunting, but because his body was literally making noises. They all watched and made sure to keep giving him the required medicine to ensure his body kept healing. Leo especially burned the memory deep in his heart. He could have left, but he wanted to watch. He did not consider it a failure that he had to resort to the help of his workers to survive this difficult period. But he did not forget that it was his responsibility to take care of them, not the other way around. One day, he would make it up to them. Until then, he would lock everything in his heart. Chapter 635, Finishing His Chores. It was a few agonizing hours, but eventually it was completed without incident. To look at, Z appeared an average 15-year-old boy who had just had the work out of his life. His body was covered in copious amounts of sweat, but other than that he seemed completely normal. The incredibly powerful healing agents had made it so that not only were there no remaining signs of his various drips and injections, but any cuts or deformities he suffered during the process. He was breathing heavily and his eyes were closed. It all seemed perfectly normal. That was if you did not look at the rest of the room. The floor was red with blood and guts. There were unusual impurities which had been removed from his body, mostly in the shape of black grains, but some had come out in the shape and size of pebbles. Although that was far from what Z had suffered through, it was as much of the process that Lex was willing to recall. He walked up to the table with Z lay and bent down. "The process is complete," he said softly. Z tried to speak a few times, but he was breathing too heavily to be able to do so. In the end, he just nodded, his eyes still closed, and finally allowed himself to relax. Despite his out-of-breath state, he fell asleep in just a few seconds. "Keep an eye on him," Lex said to the nurse, while handing her a book. "When he wakes up, ask him to see if he can learn this technique." Lex then turned to Luther. "If he succeeded, you can begin allowing anyone who volunteers to undergo the same process." Without waiting for Luther to reply, Leo disappeared. Although he had read that the process was going to be difficult, it was only after watching it that he realized just how difficult it was. Yet he didn't let that deter him or change his mind. An unfortunate truth he had learnt the hard way, time and time again since he began cultivation, was that the universe was not a friendly place. One had to be ridiculously tough to survive in it and tolerate endless ordeals. He appeared near the greenhouse, this time without his Clark Kent glasses. He was crossing out his tasks, and, as much as he wanted to avoid it, he could not ignore the favor Zuri asked of him. Although he did not address anyone specific when he spoke, he knew that while young McDonald had its roots all beneath the inn, it paid extra attention around the greenhouse. Once upon a time, young McDonald's job was to act as security for the entire inn, but more and more, such a thing was infeasible. Young McDonald had hit a growth slump upon reaching the Golden Core realm, and it was mostly just focused around the greenhouse. Speaking of which, the quality of food had really drastically improved at the inn. Lex didn't pay much attention to it, but it seemed the combination of the turtle growing stronger and then getting some farming-focused features really boosted the inn's food production capability. Lex was able to spend a couple of minutes imagining the various delicacies the inn had to offer and what new alien food he could try out soon, before the turtle arrived. The turtle asked, as it brought its neck down to Lex's height. Did the turtle get even taller since Lex saw him last? Unable to answer, he instead focused on more important things. I have been requested to ask you a question. Lex began explaining the situation to the turtle, all the while setting the conversation up in such a way that Lex would easily be able to convince the turtle to stay if it wanted to leave. As it turned out, he didn't really need to do any such thing. Oh dear, such a generous offer. But if I leave, all the children will feel lonely. I cannot leave them. As if on cue, Little Blue flew up behind the turtle and looked down curiously at Lex. Unable to find anything interesting, it continued to fly away. Fenrir, too, came running out of the forest. It stopped to acknowledge Lex, but then quickly continued to run. It was chasing after the whale once again. I understand, Lex said with a smile, suddenly feeling grateful for the turtle's knack for adoption. With these few minor chores out of the way, Lex finally teleported out of the inn, but he still did not return to the Crystal Realm, at least not yet. Instead, after a very, very long time, he reappeared on the planet Vigus Minima. He had incredibly fond memories of nearly fighting to the death against endless hordes of zombies on this planet. Ah, how he missed being weak and feeble. He would just have to make do without almost getting killed at every corner. Before his thoughts would end up jinxing him, Lex diverted his attention towards how the world had changed since he was last here. It did not look like it was the site of a centuries-long war at all. Tall buildings filled the skyline, with familiar-looking ships flying across the sky. In the ground, there were fewer vehicles because most of the ground level was left to accommodate a lot of flora. Trees filled the streets, with grass instead of sidewalks upon which the locals were walking. Some kind of air trains seemed to be transporting people through the city, for those who did not want to travel by ship, or unusual-looking walkways built on the sides of the buildings up a few stories high. The town, a city, a massive metropolis that Lex was looking at, was completely bustling it. The size of the crowds would make even New York City seem like a secluded city, yet everything was done beautifully and in an eco-friendly way. It was mesmerizing to see, but the greater wonder was how all of this was built in less than a year. Sure, he expected the Empire's capabilities to be far beyond that of Earth's, but wasn't this a little too much? Lex strolled through the city as he took in the views and absorbed everything he saw. He had heard that originally the people of Vigus Minima relied on gene manipulation to grow stronger instead of cultivation, and once the zombies invaded, they relied on their cores for body cultivation. Now, it seemed like they had completely adopted the orthodox way of cultivation within the Empire. It was fascinating how many phases and cultures a single planet had been through. As much as he enjoyed his return, Lex had actually come to this planet with a purpose. He made his way to a public services and security office, an organization set up by the Empire to assist the recovery and rehabilitation of the locals. Once there, he merely handed over a card given to him by Alexander to the receptionist, who immediately wore a serious look. She glanced at Lex, as if he were some big shot, but began to work furiously on her computer, as if she was afraid she would be the one responsible for wasting his time. A short while later, a group of military personnel appeared to take Lex to a private and secure facility. That facility, though, ended up being quite far. In fact, the journey took a few hours as he had to be escorted out of the city he was already in. At first he thought he would be taken to some hidden base or secure location, but he was instead taken to an even larger, more impressive city. In fact, if Marlowe were here, he would recognize not the city, for it had changed too much, but the cliffside near it. This was where he had fought his battles so bravely. But the speed of his ship was too fast. Lex had no time to admire the capital of Vigus Minima. After only catching glimpses, he was already brought to an in-building parking space where the ship landed, and a number of personnel stood waiting for him. "Your teleportation formation has been primed and is ready to be used," said one of the soldiers, speaking as if he were talking about the most grim thing in the world. "Before we proceed, however, we will need to enter your details into our system. Is that all right?" "Sure, no problem," said Lex. He was on his way to the planet Alexander needed his help on. He wouldn't stay there for long, but he needed to at least reach the planet, so he could teleport there when Alexander needed help. Chapter 636 Pole Bitv. Please follow us while we enter the details, the soldier said to Lex. According to our information, you are to be deputed as an auxiliary combat aide, ACA. ACA members are all officially recognized by the Jotun Army and have rankings and authority of their own, but fall outside of the command chain. This basically means that they help the Army on certain tasks and missions, but they cannot be forced to accept missions or be stationed in places. The specifics vary based on the role and rank of an ACA member, but I'm sure you already know the circumstances of your recruitment. Lex felt that there was a lot that remained unsaid during the last part of the statement. He suddenly felt like a lot of wanted criminals became ACA members solely so that they could have clean identities to use. That could be both a good thing or a bad thing for the Empire, based on how it was managed. Of course, none of that had anything to do with Lex. He was led to a lab where he underwent a number of tests, reminding him of the time he was tested out in Bluebird. The tests carried out by the Empire were, of course, much more complex than the ones on Earth. First of all, he did not need to be pricked or electrocuted for any test. Then again, they did not do anything as controversial as ask him about his cultivation techniques. A part of him wondered if during their tests, his DNA would match for any of his relatives in the Empire, as there surely were. But it was never brought up, so maybe it didn't. What he did not know was that the inscription placed over his heart not only hid his bloodline, it also hid his identity from being traced. No DNA test he ever gave would be accurate. He could have become the perfect criminal on Earth, but that was already behind him now. Oddly enough, they asked him very few questions during the test, as if they wanted his identity to be as bare bones as possible. They did, however, ask him one question that caused him to pause for a moment. Just Lex? He hesitated, but in the end he simply said no. The soldier, almost as if he was expecting such an answer, only nodded and continued to create his account. The process did not take long, and in a mere 30 minutes he had become a registered ACA member with an official Empire identity. Coincidentally, the identity token they gave him was shaped like a coin, except that it was black. The coincidence was because this once again reminded him of Bluebird. But he was easily able to inspect this token and was certain that it had no hidden trackers or monitoring devices. He stored it in his spatial bangle and followed the soldier who led him to a completely empty room. It was square, with pure white walls and floor. It looked like where psychiatric patients would be held. Teleportation will activate soon. Please prepare yourself, both physically and mentally. Lex merely nodded. He was not worried. In fact, he was quite looking forward to it. He wanted to find out how normal transportation between planets was carried out. It didn't take long for him to get his wish, though technically speaking, normal travel between planets, regardless of how far, was carried out on ships and not teleportation. Lex thought that when the man said Lex would be disoriented, it was because of the discomfort he felt during teleportation. Due to his physique, Lex didn't worry about that. What he did not anticipate was that the level of this teleportation formation was nowhere near that of the Emporium's. The formation activated instantly, so Lex got no warning. But even if he had, he would not have expected the whiplash his body was subjected to as it underwent what felt like being launched through the air at the speed of a fighter jet. But that was only the beginning. This teleportation was nowhere near as instantaneous as the ones he had become accustomed to. And the entire time it went on, Lex felt like his body was being jostled through the air like a rag doll carried by a child running at full speed. The worst part was there was no sense of up and down because he felt gravity pulling at him from every single direction. Then the teleportation ended just as abruptly as it started, and Lex found himself in yet another completely white room. If Lex were a lesser man, he would have thrown up. But he wasn't, so he only cursed. What the hell was this? He was meant to enjoy the teleportation and experience the advantages of his physique. Instead, he went on a poorly planned roller coaster. What a ripoff. Feeling more irritated than disoriented, Lex left the white room only to find a group of surprise soldiers. But they were trained well, and so recovered quickly. The soldier asked, reading something off of a screen. "Welcome to Pole Bitv, sir. the soldier said while saluting him. Apparently, Lex's rank was above his. It made sense, kind of. After all, Lex was in the Golden Corps, while the soldier was in the Foundation realm. Accommodation has been arranged for you, sir. The room will be reserved for you for up to 1 year. After that, you will have to pay for yourself if you wish to continue renting the same room. There's also an introductory packet to get you acquainted with the planet and its culture. Thanks, said Lex, grabbing the folder the soldier handed him. He then asked for directions and exited the building. It wasn't that he didn't want to spend some time on Pol Bitvi, or that he wasn't curious about what his new post or position held. He was just a little impatient these days, owing to the ever closer deadline of his workers going away. Not to mention, being jostled around didn't really help his mood. He took in the city, but there was not much to see because it was night and it was raining. Everyone who comes to the inn leaves an anchor behind, which is how the inn traces where to send them back once they return. Everyone can have only one anchor, including you. So yes, technically you can teleport back here if you go to the inn. But your situation is a little complicated, since you can also travel to any planet or area linked to the inn. So, you can return here anytime. Lex released an irritated sigh. Well, it will take at least 1 day. It could take more, but you have the advantage that you can come back whenever you want and then return to this planet whenever you want as long as you don't travel anywhere else. I guess I might as well just get on with it, he said, and started walking in the direction of his room. He reached the building without incident, and somehow even entered the room without being targeted somehow. It felt strange because something unusual would always happen to him whenever he tried to connect a planet to the inn. He had long suspected that whenever he used a ticket to choose a planet, he would only be given options for planets where something bad was destined to happen to him. Yes, it totally had to be on purpose. But with nothing happening, he decided to simply meditate in his room until the planet was connected or he had to return to the inn. Unbeknownst to him, in his neighboring room were 2 human kids who had also visited the inn. They had been brought there by the pro bono room, and they had experienced the star rank change which had evolved their bodies, helping them shed their birth defects. They had been brought to this room to stay in by the angelic saint woman who had been helping them. Life had been so good for them, they almost forgot that they had lived extremely miserable lives up until quite recently on this planet engulfed in a decade-long civil war. Almost. Chapter 637 Machinations. An uneventful day and night passed for Lex, who spent the day cultivating. He was only waiting for time to pass, so that either the inn would connect to this planet, or that he would have to leave to attend the upcoming banquet. In the room beside him, the 2 siblings spent their time feeling extremely worried. The beautiful elder sister who brought them here hadn't shown up in a long time, and was already late by a couple of days. Such an occurrence was not normal at all whatsoever, since this was not the kind of planet where one could travel around safely. For over a decade, the planet had been the stage for a bloody civil war, much to the dismay of the common people, such as them. The star system they were in had 5 inhabited planets, all of which used to be governed by one family under the authority of the Empire. But different branches of the same family had a falling out, and eventually led to a bloody conflict. The Empire had tried to broker peace, but legally speaking the star system was leased out to that family for several more centuries. So without the ability to completely replace those in power, there was little that could be done. In the end, Pol Bitvi, which was the inhabited planet closest to the star, was designated the battlefield to finalize the war and establish the victor. The point of this was so that the other planets would at least be spared from war. The proposal was accepted and implemented. But the war just kept dragging on, and many secret third parties began to get involved. Silent partners and secret supporters in the background kept bringing their forces onto the ground and kept extending the war. A resolution did not appear to be in sight. Of course, none of that mattered to the kids. What they cared about was that the beautiful elder sister had not returned. It was not even a matter of self-survival, as they could more or less exist in the wilderness. They just couldn't imagine a life where the elder sister was no longer around. Asked the girl, finally unable to hold it in any longer. The elder sister said she was a soldier. They won't listen to us. The brother started to pace around, much as he had been before they began talking. In the end, he made a seemingly difficult decision and reached into his pocket. Back in his room, Lex was enjoying the feeling of cultivating without having to use the lavatory when there was a knock on his door. A part of him had been waiting for this. Of course it had to happen. How could he possibly link a planet to the inn without facing incredulous peril? But strangely, his instincts gave him no warning. Mentally prepared to face the worst, he opened the door to find someone dressed like a housekeeper, standing right in front with a trolley full of cleaning supplies. The man asked in a very droll voice. No thanks, Lex answered. The man only nodded and continued forward. A little disappointed by the anticlimactic result, he looked around once more in the corridor, but saw no impending threat. He only saw a couple of kids walking away, probably to play. He returned to his room and closed the door. 6 hours later, with no other issue arising, the planet was successfully linked to the inn. Had circumstances been a little different, Lex might have felt like the process was incomplete, but for now he was just happy to return to the inn. The moment he teleported back, he got to work. At the end, the various festivities were still ongoing. The theme for this week was Spaceship Spa, and so all the festivities were being held inside the ship. That was quite convenient for Lex, as he announced that the village would temporarily be vacated of all guests for 24 hours starting tomorrow. Moreover, he also spent a ton of MP in the event panel to hire temporary staff to ensure everything continued to operate smoothly. Since it was meant to be an employee banquet tomorrow, he obviously could not have the employees working. He planned out the day, which was pretty easy for him at this point due to all his experience gained from planning festivals, and checked up on any impending tasks. The tailor, believe it or not, was ahead of schedule and had almost completed his order. With thousands of helpers, it only made sense. He had completely optimized the process, and all he had to do was the actual stitching. But considering that he was still just a mortal, stitching 1,000 suits within just 3 days was still believable because the system helped him out in many areas. The system was ultimately a major cheat after all. The day passed relatively quickly for Lex, bringing forth a pretty unusual sight for the guests in the following morning. Many of the inn's guests had been there before, or had spent some time there at least, and so had become somewhat familiar with just a few faces at least. Yet this morning, while the inn was not bereft of workers, all of them were new faces. Some of the popular shops, such as the barber shop and battle axe, were closed. Members of various fan clubs, such as the Gerard fan club, noticed that the dashing gentleman could not be seen doing his usual golf cart rounds, and no one could reach out to him using their personal holographic assistants. While the inn continued to operate as usual, there was something just a little different about it today. It lacked a certain flavor which the usual workers, with their enthusiastic and vibrant personalities, brought to the inn. But soon, they discovered the answer on the front page of the midnight newsletter that was being passed out that day. The innkeeper was holding a banquet only for his workers over at the party village. Excitement spread among some of the guests as they arrived outside the village, unable to proceed any further. Using their best vision techniques, they tried to spy in on what was happening inside, but to no avail. But the more the matter was kept from them, the more excited they became, especially because it was a banquet being held by the innkeeper himself. A majority of the guests had never actually seen the innkeeper up close and personal, so he was veiled in an air of mystery and charm. They wanted to see him as well, but unfortunately, there seemed no way to get into the banquet. No way yet, at least. Karen the succubus was casually reading a comic in the lounge. The comic was, of course, based on the innkeeper. This specific spread was delving into the backstory for the real reason the inn was targeted by the evil deity Ra. She had yet to read all of it, but all signs were hinting towards the fact that Ra's daughter was secretly enamored with the innkeeper and ran away from her home in hopes of being able to pursue her love. The innkeeper, being a gentleman, was of course not taking advantage of the feelings of love of a young girl. But at the same time, he could not bring himself to send her back. Their adventures spanned amidst scenic valleys, beautiful rivers, enchanting star fields, and more. The author of this comic, the supposed Rachel, had an extremely vivid imagination. Just as Karen was getting to the good part, A shadow fell over her face. She looked up to see Rocket Fellow standing there. She asked, feeling sour. Just because he was incredibly good-looking and rich and came from a good background, this fellow felt like he could do anything he wanted. There's an unusual event ongoing at the inn right now. No matter what kind of event there is, I won't be able to get any answers, she said blandly as she turned a page in her comic. Don't you know by now? The inn is foolproof. There was a pause where Rocket Fellow actually didn't immediately respond, which was unlike him. For once, you've actually said something smart. I can't get anything from it directly, so I've used indirect methods. After some, let's say, charity work, I've been able to pull a few strings. Karen was genuinely startled and almost dropped her comic. Pleased by her reaction, he continued, although I've been able to do that much, the actual location of their deployment remains a mystery to me. Gather everyone and find out. Chapter 638, Water War. Attendance at the banquet wasn't really necessary for all the workers. It was more or less just a joint vacation for all of them. Yet Lex did not expect many to miss out on it. And indeed, there was 100% attendance even just a few minutes after the day began. The banquet itself would only begin in the evening, but everyone had 24 hours of free time to enjoy themselves. In fact, there were temporary workers found even within the village, so that the workers could for once experience all the services that they were usually offering. The experience was extremely novel, as they had never just hung out with their friends in such a manner before. If Lecter being extremely scrutinizing, he would say that having such an experience would be highly beneficial for them. After all, once they understood what the guests might be feeling as they approached the same services, they could do their duties better. But in truth, his only agenda was for his workers to enjoy and get some time off, especially now that some of them would be sent away to face untold trials. The sight itself was quite amusing. Sitting in his office, Lex watched as hundreds of thousands of humans slowly shuffled into the village and began spreading out, murmuring with each other in excitement. Among them, the few non-humans were also clearly visible, though they were just as much a part of the crowd as everyone else. A giant sea creature could be seen, its upper body emerging from the waterways in the village, acting very much like a child about to head to an amusement park. A few peacocks, which had evolved to gain sentience and self-awareness during the star rank upgrades, could also be seen walking majestically down the paved streets. Young MacDonald, Zen, the Soul Bird, Fenrir, Little Blue, and the turtle walked as part of one procession. Although the turtle was annoyed that it had to spend time away from its garden, it eventually decided to take a look at how everything was going at the village. A lone draconian apostle, Frederick, could be seen trailing that group, feeling somewhat shy. It presented quite an adorable sight, as it had rounded up a lot while cultivating near the fire temple. As such, it looked more like a round, massive stuffed toy designed to look like a bee than an actual bee. Of course, now all in workers were shy. Captain Cirque, the worker in charge of the massive spaceship, could be seen casually sitting beside Gerard as the old man drove his golf cart. The two seemed to be sharing tales of their own respective vehicles. Luther was standing forlornly atop a massive building, looking down at all the workers, as if he had countless troubles worrying him. Inside a massive auditorium, Z was sitting comfortably with buckets of popcorn around him, watching his current favorite anime, Demon Slayer. Interestingly enough, none of the popcorn buckets were within his reach. But whenever he reached out with his hand, a few kernels would appear in his hand. The process was not smooth or quick, but it happened nonetheless. Moreover, the more time he spent doing it, the better he became. One might even think he was training secretly. But no, he was just being a lazy teenager. Somewhere near a cafe, Velma was excitedly conducting an interview. Although she was not supposed to be working, who could really stop her? As for the target of her interview, it was naturally Harry and Haley, the newest couple of the inn. Although Haley was not a worker, she was Harry's plus one, so there was no problem with her attending. In another corner, Jeeves, the poor tailor, was found collapsed on the ground. Feeling some pity for him, some of the people who had spent the last few days with him carried him to a spa, where he received an excellent massage. Yet, as much as he had worked, he was not the most exhausted and worker. No, That privilege was awarded equally to the members of the bunny nation. As the permanent workers of the daycare, all the bunnies had firsthand experienced the endless energy of young children. Even after the star rank upgrade, when the bunnies evolved and grew one level stronger, they could only barely keep up with the kids. But while the bunnies had evolved from that event, had the kids not done the same? Stronger, smarter, and more ferocious than ever before. The kids played as if the very fate of the universe depended on it, and no cultivator was strong enough to face such an onslaught. The bunnies almost even missed the days where they were actually being slaughtered. At least then their suffering would end. But no matter. They had gained a reprieve, short as it may be. After watching for a while, Lex suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. The workers were a little tame and were hesitating in fully enjoying themselves. They had many hours before the actual banquet, so they should be thoroughly enjoying themselves. With an exasperated sigh, Lex stood up. It seemed like he would have to do everything himself. He put on his Clark Kent glasses and changed into his Leo persona before teleporting over. For a moment, mixed in with a massive crowd, he truly felt how much the inn had grown. From a mere 2 workers who only had a 1-month lease to hundreds of thousands of permanent workers. Then he summoned his secret weapon in his hand and locked onto a target. Doe, John's assistant, was walking listlessly. Of course he would feel like that. Unlike the rest, it was not 1 or 2 days that the battle axe had been shut for. John had been challenged to a battle in the murder trial, and it was still ongoing even so many days later. With nothing to distract him, and no way of knowing how the battle was going, Doe was feeling drained. Suddenly, Doe's senses picked up on a threat. As John's assistant, how could it be possible that he had not been taught any techniques to defend himself or improve his survivability? He looked up, only to find a pink round ball closing in on him. He tried to move, yet he was too slow and the projectile too fast. It hit him right in the face, but instead of the hard-on collision he was expecting, he felt the pop of something plastic before a ball of water drenched his face. Tens, hundreds, thousands, and then tens of thousands of water balloons suddenly appeared everywhere. The workers were a little slow to catch on, which resulted in many of them immediately getting splashed. No one saw who made the first move, because whoever it was moving too fast. But panic immediately set in, and everyone grabbed a water balloon. Then that panic immediately turned to excitement, as the first worker threw a water balloon, and then the second. Chaos erupted almost immediately, as thousands of workers immediately entered into a massive water fight. Thousands more began running right and left, avoiding getting wet to little success. The few aquatic beasts that had evolved within the inn from simple animals and had become workers had a natural advantage which they used readily to start launching water at everyone. But the humans were not to be left behind either. The lifeguards of the inn immediately began using their spiritual techniques, which could manipulate water, and retaliated in full force. In mere moments, what Lex had originally just planned out as a simple water fight to loosen everyone up and put them in a playful mood turned into a highly competitive and extreme water war. In its excitement, Little Blue also joined in. It had also been cultivating and had constantly been guided by the turtle and corrupted by Fenrir, who had been corrupted by Lex. It used its newly gained innate ability to summon some water. Truly, it was only a small amount of water. It was not worth mentioning, really. It only accumulated into a tsunami that was over 40 feet high and appeared out of thin air. When the shadow of the wave covered the ground, the water fight temporarily paused as everyone looked up to see what had happened. All they saw before the wave came crashing down was the little whale clicking and whistling in excitement. Then, like divine judgment, the wave came crashing down. But the workers of the inn were not intimidated. Various techniques filled the air as they hastened to protect themselves and prepare for retaliation. In the first ever water war, the weak would not survive. They would win, or they would get drenched trying. The wave crashed onto the ground with a furious roar and shook the inn as it did. But suddenly, there was a flash of light, and the water parted, split right down the middle. Chapter 639, His People. like the Red Sea. The tsunami wave was parted along the center, and a couple completely untouched by a drop of water, WS revealed. Kawain and Anita stood side by side, Anita holding her husband's arm lovingly. Behind them was their baby, being pushed by dozens of her undead abominations. The baby was sleeping silently, as the sounds of fighting and chaos had finally lulled it into a peaceful sleep. One could not really blame it for not being able to distinguish between the sounds of a water fight that constituted hundreds or thousands of people and a nice Sunday genocidal massacre. "Please continue. We are just passing by," said Kawain as he continued to walk. One could not really blame him for not participating, as any casual throw of a water balloon by him could decimate all the inn's workers. The fight resumed as soon as the couple passed, with Little Blue becoming one of the main targets. While a lot of the workers participated in the war, more still moved away from it, unwilling to get wet. Yet Lex's purpose was completed nonetheless, as even those who were not participating relaxed visibly. They spread out across the village and began to truly enjoy all that the inn had to offer. Lines were formed in front of photo booths. Many took boat rides in the canals alongside the roads. Others still enjoyed the various transports. They ate and they played, and though most of them really weren't tense, the ones that were visibly relaxed. "Well, all except Luther?" Leo asked, as he walked up to Luther, who was standing on the roof of one of the buildings. "It's hard to enjoy myself when I know what's about to happen," said Luther, his face extremely grim. "Although there isn't too much detail, I've read the files Velma has on the Fugen. It will not be an easy fight. The Fugen are strong, but the inn workers aren't weak either." Luther didn't speak, and instead turned to look at Leo. He had spent a lot of time at the inn getting to know the other workers. He had a busy schedule between taking care of the innkeeper's orders, cultivating, and thinking of ways to improve the inn, but he still managed to take out the time to do so. The one thing he noticed was the unusual patterns with which Leo appeared and disappeared at the inn. No one else spent as much time away from the inn as he did, at least among the workers. Luther suspected that Leo's role as a shop owner at the inn was just a front, and instead he performed secret tasks for the innkeeper. Well, Leo had all but already told Luther as such when he gave Luther some secret tasks by the innkeeper, but he suspected that Leo played an even greater role for the innkeeper than anyone realized. He did not envy Leo for the attention he got. Instead, he understood the necessity. While Luther was in the light, as the innkeeper's assistant, Leo was in the dark, doing things without attracting attention. As a result, he should also be privy to more information than the rest. Luther asked, looking Leo in the eyes. "Nothing too out of the ordinary," said Leo, shrugging. "The innkeeper doesn't want to pick a needless fight, so he's going along with things for now. But he's preparing an exit strategy nonetheless." A light flashed in Luther's eyes, but he said nothing. After spending a few more moments atop the building, he decided to leave for now. After all, his name was on the list of volunteers too. Technically speaking, Luther had only been alive for a few months, so it should not have been possible for him to reach Foundation Realm so quickly. But contrary to expectation, he was already near the peak of the Foundation Realm. He had abused his bloodline to continuously cultivate way beyond what his body should have been able to tolerate. On the days where not much happened, he allowed himself to feel the repercussions of his accumulated fatigue and injuries, so that the burden would slowly lessen. On other days, where the utmost was needed of him, he used his bloodline even more. For now, he decided to go sleep in a recovery pod. He would allow the burden he had accumulated to vent as much as possible, so that during the war he had no trouble using his bloodline as much as possible. Lex said nothing as he watched Luther go. How could he not possibly know that Luther had put his name on the list of volunteers first? Yet he had no intentions of stopping him. For better or for worse, Luther's extreme personality was exactly what was needed to survive the upcoming war. While Lex was paying attention to all his employees, he especially focused on the 1,000 volunteers. Yet none of them seemed to be acting tense or anxious. It was as if all was normal. But how could it be? He knew for a fact that other than Z, Nearly 600 other workers had also undergone their physique treatment, including Luther. It had cost Lex nearly 40 million MP to get all the necessary supplies to support the procedure, but none of the supplies were so rare that he had to go back to the Emporium. Sure, none of them had an experience nearly as bad as Z's, but none of them were easy either. Even now, there would have been a few still undergoing the process if Lex hadn't run out of the elixir. Yet not a single one of them had complained. Lex disappeared from the rooftop as he continued to overview the day's festivities and make personal adjustments where he thought necessary. Something interesting, or at least something Velma would have found interesting, was that in this new environment where they were encouraged to relax and mingle, many began showing initial signs of kindling relationships. For now, they were too young and inexperienced in life to take that step, but Lex could already see signs. The fact that most of the ones showing such signs were about to head off to war made Lex feel just a little melancholic. The crowds which had dispersed across the entire village began to gather once again in an open-air theater. Perhaps an auditorium would have been better for this, but it was not so easy to fit a few 100,000 beings inside one building and still leave them room to move about. Though it was no crystal ballroom, the floating sky lanterns illuminated the night in a soft yet warm, yellow glow which brought about a relaxed environment. Well, it was hard to go for different lighting with a baby soul bird around. Though it had been a full day for most, they were not tired. Instead, everyone was feeling refreshed and excited, for they were looking forward to what would come next. The innkeeper was about to make an appearance. Once everyone had arrived, Luther included, the lighting dimmed, despite the baby soul bird, and a small podium appeared. A hush fell over the crowd as they all waited for the innkeeper. As of late, he had been making fewer and fewer public appearances, and when he did, he usually only met the same few workers. It was something even Lex himself had not noticed, nor was he alerted by his instincts, for it had no consequential repercussions. It revealed a blind spot in his instincts, and always relying on them. Before the innkeeper appeared, the sound of footsteps could be heard echoing through the night. The footsteps continued to echo, when suddenly everyone saw someone climbing to the podium. Instantly, they realized that the innkeeper would not suddenly appear on the podium. The innkeeper had been among them the entire time, but he had kept himself hidden so that he would not attract attention. Excitement suddenly filled the hearts of all the workers as they thought about the fact that they could have been rubbing shoulders with the innkeeper. "Welcome, everyone." The innkeeper's smooth voice washed over the crowd. "I'm glad to see that everyone has been enjoying themselves." The innkeeper paused, a warm and content smile on his face as he looked out over the crowd. He could hear them shuffling. He could hear their elevated heartbeats. He could hear their sped-up breathing. These were his people. He would lead them well. Chapter 6: 40 New Suits. Many months ago, when Lex had the idea for a banquet for his guests, he had envisioned what it would be like. In fact, he even did a bit of research on his own instead of just delegating the tasks to the planning division. The banquet would be broken down into 2 segments. The lead-up to the banquet, where everyone enjoyed and relaxed, didn't count. Once the banquet actually began, the first phase would follow some earthly customs. As the innkeeper, he would give a small speech to cheer everyone up, and then he thought about sharing the limelight and having some others come up and speak as well. There would be jokes and laughter, and once everyone was done speaking, there would be a dance, which would then be followed by dinner. That was the first segment. The second segment included activities Lex looked up on the Henali portal, which were common occurrences in alien cultures. There would be feats of courage. There would be merrymaking. There would be duels. There would be cakes similar to Saturn cake, except that it would be much stronger and could affect those at a higher cultivation realm. Lex had even imported a special batch of fruit, which could temporarily turn anyone who ate it into a variation of their race. So, in the instance of humans, they could turn into cat people or a Kiansa or something else. The night would end with a few awards and prizes. That was the original plan, and Lex expected it would be a lot of fun. But the plan had changed since then. Now, while he still planned for the banquet to be a fun-filled event, the focus would be different. As the innkeeper's gentle voice washed over all the workers, they began to imagine all that had happened. The older ones began to recall the midnight games, while the newer ones thought back to the invasion they suffered during the innkeeper's absence. The innkeeper paused for a moment, looking out at each and every face in the crowd. Whether it's keeping the guests happy, adapting to new events, or facing off miscreants who mean to cause trouble, each and every one of you has upheld the honor of the inn. Every single one of the workers felt their pride swell up as they heard the innkeeper's words. They held their heads just a little higher and pumped out their chests. Today we are here, at this banquet, to honor all your efforts so far in service of the inn. But I think it is not just in service of the inn that you all strive so hard. There is something else that drives your actions. It is pride. The pride of being a part of something as grand as the inn. But how can that be all? I think it is the feeling of home. It is the feeling of family. The innkeeper paused again, though this time even he didn't notice the slight hesitation. The innkeeper's words and emotions were infectious, and everyone, from the newest to the oldest employees, started to have deep emotions welling up inside of them. So today, here, we find ourselves honoring not just our actions, but each other, for it is us, each and every one of us, who make up the Midnight Inn. But it is not just our past actions that need honoring. The innkeeper's tempo suddenly changed. His voice, full of vibrant energy, suddenly turned solemn and somber. It is also the actions that some of us are about to take that we honor. I'm sure you all know of what I speak. The Midnight Inn finds itself facing an extraordinary and unexpected challenge. Though we are a humble establishment focused on serving our guests, we have always been steadfast in adhering to our dogmas, even in the face of extreme adversity. Yet even so, in this universe, we cannot stand completely alone. The inn has been conscripted into a war that has nothing to do with us, thrusting us into an unfamiliar battlefield. But when faced with this challenge, when I asked for volunteers, I received an overwhelming response. 1,000 different spotlights suddenly appeared, shining on each and every selected volunteer. Moreover, a massive screen appeared behind the innkeeper, showing the humble yet happy faces under the spotlights. Each and every one of you carry the honor of the inn with you, and that is not just limited to the grounds of the inn. The innkeeper snapped his fingers, and suddenly the attire of all 1,000 workers changed. Although they all wore suits before, and still wore suits now, the difference between the two sets was night and day. While their previous suits were smart and quite formal, the new suits were not only perfectly suited to their exact physiques, it elevated their auras to make them seem incredibly dashing yet lethal at the same time. Each suit was three-piece, with a white shirt and black tie. Gold buttons adorned not only the front, but the cuffs as well. I written on it, and the lapel had a key-shaped pin attached. Along with the suit were also a pair of black gloves, perfectly sized so that not an inch of skin was visible between shirt cuff and glove. They wore Oxfords in black, of course, as their choice of footwear. Above the collar, there was a black silk scarf perfectly covering the neck, and a suave black mask covered their faces right up until the edge of their noses. Covering their eyes was a simple mask, similar to what one would wear at a masquerade ball. Up until then, the suits seemed to look identical, but this is where a small distinction was made in the suits to favor preference. Above the mask, each person wore a hat, but each person seemed to have had some say in the exact kind. Some wore cobbler hats, others wore fedoras, while some wore flat caps. The innkeeper paused to allow everyone to take in the sight. It truly was quite magnificent, for Lex could tell how incredibly durable and powerful the suits were. Suffice to say, Lex felt like even if he delivered a punch with his maximum power to one of those volunteers while they did not defend, they still would not be absolutely fine. He noticed that, despite the severe time constraints, the tailor had managed to personalize the suits just a bit. For example, through Z's mask, Lex could identify the distinct outline of earphone wire traveling to his ears, or Gerard, whose suit was slightly more open than the rest, adding emphasis to his vest underneath. He also noticed that, unlike the rest, Luther also carried a black and gold cane with him. He had no idea where it came from or how he had paid for it, but it looked mighty impressive. Know that even as you step out on the battlefield, The Midnight Inn is always with you. The innkeeper began speaking once again, this time only to the 1,000 volunteers who had by now gathered to the center of the crowd. The battlefield is foreign, but that cannot waver your spirit. Together, you have faced and conquered countless obstacles, and you will conquer this one too. Because while others fight to kill or to survive, you fight to protect. Remember, now or ever, you are not alone. You have each other, your bonds, and your indomitable will to stand tall in the face of adversity. While war is not our business, that is only because we do not choose it to be. The innkeeper's voice, which had once lowered in both volume and tone, had risen once again to a mighty crescendo, shaking not just the hearts of all who listened, but the very earth and the sky. The sheer lethal visage of 1,000 geared warriors alongside the innkeeper's inspirational voice charged the crowds until they could no longer contain themselves and erupted into a roaring cheer that carried across the entire village. It could be heard even outside the barrier, keeping out all the guests. The Midnight Inn had not asked for this war, but they would make the ones who forced them into it regret deeply. Chapter 641 Departure. After delivering his speech, Lex left the podium and let the banquet progress normally. He no longer felt like the mood of the banquet needed to be fun or jovial. Considering that the 1,000 workers would be heading off to the battlefield, he felt that the rest of the time should be spent with the focus on them. After all, no matter how much Lex helped them prepare, there was a very real possibility that they might not make it back. Still, the mood the rest of the time was very relaxed. If the workers felt nervous or anxious, they did not show it. Instead, they kept gushing over how much they liked their new suits. If one overheard their conversations, one would assume they would be heading to a field trip rather than to war. Soon, a live orchestra standing on a cloud nearby began to play live music, and the banquet transitioned to the dance. This was quite entertaining to watch, actually, since most people didn't really know any real dances, but as cultivators of various levels, they were quite adept in movement techniques. As a result, the inn workers were making up dances on the go, which resulted in quite an interesting show. The most interesting was the dance between Little Blue and the Soulbird. They were flying around, swinging like crazy in the air. Wherever Little Blue flew, drops of water fell like rain, since it was still learning to control its ability, and whenever the bird passed by, the drops evaporated instantly. Since the inn protected everyone from the bird's heat, to the viewers, it all seemed just like an interesting smoke show. Moreover, due to the constant rain and light, rainbows were formed wherever the two went. With no one truly leading and showing them how it was done, the workers truly did end up doing whatever they wanted. Some bunnies began mounting peacocks and strut around one another, as if challenging each other to a dance duel. The massive, evolved magic carpet had the turtle ride on its head and shook around, as if it was trying to dance as well. The humans were not to be left behind either. They grabbed hands and spun each other round and around till one of them had their feet lifted into the air and began flying, until the other one suddenly let go, sending them flying toward a specific target. The humans began playing darts using other humans. Leff didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched what they did, but decided not to interfere. There was no designated way to enjoy oneself. And if they were enjoying themselves by behaving like idiots, well, one had to remember that most of them were just 1-year-old. He teleported away, no longer overseeing the workers. The thing he had to do next was prepare to send his workers to the battlefield. It was really easy, since he had been provided a teleportation formation. He only needed to set it up. He had never sent one of his workers outside the inn before, although theoretically it shouldn't be an issue. In essence, in the way that he could choose to teleport to any place connected to the inn, he could send his workers too. After all, if there was no mechanism to send out his employees, then he wouldn't have received a quest to recruit Marlowe as a porter oh so long ago. Deploying the formation was disappointingly easy. The lead up to the workers' departure felt agonizingly slow to Lex, but eventually the banquet ended, and the next day came. But all the workers did not return to their posts just yet, and instead stood in silence as they watched the 1,000 gathered workers. It was time for them to go, but no one had any words left to say. They could only watch and pray. When the innkeeper appeared, he summoned Luther to have a private word with him first. I don't expect it to be a problem, but make sure that you all stay together. You all have to make sure to protect one another. While there will be others there with you, and they will be your allies, that is only theoretical. The only ones you can trust are each other. Lex held out one of his innkeeper business cards, drenched in the aura of the innkeeper. If you run into any problems, or if they try to split you all up, don't hesitate to call me through the card. Luther took the card and tucked it safely in the inner pocket of his coat. Although the innkeeper told him not to hesitate in summoning him, Luther decided not to summon the innkeeper unless it was the last resort. As for the rest, treat this as a learning experience. The comrades you make during war are special and cannot be discovered in simple times. Luther nodded in confirmation, but did not say anything. The innkeeper was clearly trusting him to lead the others, which was a monumental task. Perhaps one would expect such a task to go to Gerard, based on his position as the head of security, but Lex felt he did not have the right temperament. Perhaps as long as he was within the inn, it didn't matter so much, but on a battlefield, only someone as ruthless as Luther would suffice. With everything said, Luther returned to the others, and they were teleported away. There was no fanfare of fancy speeches. Lex did not feel like there was a need to drag the matter on endlessly. Sometimes, it was better to just get on with it quickly. With the workers sent out of the inn, Lex prepared to return to the Crystal Realm and complete his quest, but he was interrupted by the sound of a familiar notification. System notification. Hidden quest completed. The teleportation away from the inn was seamless, despite it being powered by a formation provided by someone else. That was because with the inn's upgraded teleportation abilities, Lex had more or less hijacked the teleportation point. Of course, just because there was an easy way to reach the destination did not mean that it was linked to the inn. Not yet anyway, but that didn't matter. When the 1,000 workers of the inn teleported over, they were instantly overwhelmed. Since this was the first time any of them left the inn, they were not prepared for the polluted and impure air of the universe. The smell of synthetic cleaners filled the massive hall they teleported in, almost making them gag, but they controlled themselves. They knew war wasn't going to be easy. It only made sense that it shouldn't smell great either. The group had teleported inside a dedicated teleportation area, which was one of many in the entire hall. There were easily tens of thousands more troops appearing every minute, and they all wore different kinds of armors and gear. There was a host of personnel standing ready, guiding and registering each and every new group. One such person approached the group from the inn, dressed in a brown jumpsuit and a helmet sporting a silver visor, hiding the person's face. "Welcome to Battlefront 00974. Luther stepped forward, standing face to face with the man. Much like the group, the man was in the Foundation realm, so when Luther stepped near, his surging aura momentarily stunned him. "Affiliated group and number of soldiers, please," the man stuttered, unable to calm himself down in time. "Midnight Inn, 1,000 soldiers," Luther said succinctly. Although the innkeeper had told him to make comrades, he did not think he was referring to a weak floor worker like this. "Midnight Inn, 1,000 soldiers. All right, I've registered your arrival. Wherever we go, we will go together. We will not be separated," informed Luther. Even if he didn't already have such thoughts, the innkeeper repeatedly emphasized that they should stay together, so he would never compromise on this. "You specialize in group combat? Well, that shouldn't be an issue. Continue on with registration, and be sure to mention that you've trained for group combat." Luther nodded, as if that was barely an acceptable answer, and then began leading his group forward. He was pleased that no one had tried to split them up, and he took note of the group combat that the previous man had mentioned. Hopefully, there won't be any problems later either. It would suck if he had to beat someone up so soon. Chapter 642, Let Z take the lead. System notification. Hidden quest complete. Hidden quest. The Midnight Inn is a bastion and a safe haven for all guests from across the universe. Yet such a refuge is bound to attract hostile attention. Sometimes, dealing with miscreants when they arrive at the inn is already too late. Take proactive measures to eliminate forces hostile to the inn before they arrive at the inn. Quest reward. Midnight Battalion panel unlocked. Remarks. Even a broken clock is right twice a day, but it took you over a year to do something right once. Lex was stunned. Midnight Battalion? All right, he could openly and clearly admit that the Midnight was a little different from what one would expect from an MAB. But what kind of an had its own battalion? Although he could somewhat understand the system's motives. While he was sure that a lot of the beings that visit the inn could be convinced to holster their hostile nature if they had one, there were bound to be many that just would not do so. If that were the case, it made sense to go out and face them directly. But that way, wouldn't he end up fighting beings across the universe? No, that surely wasn't what this was for. It was most likely that the purpose of the battalion was to go out and face specific targets who were enemies of the inn. Yes, that made sense. In fact, why should he limit himself just to a battalion? Didn't he have a secret news agency? Couldn't he spread spies across the universe to gather secret intel? Or be on the lookout for more inheritances, which he could add to his inheritance haul? Once Lex started thinking like this, he realized that the possibilities were endless. Why did he have to personally go to the Emporium every time he needed a trade? Couldn't he set up a trading outfit or organization which got the inn supplies which the system didn't naturally provide it with? Lex reined in his excitement and first took a look at the Midnight Battalion panel. If it was anywhere near as multifunctional and overarching as the event panel, Lex could not even begin to imagine the power. Yet, much to Lex's chagrin, almost all the functions in the panel were grayed out and couldn't even be seen, let alone used. Lex asked, slightly annoyed. Since the battalion is supposed to operate outside the inn, it is difficult for the system to perform optimally considering its damaged state. Lex controlled his disappointment and looked at the one single feature for the battalion which was available. It was called Battle Formations. After opening it, Lex began to peruse it and found that it was actually quite useful. For the first time since he received the butter knife, the system finally gave him a method of attacking someone directly. It was quite convenient, because much like the formations he could buy for the inn, he could buy battle formations for his battalion, and the system would automatically send the information to his battalion. Unfortunately, it could not make them proficient from the get-go, and it would require training. But at least this way, he had a way of directly purchasing things from the system rather than looking around in place like the Emporium. As he was perusing the list of formations, his eyes suddenly locked onto a specific one. He read the name and then the description of the formation, then read it several more times just to be sure he wasn't making a mistake. Considering it was a formation for Foundation Realm cultivators, it was quite expensive at 120 million MP. When it was factored in that the suits Lex got each and every one of them for 100 million, that sounded like it was quite cheap, but that was only because Lex went unnecessarily overboard in having the suit made. A budget of 100 million for a suit was more appropriate for Earth Immortals, but Lex did not care about such minor details when it came to the life of his oldest and most trusted workers. Still, this formation, Lex bought it immediately. Another result of the battalion panel was that, once Lex registered the battalion, he would be able to directly speak to the commander of the battalion even when he was outside the inn. Otherwise, once workers of the inn left, he would be unable to contact them. Fortunately, this was a feature of the panel and not a service, so Lex could employ it even now. As soon as he bought the formation, he knew the information would be transmitted to them directly, but he needed to pass some instructions to ensure maximum effectiveness. If you end up needing to use the battle formation I sent you, do not control it yourself. Luther would get the message, though Luther himself would have no way of answering. If he wanted to do that, he would have to activate the business card the innkeeper gave him, but it would be a waste to use it just for this. Since he would get the message, Lex turned his attention back to other things. He had inspected his body quite thoroughly, using his own senses as well as checking his status through the system. But there was no mention or indication of any inscriptions on his body. But Lex did not doubt at all that they were there. He just needed to discover a way to locate and then remove them. However, since he could not do that right now, there was only one thing left for him to do at the inn. He put on his Leo persona and teleported away. When he reappeared, he was in front of the Midnight Tailor. He had been extremely impressed by the suits that had been made for everyone, and wanted one of his own. Not bothering to knock, he walked in to find Jeeves sprawled on a reclining sofa, snoring lightly. Drool was dripping down his cheek, and a small puddle had formed on the ground near him. Lex could not really blame him for his state. The man had worked himself to the bone the past few days. Still, every employee had a bedroom they could visit any time. Was there really a need to sleep here, like this? Lex cleared his throat, hoping it would rouse the man, to no avail. He tried again a little louder, but there was still no result. In the end, he nudged Jeeves' foot with his own, startling the sleeping man. He jumped up as if he was being ambushed and held out clenched fists as if he was ready to fight, but he still had no idea what was happening. He looked left and right, trying to discern his location and what was happening. The poor fellow was completely disoriented, and it took him a couple of minutes to realize that he was, in fact, not being assaulted. Oh dear, excuse my rather poor display, the man said to Leo as he wiped the drool off his cheek. It's not a problem. That's one way of putting it, Jeeves muttered under his breath as he slowly made his way behind the counter, and then looked at Leo. Truthfully, he had no intention of working until he got a full and proper rest, but since Leo was already here, it didn't hurt to at least hear him out. Jeeves said, once he positioned himself, considering the high prestige requirement to use his shop, one would think he'd have a lot of free time. I was quite impressed by the suits you made for the 1,000 workers heading out. Lex praised openly. Jeeves, who was clearly still exhausted, snorted at Lex's remark. Commendable? Protective capabilities? My good man, they can walk in the vacuum of space in those suits. They can walk through fire and water, through chaotic spirit energy fields and literal space distortions. Those perfectly soft, air-purifying, energy-filtering suits are not only completely designed to support a wide range of movement, they can survive any kind of environment that can be thrown at them. My good man, the garbs of deities themselves pale in comparison to my suits. That's literally not an over-exaggeration, because those suits can refine divine energy as well. At the Foundation realm, there is literally nothing those soldiers can face which could cause a single stitch in those suits to rip. One of the lads said they are experimenting with teleportation and wondered if the suit could survive. So I literally lined the suit with a special material, which can literally allow him to swim through the folds of space. PFT, survive. Commendable protective capabilities. Child, you clearly don't have the same vision as the innkeeper and I, so don't try to boast empty compliments. Chapter 643, Don't Believe in Being Humble. Chapter 643, Don't Believe in Being Humble. If you end up needing to use the battle formation I sent you, do not control it yourself. Luther was momentarily stunned when he heard the innkeeper's voice in his mind, but it all made sense when a mere moment later information regarding a certain battle formation just appeared in his mind. The timing for this couldn't possibly have been better, which proved that even now, the innkeeper was keeping an eye on them. Look, I don't care where you're from or who your backer is, said a rough-looking man in military uniform holding a tablet. War is not a joke, and can't run on the whim of every little princess who thinks she deserves special accommodation. We need to know the strength level and capability of each and every asset, so we can position you accordingly and be sure you can do your job well. That means we will test everyone individually and assign them roles as such. If you insist that you're... The man gave a dirty side glance to the paltry 1,000 soldiers among the millions this facility processed every day before continuing. Your group is focused towards group combat, then you need to be tested accordingly and need to pass the minimum performance threshold. Only, and only then will you be allowed to stay together. If you have a problem with that, take it up with someone who cares. Or better yet, get lost and go back where you came from. The man had a much higher cultivation realm than Luther and the rest, which is why he remained unaffected by their suppressive aura for the most part. Moreover, he could identify the luxurious material their gear was made from at a glance, and was thus convinced that the group in front of him consisted of nothing but a bunch of untested greenhorns who had simply been showered in expensive equipment. Such people would never last in a real battle. He was extremely irritated at the group, but what he didn't realize was that Luther was irritated too. So what if his cultivation was greater? Luther was not intimidated. So what if he saw larger armies every day? They could not compete with those from the inn. So what if they had countless others coming to fight in their war? They were the ones who had asked the inn to come, not the other way around. "Take me to your testing facility, and be quick about it," said Luther, as if he were talking to someone beneath him. Sure, he was normally extremely courteous towards guests at the inn, but that didn't mean everyone deserved such an attitude. Besides, he was not a believer in being humble or down-to-earth when he had the qualifications to back himself up. Behind his black mask, his expressions were hidden, but the extreme derisive tone of his voice could not be hidden. The soldier talking to Luther turned red, and his anger surged, but he controlled himself. Regardless of what he felt, the discipline of the army had to be maintained, and that was the only thing that kept him from lashing out at Luther. Little did he know, even if he lashed out, it would make no difference. Unwilling to speak further, the soldier led Luther and the rest to a testing chamber, completely skipping the queue in which they normally would have had to wait. He sent them in, while he himself went into the control room. "Survive for a minimum of 1 hour," he spoke into a mic, not really bothering to let Luther and the rest get into formation, and began the test at the hardest difficulty. He was breaking more than a few standard operating procedures, and everyone in the room was slightly concerned, but the man was radiating a murderous aura that stopped them from interfering. As an army of Foundation Realm soldiers, the battlefield they were sent to naturally manage their power level. Due to various restrictions and limitations, there were many zones and worlds where the interference of higher-level cultivators was extremely difficult, if not downright impossible. That did not change the fact that those regions held crucial strategic value. As such, armies at all power levels were required. Clearly, due to such restrictions, the enemies they would face would at most be slightly more powerful than them. But when the test began at the highest difficulty, what the soldiers from the inn faced was a purely theoretical threat that they were never expected to actually encounter. A nascent-level robot appeared in the testing hall, alongside an army of 5,000 golden core cultivators. The power difference made this a purely impossible force for 1,000 Foundation Realm soldiers to face, and was normally used to test cutting-edge technology or extreme innovations in battle formations. The soldiers from the Midnight Inn, however, did not really know it, nor were they even alarmed. It wasn't as if none of them had faced a nascent-level cultivator before, and each of them had recently even gotten a power-up from the star rank increase. Still, Luther was not in the mood to do things casually. "Z, according to the innkeeper's orders, you will be in command of our latest battle formation." The opposing force did not wait for them, and was already rushing towards them to attack, yet none of the soldiers from the inn panicked. With extreme precision and efficiency, as if this was not the first time ever they were employing this battle formation, everyone got in position and began channeling their designated techniques. How this worked was that each of them served as an individual gear in a much larger machine, and thus each of them used a different spiritual technique that served no purpose alone, but when done so in tandem with 999 others who were also using corresponding techniques, gave birth to an awesome phenomenon. A black, menacing cloud enveloped the entire army, and a few moments later, when it disappeared, revealed not the soldiers who were standing there previously, but a massive, 45 feet tall, 14 meters, suited mech. Chapter 644 Educated by a Professional. Chapter 644 Educated by a Professional in the testing room. The soldier who had set up the test, as well as everyone else, were all startled by the change. What kind of technique was this? They had seen a lot of different kinds of techniques, but never one that turned an entire army into a seemingly massive robot. To be clear, the battlefield they were currently at was not run by the Jotun Empire, but by a subsidiary force of the Elven Empire. As such, they had a much greater exposure and history than that of humans. Still, this was something completely unprecedented. Moreover, it was not the optics of the situation that was an issue. Even in the control room, separated by a protected wall, they felt a sense of danger. In the testing hall, neither the invading force paused, nor the midnight mech. Even Z did not pause to appreciate how awesome this moment felt for him. Since the innkeeper had trusted him with this responsibility, he would live up to it. Silently, the mech moved. Despite its ridiculous speed, it caused no sound as its lithe and nimble frame moved through the hall, let alone the sonic booms it should have caused due to its velocity. In one single move, which was too fast for those in the control room to see clearly, the mech attacked. A moment later, it appeared in the opposite end of the hall, its back towards the enemies it had crossed. It did not really even need to turn back. For a few seconds later, all the attacking robots exploded. Not a single one survived the single attack. The Midnight Battalion, after its first successful combat test, ended their technique. In their daycare, faced more of a challenge than this, dissipating the awesome mech as if it was a mirage. All that was left were 1,000 soldiers, standing there unimpressed. Even the bunnies in their daycare faced more of a challenge than this. Child, you clearly don't have the same vision as the innkeeper and I, so don't try to boast empty compliments. You'll only embarrass yourself, said Jeeves. He was not happy at all upon receiving a compliment on his work. That was because the person paying the compliment did not even understand enough of what he did to even pay a proper compliment. Lex, on the other hand, did not feel offended by Jeeves' seemingly rude attitude. First of all, the man was seriously sleep-deprived, so he could not be blamed for being grumpy. Secondly, so long as he did a good job, why did it matter if he had a bit of an attitude? Like I was saying, the suit you made thoroughly impressed me. It hardly surprised Jeeves to hear as such. Who wouldn't want his suits? Rather, it was the fact that Leo could even order a suit from him that was curious. Just because they were workers at the inn did not mean they could so easily be exempted from the privilege requirements. Similar to how there were privileges for guests, the official workers of the inn were also ranked based on how long they had worked, their performance, customer satisfaction, etc. The only reason why it was not relevant before was because Lex was manually setting up privilege requirements, so he never put them up for his workers. The tailor shop, however, naturally had a restriction on it, so the same applied to the workers. Still, monitoring workers' ranks was not Jeeves' job. Since Leo was here, the man clearly had the qualification. He asked as he massaged his temples. Even if he didn't plan on working immediately on the suit, he took his job very seriously. As such, he needed all his presence of mind for when he took orders. I have a very unique problem, Leo confessed as he scratched his head. I don't really care about defense or protection, as it's already very hard for anything to hurt me. Instead, I just want clothes that are extremely durable so that I won't end up naked while fighting or facing a dangerous situation. Jeeves nodded as he took in Leo's requirements and ran a few ideas through his mind. He asked. Jeeves nodded once again, as if that was the correct answer. Let's just say my budget is big. Jeeves nodded once more. That's what he liked to hear. But instead of continuing to ask Leo questions, Jeeves moved from behind the counter and approached him. He put an arm around Leo's shoulder and patted it a few times before he spoke. Child, I understand your requirements, but I have a small suggestion, a small amendment to your requirements, if you will. Jeeves paused and then sighed. He was truly exhausted, so it was hard to focus. But at the same time, inspiration filled him and he needed to get it out. Imagine you're facing a foe, he said, waving his hand out in front of them, as if that would conjure up an image of Leo fighting an enemy. Imagine your foe's desperation, his sheer tenacity and will as he uses everything he can to fight you. Imagine that he fails, but manages to escape. Through planning and scheming and unsavory alliances, the foe returns, this time prepared better to face you. Through the culmination of all his hard work, he finally manages to pierce through your nigh indestructible armor, your suit. He tastes the sweet nectar of ambrosia as he finally succeeds, peeling away your defense, leaving you vulnerable to harm. For surely someone who relies on such resilient armor must be weak himself, right? He is at his zenith, only to fall to an agonizing and hellish nadir when he realizes that your defense is higher still than your seemingly impenetrable armor. Why? He roars to the heavens moments before you strike him down. Why would someone as strong as you even need such an indestructible armor? He wonders in his last moments. The answer, it is simple. You may not really need that extra bit of defense, But since your foes don't know that, why not frustrate them a little? For a moment, Lex was startled. Then he grinned. Chapter 645 Lex is fat. Chapter 645 Lex is fat. Lex felt like he was meeting Jeeves for the first time, and he quite liked it. Even if his prior meeting had not been extremely brief, how could Jeeves show off his sadistic side in front of the innkeeper? He had been on his best behavior. But now, in front of Leo, in his extremely sleep-deprived state, Jeeves has thoroughly lost all inhibition, and so let his true self show. What Lex didn't realize was that his true self was not a sadist, as he made it seem like. No, his true self was an artist, and he exhibited his art through his suits. The appearance of the suit was just the surface of the art. The functionality of the suit is what gave his art depth. I like the idea, confirmed Lex. Currently, the shop has a limit on the kinds of materials I can access. The materials I can access are on the nascent realm level, at most. If you can bring me better materials from outside, I can improve the suit further, but until then you would have to make do. Having said that, even at the nascent realm, the kinds of materials I have access to are numerous. How many things you want to add to the suit play a great role in how I can use the materials. For example, with my previous suits, although they may seem impressive to you, I was actually severely limited in what I could do. It was not budgetary constraints that stopped me, nor was it the material. Instead, it was the physical strength and power level of those who were going to wear it. Just because it looks like a suit does not mean that it has to be light. The more leeway I have, the more I can be liberal with the kinds of materials I can use. You'll understand more in a moment. Jeeves took off his coat and folded it over his arm as he led Lex deeper into the mansion. Each room and corridor had walls lined with various fabrics in a seemingly infinite number of colors. The truth was, the number of colors the tailor shop was catering to far exceeded the spectral range humans could see, which is why there was such a need for such a vast collection. The true, genuinely valuable materials weren't even stored here. They were in a basement, stored in isolated, temperature-controlled rooms. The materials were so volatile, they needed to undergo various kinds of treatments before they could be added into suits. You said I can bring materials from outside. What kind of materials do you mean? My young, ignorant lad, if you can get your hands on celestial cotton, or better, yet an animal capable of producing celestial cotton, you'll become an instant multi-billionaire. Every inch of it is worth several hundred million MP, and that's in its unrefined form. Heck, I don't even have the facilities to process it, so better not waste your time daydreaming about that. No, a more realistic expectation would be to get your hands on precious ores, woods, and other natural materials which have unique qualities. The two continued to casually chat for a while until they reached a small room filled with strips of fabric, multiple mannequins, and various kinds of inch tapes. "Stand here, please," Jeeves said as he pointed to a small, circular pedestal. He put his coat aside, rolled up his sleeves, and grabbed a yellow measuring tape before hanging it around his neck like a doctor with a stethoscope. He put on a pair of glasses that hung delicately on his nose and stood at the ready to start measuring Lex. Lex hadn't really had a personalized suit made before, so he did not know what the measuring process would entail, but it definitely did not include the extreme raise in gravity that he experienced as soon as he stepped on the pedestal. If Lex had to guess, the gravity was at least twice or thrice that of Earth, yet it kept increasing exponentially. Of course, such an increase posed no burden to Lex for the moment, as his body was extremely strong. But the pedestal wasn't trying to test his physical limits, so it never pushed him to the maximum of what he could manage. Instead, it was trying to determine his comfort range. At the exact moment he felt even the slightest bit of strain due to the increased gravity, the pedestal immediately returned to normal. Jeeves started writing something down in his notes as he walked around Lex with a clipboard. After a couple of moments, the temperature around Lex began increasing. Similar to what happened with the gravity, it stopped the moment Lex's body displayed even the hint of becoming uncomfortable. Then, after returning to normal, the temperature started to drop. "Raise your hands, please," Jeeves said, prompting Leo to raise them to his sides. He was standing like a massive T, But Jeeves still did not approach him to measure the length of his arms. Instead, two parrots, one red and one blue, appeared and sat on his palms. An unusual energy was channeled through their claws in Alexa's body, or at least tried to. Piercing his skin and entering his body turned out to be a greater challenge than Jeeves expected. The man was actually surprised when there was no result for a couple of minutes. But eventually the energies managed to enter Lex's body. They were not harming him in any way. Instead, it appeared as if they were mapping Lex's meridians that covered the surface of his body. Understanding how your body interacts with energy and where your body channels are is crucial to designing a suit, Jeeves explained while the process continued. The process was painfully slow and took almost 20 minutes, but Jeeves did not seem irritated at the slow progress. Instead, he was very pleased. Such a high-quality body would be able to don an extremely high-quality, yet equally taxing suit. A glass tube appeared around the pedestal and sealed Lex in, before water began to fill it. Once the tube was completely filled, the pressure the water exerted on Lex's body began increasing. At the same time, millions of tiny fish swam out and began measuring each and every hair on Lex's body. That genuinely made him awkward. The system had once accused him of having a hairy back, which wasn't exactly false, but he felt like the system greatly exaggerated. Lex would not shy away from taking his shirt off in public. But when each individual hair was being measured, of course, none of the fish came near Lex's private parts. Mostly after the water, Lex was subjected to multiple other strange and unexpected tests that measured his body's performance, and because he kept it blocked with a thick and dangerous layer of his spirit sense. After the water, Lex was subjected to multiple other strange and unexpected tests that measured his body's performance and capabilities. There was even one that detected the level of body odor he produced. When the process finally ended, Lex sighed in relief. These measurements were really too intense. Jeeves asked, as he continued to note stuff down, said Lex as he walked up to him and glanced at the clipboard. Two measurements in particular genuinely surprised Lex. The first was his height. He had reached 6 feet 3 inches, 190 centimeters. His height had increased. Granted, the increase was not massive, but he hadn't even noticed the small change. He wondered if it was a result of his cultivation or the multiple refinements his body underwent. There was no way of knowing. But what really surprised, and in fact devastated him, was his weight. The last time he checked his weight, or at least what he remembered, he was 185 pounds, 83 kilograms. That was quite a lot for his height, which meant that he was a little fat, or that he had a lot of muscle. It was totally the second one. But now he was a massive and unfathomable 712 pounds, 325 kilograms. With his mouth hung open, Lex looked down at his muscular and chiseled body. He couldn't claim to be fat, but it wasn't as if he was bulging out muscles either. What was up with that weight? In the end, he could only reluctantly accept the fact that all the materials he had absorbed into his body had increased his weight substantially. It was fortunate that he wasn't weight conscious at all, or else he would have been crying over these results. He totally wasn't doing that right now. His eyes were just shining and glistening due to how clear and beautiful they were. Chapter 646, Spreading the News. Chapter 646, Spreading the News. The measurement process was unusual, to say the least. By the end of it, Jeeves drew up a few mock designs as well to show Lex and get his feedback. Through the process, where Lex learned more and more about the suits and what they could do, he eventually realized that they were going to be much more useful to him than he anticipated. For now, the suit he was getting aimed at being a general, all-purpose one that he could use in his day-to-day matters, but already he had thought of various other suits he could have made. For example, the few times where he hunted with Fenrir, he realized the wolf's stealth capabilities were extremely useful. While Lex could not replicate them, he had the Orion scales, which could be used for the same purpose. In fact, he already handed them over to Jeeves and asked him to make a second suit for the express purpose of stealth. That would take a while, as Jeeves would have to make the first suit first, then process Orion scales, and then use the fabric made from it to make the suit, which would be completely different. Unlike the previous 1,000 suits which had been made in a rush, Lex's suit gave Jeeves a lot more leeway to do as he wished, and so the making of the suit would take much longer. Once Jeeves had properly rested, it would take about a week to deliver both suits. That was a long time, considering Jeeves had no other orders, but Lex did not complain. He simply paid a deposit of 100 million MP and then left. With no other tasks left to distract or occupy him, Lex was now finally free to return to the Crystal Realm. Fueled by a sense of urgency, if it were up to Lex, he would immediately depart on his journey to find Valesco, yet it was not meant to be. The last time he was here, Jolene, the mother of Pavardi's fiancée, had requested Lex facilitate her in the handover of some secret items over to someone else. Naturally, the handover had been successful, and now Jolene wanted to expand the scope of their cooperation. Lex had been dealing with the matter using his projection, but he felt he might benefit if he went and took a look at matters firsthand, as his instincts would play a better role then. But even that was a secondary matter. The first thing he had to deal with was the Trolop from whom Lex had taken the cosmic erosion elixir. Lex had scooped all the elixir away and teleported to the inn while he was still in the Trolop's territory. So naturally, when he returned to the Crystal Realm, that's where he reappeared. The first thing he noticed once he returned was that the area already looked much better. The massive crowd that had gathered trying to reach the elixir had dispersed, and all the dead and decayed plants nearby had been removed. In fact, new saplings had already been planted, and Lex could see that they were growing at an abnormally fast pace. He could only accredit that to Toro, the Trolop controlling the area. One thing he had noticed, though vaguely, was that the Trolops he had encountered all seemed ridiculously powerful. Even when compared to other races in the same realm, Trolops maintained an overwhelming advantage. It was while Lex was musing on the incredible strength of Trolops that a familiar fish made of grass and seaweed appeared in the distance, swimming towards him. Lex waited patiently for the Trolop to arrive and greeted him immediately. "Good day, Senior." Toro roared in frustration as soon as he heard Lex speak. Regardless of how unusual this particular Trolop may be, Lex remembered the importance of remaining extremely polite and respectful with him. "You're goddamn right, everything is well," he said in frustration. As soon as that stinking liquid disappeared, everything quickly returned to normal, or close enough. "What the hell was that thing? How did you get rid of it?" Lex smiled weakly. He was not sure if he should reveal what he had learned, but then decided it was better to reveal what he knew than to hide it. Clearly something was wrong with this realm, and in the off chance that the anomaly was not common knowledge, the entire realm could be in jeopardy. He did not want the destruction of an entire realm on his conscience, just so that he could benefit a little from the situation first. Lex produced a golden key and threw it towards Toro. "You can use this golden key to go to a place known as the Midnight Inn. I used it too. That's how I was able to teleport away. There, I consulted a senior and learned that the liquid was called cosmic erosion elixir." Lex paused and waited to see the Trolop's reaction. Based on his bombastic personality, he was expecting a great response, but no such thing came. At first, Lex quickly assumed that knowledge of the realm's impending demise was common knowledge. But then, when he looked at the lost face of the Trolop, another theory popped up in his mind. Chapter 647, Suddenly Protective. Chapter 647, Suddenly Protective. Lex had a difficult time explaining to Toro what a realm was, though Lex had a sneaking suspicion that the Trolop understood the concept somewhere in the middle of the explanation, but was just venting its frustration on Lex. When it finally understood, Toro displayed a remarkable amount of not screaming at Lex randomly. Instead, it became silent as it contemplated the ramifications of what it had heard. The issue that it was facing was not the destruction of its entire world. That was a given based on the situation. The issue was that Lex did not have a solid grasp of the timeline. According to what Lex said, the appearance of the elixir meant that the realm was on the path to destruction, but the fact that it was on that path also meant that it could be veered off that path. The top minds of the realm would think of ways to work on the issue, but it all depended on how long they had. If one thought of the timeline in terms of the geographic timescale of planets in the origin realm, even millions of years were considered short time. Theoretically, Since the realm was even bigger than planets, the timeline should similarly be greater, right? But not only was there no way of confirming how long they had, there was also no way of knowing just how bad the situation had become. Maybe the elixir had already started appearing across the crystal realm hundreds of millions of years ago, and this was just its latest occurrence. All in all, there was too much uncertainty. Do not spread this information lightly, Toro finally said after contemplating for a while. Spreading panic will not help anyone. I will contact the elders of my race to see what they know. In the meantime, I suggest you find a way to contact the crystal race. Regardless of what anyone says, they're the true rulers of this realm. If the other races are allowed to exist, it is through their will. If the Craven are allowed to invade, it is due to their indifference. As it happens, I was intending to meet an elder of the crystal race to begin with, said Lex. He told me to meet him in a city known as Valesco. I'm sorry, we Trollops do not usually care much for things outside of our own territories. I do not know the land. The fish, before it went away, extended a small brown root and broke it off before handing it to Lex. If you encounter any Trollops on your way, show them this. So long as you do not threaten them in any way, they will not cause you any trouble. Lex observed the small root and couldn't really determine what was so special about it, but he kept it anyway. After saying that, Toro swam away, not really bothering to keep Lex company. He was clearly very disturbed by the news. Lex, too, saw no reason to delay, so he began returning towards the inn, this time with a bit more urgency. Instead of walking calmly on the seabed, which his ridiculous weight and small frame made so easy, he swam to speed up. When he eventually reached Babylon, he attracted a bit more attention coming out of the water than he did going in, but no one really bothered to question him. When he returned to the tavern, he was ready to send one of the workers to go and call Jolene from a residence, but discovered that there was an unusually jovial mood at the tavern. There was an entire group of mildly intoxicated men, singing and dancing on the stage while the onlookers played music by slamming their tables in synchronization with one another. The triplets were busy serving more drinks, and even they could not contain the grins on their faces. Lex asked Roan, the barkeep who was efficiently pouring out drinks without spilling a single drop. I think it'll be best if you ask Big Ben, he replied, a soft smile even on his face. Curious, Lex immediately scanned the tavern and discovered that Big Ben too was dancing and singing, but with a whole host of people on the rooftop terrace. As the security of the facility, he was usually up front, but today he was the farthest possible from his post. He asked when he finally reached the top. Unfortunately, due to his excellent senses and sharp hearing, the surprise was already spoiled for him, but he still pretended not to know. Still, there was a smile on his face. The man roared drunkenly. The doctor said so. Lex's smile widened, and he grabbed the man by the shoulder, making sure he didn't fall over. Congratulations, man. Where is she? Big Ben erupted into a roar of laughter upon being asked the question, and when he was finally able to stop, he managed to say, She's still at the hospital fighting. Lex smiled weakly as concern suddenly filled him. Do not worry, I'll talk to Roan. We'll give her the best tea during this time. Big Ben was too busy laughing to hear what Lex said, so he left him his party. Suddenly a thought occurred to him. Was he supposed to reprimand Ben for drinking on the job? Shaking his head, he quickly returned to the ground floor to pass out his instructions. For reasons he couldn't fully understand, he suddenly felt quite protective of Big Ben and Betty. Since they were a part of the Midnight family, he would take great care of them. That also included not letting this realm get destroyed. Chapter 648 Simple Things. Chapter 648 Simple Things. Lex was sitting in silence inside the private room, tapping his index finger on the armrest of his sofa. The sound of singing and merrymaking could faintly be heard from outside, though that was only because Lex left the door slightly open. After all the harrowing experiences everyone in this tavern went through, it was a wonder they could still celebrate like this. But at the same time, it was because they had all gone through such tough times together that they were so close. Lex, too, had to admit that he felt a special bond for all these people who had been beside him during his very stressful time of being stuck away from the inn. It was for that specific reason that he was feeling slightly stressed right now. He did not know much about his surrounding areas and how far his destination was. To curb that, he had begun asking the locals a bit about the neighboring states or towns or anything else that they knew of. Most of them had very limited knowledge. They all lived in the area controlled by the Noel family all their lives, and at most knew the names of neighboring nobles and their states. They had no idea regarding any information relating to other nations at all. He somewhat missed the highly advanced Hum Nation and the Academy. A simple search on their local portal was all it would have taken to get all the information he needed. Lex's expression stirred as he heard a familiar voice in the main hall and turned to look at the door. A few moments later, the door was opened by Rick, who was followed by a few people. Jolene was naturally among them, for he wanted to see if his instincts reacted to her. As it happened, Bertram Noel was also there. This was great, for Lex had also extended an invitation to him. Lex was hoping to learn how he could make his way to the Crystal Nation through him. Surely he would know more, right? But there was a third, unexpected person there as well. The young and slightly tanned woman bore a strong resemblance to Jolene, but unlike her smiling mother, she wore a very stern and serious expression. This was, no doubt, the daughter Jolene wanted Lex to work with in the planning of Jasmine's and Fardy's wedding. He only gave her a cursory glance before turning his attention back to the other two. Jolene, Bertram, I'm glad you both could make it, said Lex as he stood up to greet them. Naturally, he put on his best smile and did not let any of his internal concerns show on his face. It's no trouble at all, said Jolene, her eyes fixed on Lex with a feverish gaze. Besides, I was planning on visiting you soon anyway. I have to introduce my daughter and our soon-to-be liaison for the wedding preparations. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lex said politely, and Jess only nodded in return. It seemed like for liaison, she wasn't exactly very talkative, but that suited Lex just fine, so it did not matter. Especially since Lex wanted to keep as much of a distance from Jolene as possible. After she and her family had discovered the Midnight Inn, Jolene had become almost fanatical in her admiration for Lex. It was quite a nuisance, even when he was merely dealing with her using a projection. Unfortunately, Jess' arrival also means it is time for me to leave. We have decided the date for the wedding. Lex asked, genuinely curious. The person who he truly wanted to converse with was Aegis, but that fellow had disappeared for a while. Let alone the tavern, he was not even showing up at the inn, so there was no way for Lex to ask him for any routes. The next best option was naturally Jolene, for her family was deeply connected to the rulers of Hum Nation. The best option after that was the Noel family, probably. Yes, unfortunately, familial affairs are the most complicated. A lot of our guests need to be invited personally, and certain matters and deals need to be taken care of during this time as well. We will even need to pay a visit to the Hum Nation and inform the royal family about the wedding. Won't that take too long? For ordinary people, it would indeed take quite a while, informed Bertram. But the influence of the nations extends even beyond their own borders. Even though these lands are far away from the empires, separated by vast oceans and extremely inhospitable lands, many nobles have short and long-range teleportation formations within their territories. This was both good and bad news. The good news was that there were apparently many teleportation formations he could possibly access, but the bad news was that the distance between Babylon and the nations seemed to be great. What if I wanted to send someone on an errand? Bertram paused, and an awkward look appeared on his face. It seemed like he was not anticipating such a question. As far as he knew, Lex was not as simple as he made it appear on the surface. Not only was he himself an incredible powerhouse, pretending to be a weakling, but he also had the backing of the mysterious Midnight Inn. He did not want to offend Lex by giving him an answer he might not like, but, "Oh yes, of course," exclaimed Jolene as she suddenly saw an opportunity. From her spatial ring, she summoned a large bronze token which had a pickaxe engraved across its front. As far as emblems went, a pickaxe was not a prestigious symbol, but it was most befitting the Phillip clan, which was allowed to mine Ethereum under the royal family's command. Although this is not the same as a token from the royal family of the Hum Nation, this is a token of my Phillip's family. It may not get you the same kind of service, but it will definitely enable you to access the teleportation formations. Unfortunately, you will not be exempt from paying for the use. No need. This is already a great help, said Lex, accepting the token. Although she harbored ulterior motives in helping him, Lex wouldn't deny help that he needed. Jolene suddenly asked, as if it just occurred to her. If you are, I can send along an escort. No need, Lex said, doing his best to keep his lip from twitching. I will be here, making sure everything is in order for the upcoming wedding. But I have to send someone on a rather urgent task all the way to the Crystal Nation, to a city called Valesco. Even before the duo had the opportunity to answer, he felt like he got an answer. Both Bertram and Jolene had a change in their expression, though they swiftly controlled themselves. Still, Lex felt like he could detect shock and fear from him. The path to the Crystal Nation from here is different from the one to the Hum Nation. The formations will not be enough to send you on your way, and you will have to cross certain areas yourself. It's not really an easy path. I will consult my father and have a map drawn for you to help your helper on his journey. Lex asked, curious. Well, technically I cannot even confirm if what I know is true. But there are rumors that the Crystal race has a massive prison where they punish members of their race who have committed unforgivable crimes. A prison so old that no one is sure when it was made, filled with immortal prisoners too dangerous to ever be allowed free again, yet kept alive because killing them is too light of a punishment. Despite his resilience, Lex sighed. Why were things never just simple? Chapter 649 Ash. Chapter 649 Ash. The conversation with the duo about the distance to the Crystal Nation did not last too long. Unlike the other races, which had a clear positive or negative relationship with one another, the Crystal race equally shunned all the other races. They kept their territories closed and did not usually bother much with the outside world. That did not mean that no one was allowed to enter their nation, just that they were extremely selective in who entered. In a way, one would have to prove themselves worthy of interacting with the Crystal race. The duo mentioned nothing about that, for they assumed that Lex already had some kind of relationship with the Crystal race if he was heading over, and they were technically correct. Lex did not have much else to discuss with Bertram, as the man had already promised to provide Lex with a map leading to his destination. That would have to suffice for now, though the two were still being very vague about how far the nation was. That was Lex's next great concern. The Crystal Realm was as big as the entire solar system, and if the distance between him and his destination was equal to the distance between planets, it would take forever to reach. He could only hope there were enough teleportation formations. He did, however, have something left to discuss with Jolene and even Jess. Fortunately, it appeared as though Jolene knew about it, and on her own requested that they have a word in private. Lex manipulated space and created a separate room around the two of them, putting up opaque barriers so that no one could lip-read what they were about to discuss. Lex asked, without waiting for her to broach the topic. It was as if he already knew what she was going to talk about. A random stranger had left a box with unknown contents at the tavern, with the hope to use the place as a drop-off point for certain items, allowing Jolene to take the box at a later date. It was a discreet way of passing along whatever it is she wanted delivered, as she would never actually cross paths with whoever was delivering the package. At first, she had only left a package at the inn for 3 days, testing to see if the tavern was capable of isolating its aura. Once she discovered that it actually could, she had the real package delivered to the tavern to collect it herself later. All of this was fine, as far as Lex was concerned, or at least it would have been normally. The fact that it seemed like Lex was aiding and abetting in probably illegal, or at least highly suspicious behavior, did not faze him. What got to him was the fact that the aura from Jolene's package was extremely repulsive. The box she had left at the inn to test if the aura leaked already disgusted Lex, even though he had no idea what it contained. The actual package itself was even worse. Technically speaking, Lex's real body had not been here when the package was delivered and received, but even the aura it left behind was so strong that Lex was still disgusted by it when he felt it. Whatever the package was, illegal or not, he decided he no longer wanted to facilitate it. Although the purpose of the inn and tavern was to host all guests equally, without discrimination, Lex was not a mindless slave of the system's directives. Since it was disgusting to him, he no longer wanted a part in it. Extremely, Jolene stated with a massive smile. I'm glad you were satisfied with our service, Lex said with a soft smile. Jolene was genuinely startled, as she was not expecting such an answer, especially since the previous exchange had gone off without a hitch. She asked hesitantly. She did not forget Lex's powerful aura, so she was hesitant to get on his bad side. Yet at the same time, this task was genuinely too important to her to let go of so easily. Rest assured, you did not break any rules of the tavern, and so there will be no effect on any other services you acquire from the tavern. But the matter of fact is, while I usually do not interfere in the matters of guests, the aura of the item you exchanged was... I found it too revolting. A hint of fear appeared on Jolene's face, despite the fact that Lex said he did not investigate the contents. This was an extremely sensitive matter, which she could not risk exposing, but at the same time could not give up either. Since Lex did not want to help out anymore, she would have to figure out another way. Please do not misunderstand, she explained while smiling weakly. My transactions are not what they might appear to be. These are related to an extremely important issue that needs resolving. But since you do not want to facilitate them anymore, I will not bother you with them anymore. They talked a bit more, while Lex ensured that he was not drawing any conclusions about her affairs, and simply did not want to participate in this particular one anymore. Once they were done, Lex removed the barriers, ending their private conversation. I'll leave you and Jess to it, Jolene suddenly said, standing up. Amazingly, Jolene was completely back to her normal self, returning to her antics of trying to set up Lex with her daughter. I wish I could stay and help, but I just dropped by to introduce you to Jess. Jess, with an extremely serious face, nodded, as if accepting a task that would determine the life or death of millions. But while Lex joked in his mind, he was unaware that this wedding really would be such an affair. The interest of a nation, and thereby any family connected to its interests, determined the life or death of billions on the regular. I'm sure our cooperation will bear fruitful results. Jolene smiled at Lex's remark, but she was unaware that he really did care more about it than anyone else. He was determined to get a SSS Plus ranking for this quest. Once Bertram and Jolene departed, Lex was left alone with Jess, who silently stared at him. Rather than feel like an awkward silence was building, Lex felt relieved. If she was as determined as her mother in her ulterior motive, Lex would find this matter quite problematic to handle. But since she wasn't, things would be simple. Although we have 6 months until the wedding, I don't think we should waste a single moment, said Lex with a warm and confident smile. Before Jess had an opportunity to reply, Lex stood up and opened the door to the private room, waving at Roan to send someone in. As soon as he got this quest, he had delegated a lot of research tasks to the planning division and even asked Mary to look up the best wedding consultants they could find, not to mention conduct extensive research on Indian wedding culture. What he did not expect to learn was that there was such an expert within his own planning division. The moment he learned about her, he decided to bring her to the Crystal Realm and have her help out. A tall, caramel-skinned woman walked with, dressed quite casually instead of the usual formal wear associated with the inn. Yet even in a t-shirt and pants, she looked stunning, though one should not expect less from a worker at the inn. This is an expert I've called and who will be handling a lot of the wedding preparations. The woman from the planning division looked at Jess and gave her a soft, welcoming smile as if she was looking forward to working together. Hi, Jess, she said, her voice calm yet confident. My name is Aishwarya Rai, but my friends call me Ash. Chapter 650 Warm-Up. Jess was startled by everything that happened, especially since she had been informed by her mother that she would be working closely with Lex. Jess was a perfectionist, so any task she did with the aim of achieving perfection. This was both a boon and a flaw. On one hand, everything she did achieved perfection, catapulting her reputation not only amongst her own family, but the general public as well. On the other hand, she barely ever ended up doing anything, because the more matters she picked up, the less time she would have to achieve perfection in each one. For this upcoming wedding, she had started working the absolute moment she heard about it. In fact, to aid her in achieving the best possible task. She even asked her family to compile an extensively detailed file on the Midnight Tavern so she could research it thoroughly. She had, in her opinion, perfectly worked out Lex's personality and mentally prepared herself accordingly so that they could achieve maximum efficiency in attaining results. As for her mother's wish for them to fall in love with each other, she knew nothing. After all, her one-track mind could not handle multiple projects at the same time. But from the very start, a wrench had been thrown into her plans. Who was this Ash? Where did she come from? She was not in the file Jess had studied. Moreover, why did it seem like Lex was transferring his responsibilities to others? "The pleasure is mine," Jess said, shaking Ash's hand. Lex smiled. Since he knew Jolene was setting some kind of love trap for him, why would he be stupid enough to stay put? Of course, the first thing he did was look for someone to take his place. But he was not just shirking his duties. He had grander plans for the wedding than anyone knew, and only he could fulfill them. "Yes and no," he said. "You and Ash will be handling the normal sequence of events and handle the bulk of the tasks. But that does not mean I won't be doing anything. You may not know this, but Farty and I are old friends, so naturally I want to make this wedding amazing as well." Jess looked skeptical, but Lex was sincere. From the moment he had received this quest, he had been thinking about how he could make it worthy of an SSS Plus ranking. Having over-the-top theatrics was, of course, necessary, but that would not be enough. Lex had some experience in completing quests with extremely high rankings, but each time it was more to do with luck than his own performance. Whether it was the appearance of 2 demi-Daylords or an actual Dowlord, it was not something he could have anticipated or arranged. But the experience had taught him something. Although his quests may seem random, they all were ultimately linked to the Midnight Inn. As an inn, one of the most prideful things was that important or powerful guests made an appearance. There were probably more layers involved in determining his quest ranking, but it could not be denied that that was a major one. As such, Lex had been thinking along the lines of who he could invite to make this wedding the best or most prestigious. Originally, he was thinking that Aegis would have to do, but now he had a better idea. The realm itself was being destroyed. If Lex could reach the Crystal Race in time and convince them of what was happening, he could use his vast experience in manipulating, and he meant his vast experience in persuading people to have the Crystal Race treat this wedding as a kind of conference. If a simple wedding between 2 human nobles ended up inviting the leaders of all the nations in this realm, he would consider that as an excellent wedding. He did not know if such a thing would be enough, or if he could even pull it off, but for now, that was the best plan he had. Jess tried asking Lex what he had planned, and convincing him to once again take over planning, but he would not listen. Since he was planning on leaving anyway, he would only be here in the form of his projection anyway. As such, he was only planning on handling and resolving emergencies. His entire personal focus would be on reaching the Crystal Empire. He hoped he could reach it in enough time to set up the meeting with everyone and make it back as well. The following day, or well, 24 hours later, since the concept of day and night was screwed up here, Bertram returned to the inn and handed Lex a leather scroll. This was not at all what Lex was expecting when he had been told he was getting a map, but it would have to do. Instead of detailing the entire terrain and surrounding areas, the map just listed a path using prominent landmarks as markers. It would have to suffice. With everything in hand, Lex departed from Babylon, making sure not to be spotted as he did. After all, he was supposed to be inside the tavern this entire time. After a solid 6 hours of running at his top speed, Lex finally stopped and pulled out the map. Fortunately, other than visual markers, the map also recorded auras and spiritual markers, which Lex could track using his spirit sense and intuition. Or better yet, he summoned Fenrir, who was sleeping, and woke up the pup. He climbed onto its back and held out the map for it to sniff. "Follow these auras," Lex told the excited little wolf. Think of this as we're going on a long walk through an endless park filled with monsters and unknown dangers. Fenrir howled in excitement and began running. Every word Lex had said excited it more than the last. A single spaceship was moving through space, unbothered by the much larger ships nearby. Each battlefront with the Fugan was different in many ways. The battlefront in which Alexander had fought was artificially created and seemed like an endless plain. This one, which the Midnight Battalion was being brought through, consisted of an unusual region of space enveloped by a cosmic cloud. Normal cosmic clouds were vast regions of space containing gas, dust, and other small particles which brought about the appearance of a cloud. Yet this one not only contained hundreds of rogue planets, it also contained currents of chaos energy, a form of extremely concentrated spiritual energy that not even normal immortals could handle. The interference from the chaos energy made it so that the actual contents of this cosmic cloud had been hidden for millions of years, serving as a breeding ground for Fugan forces. When it was finally discovered, it naturally suffered an all-out assault. The rogue planet that the Midnight Battalion was being taken to was an extremely volatile, yet extremely important one. According to the briefing Luther got, the planet had some extremely valuable resources that were hard to find in entire galaxies, so taking control of the planet was of the highest priority. Yet the planet also had an unstable core, so it could not tolerate fights between higher-level cultivators. Moreover, bombarding it from space was also out of the equation, because that would not only risk further destabilizing it, but also risk destroying the resources. The man briefing Luther made it very clear that to the leaders of this war, those resources were a lot more valuable than all of their lives, so he better perform well. The reason they were being led to such an important site as their first deployment was due to their excellent rating and performance. It seemed that the battalion had developed a reputation without even setting foot on the battlefield. Of course, to Luther, none of that mattered. He was indifferent to his superiors' purposes and reasoning. He simply didn't care. His one and only objective was to ensure that no one from the inn died. As the spaceship approached the planet, Luther looked out at it from one of the screens projecting the outside, then turned to his comrades. Luther did not raise his voice, but it carried to everyone in the room, attracting their attention. He paused and looked at the soldiers from the inn. Within 1 month, I want the planet wiped of all hostiles. That will be our warm-up for this war. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.